Let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. All right, so we are live. Hello, everyone. Today is 23rd of April, and we are live here from Warsaw for our first WOA.digital conference devoted to the topic of digital factoring and invoice finance. I'm very happy that we gathered together here, factoring companies from the region in the center of Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union. I'm very happy that you made it to come here and we have this opportunity to talk to each other in person. And also, I'm very glad that we have the opportunity to stream this conference live for our online attendees. So thank you all for coming and thank you all for watching us online. So today we have a very intense agenda. We have 30 speakers from 10 countries ready to share their experience in digital factoring and receivable finance. But before we go to that, first of all, I would like, of course, to thank you, our partners, for making actually this conference happen. And while we are doing this in the room, for our online attendees, I would like to focus your attention and invite you to use actively our conference website, because you have a lot of opportunities there. So first of all, now when you see the live stage, on your right you see the chat, and you are welcome to type your comments on the presentations and ask questions to our speakers, and we will be able to read it here from the stage. And and let's make it interactive. Also, you have an expo zone, expo area, so the online stands of our exhibit also on place, and you will be able to read about the solutions and also contact the exhibitors online, and please do this and they will be happy to answer your questions. And also you have a networking zone, and which is divided into two parts. From the right part you see the chat, which is live today till the end of the day, and you are able to message both in the common chat and also send individual messages to all the attendees. And you can see the status of the attendee, whether it is in person or online. And also on the center or on your left, you can send also emails from the networking zone to all the participants, and this will stay live till the end of May, and the conference website also stays live after the conference till the end of May. So yeah, please use these opportunities, and let's make it interactive. So when I think we are ready with the fulfilling of the questionnaire, and let's go to our agenda. And the very first panel, which I would like to announce, is devoted on the impacts of artificial intelligence to the receivable finance industry. And I invite the moderator of the panel, Kasia Rytelewska, WOA.digital's program member committee, on the stage. Welcome, Kasia.
Thank you, Olena. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dzień dobry. Welcome to Warsaw, to all of you being here, and also welcome from Warsaw to everyone watching us online. I'm very honored to be here and be hosting you in my hometown, Warsaw. And so the structure of this panel will be as follows. We'll have two keynote speakers, followed by a discussion panel. So yeah, let's kick off. Please help me introduce my very first special guest, a visionary AI tech entrepreneur, CEO of Advicerobo, Fintech Scale-Up, European Fintech Scale-Up, and also AI boutique E-Ecology Innovations, and the visiting professor of human-centered AI in banking from Eindhoven University of Technology, all the way from the Netherlands, Diederick van Thiel.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Also at home or at the office. Like Kasia said, I'm Diederick van Thiel, entrepreneur from the Netherlands, and very passionate about AI and especially the intersection with behavior. That's what I'm studying, how the technology developments like AI and blockchain and Gen AI influence behavior, and especially behavior of next generations, and how they jointly influence also the journey I would like to take you on in this 20 minutes introduction that I may do. So the introduction already about my personal life has been done, so I can skip this. Before I started as an entrepreneur, until 2010, I was in the board of ING in the Netherlands, also a well-known bank over here in Poland, responsible for retail banking. And next to my entrepreneurial and university work, I'm non-executive director at IKEA Bank, IKANO Bank, also known in Poland, and at IKANO Insight, that's retail analytics for IKEA in London. But let me now take you to the content of what's driving change. What are the change drivers that we really have to take into account when we work every day into receivable finance? The first, of course, is that we are facing the outcome of the next generations. Next generations are millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, all people actually younger than 35. And what's very interesting to know is not only that they are a huge cohort, 5.5 billion people on Earth, out of the 8 billion that we have together. So super interesting opportunity also, I think, for us. The most interesting thing is their behavior. They have completely different demands on how they consume things, how they shop, and how they use their financial services. Their financial behavior is driven, of course, by digital. They are digitally native. They grew up with their mobile phones. That has a lot of advantages for them, but also a lot of disadvantages. But what they demand from us in financial industries is that we bring instant, micro-personalized and transparent offerings to them. Click and buy, click and do. And that's something I think that we are far away from yet. Also, that comes in with other demands like digital security, privacy matters, the other side of digitalization. So I'm trying to challenge the people and the companies I work with not only to think about how to digitalize their processes, think a bit further, think on how to engage the next generations in your offerings by using digital. It's not about digital workflows only, it's about the customer engagement. For these next generations, what also is very interesting to understand is that they buy sustainably. So you have to be a force of good in this world, not only after earning money yourself, but they are also highly entrepreneurial. 60% of these people under 35 start their own businesses. And that's when it becomes interesting for us in the receivable finance industry, because they need working capital, they need leasing, they need growth capital. That's where the opportunity comes. Then the other thing I like to study is the tech opportunity, because tech changes the behavior. Last year, $20.6 trillion has been invested globally in digitalization. And out of this $20.6 trillion, $1 trillion was in AI. And we are only at the beginning. The expectation is that this will shift tremendously. But realize the impact of these amounts and also think then on how much of your profit, your earnings you invest yourself in digitalization and AI. Usually a very limited part. The reason why companies are doing this is that they see a future arising. And that's what you see on the arrows. So we come from a very traditional way of banking, where we worked in offices, where we had relationship management, and where personal judgment and slow processing were kind of the cornerstones of banking. Now we stepped into the banking 4.0 world, where it's more about omnichannel, automated underwriting, fast processing, data-driven decision-making, and high innovation power. That's also why it's important to invest in innovation, to invest in AI and new technology. But this is not the only reason that they do it. The actual reason that they do it is that they see a shift towards banking 5.0 arising. Banking 5.0 is being defined by hyper-personalization. I want an offering for me in the context that I work that fits at that specific moment. The other thing is that you need these offerings to be delivered together with others in ecosystems. And that's also placing high demands on your technological infrastructure. You need to be fully API-based and instant to do this. It's about digital underwriting, instant processing, AI-driven underwriting. Who of you is already using AI in underwriting? Nobody? No? And continuous innovation. So not only spending 30, 40, 50% of your budget in innovation, but making sure that your processes make that it becomes continuous. Let me show you a small video on how this future world could look like. Can someone start the video, or do I have...
Over the last year and a half, a lot of us who work in offices have gone remote. And while I miss seeing the people I work with, I think remote work is here to stay for a lot of people. So we're going to need better tools to work together. Let's take a look at what working in the metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere. Now imagine that you have your perfect work setup and you can actually do more than you could in your regular work setup. And on top of all that, you can keep wearing your favorite sweatpants.
Looking good. Let's get together real quick for a debrief.
I'm free now. Let's jump in. Hi.
Hey.
So what do we think?
I think it's ready.
Great.
I'll prep it for the presentation.
All right. Good luck.
Imagine a space where you can tune out distractions and focus on the task at hand. And when you're ready to share what you've been working on, you can present it as if you're right there with the team.
Wait, where's Mark?
I think he's in the middle of something.
It looks a bit weird, perhaps, but can you imagine that if these kind of worlds are going to be here, how the impact will be on financial industries? Because there are a lot of things in this little video that needs financing. And financing moves to micro-personalization, like I said, and on the spot in these kind of environments. But to be ready for this, your tech infrastructure must be ready for this. And that demands a lot of things. So to summarize the first part, the case for change, and why we need to invest in AI, and especially in Gen AI, is the behavioral change next generations bring to the world, is the AI tech explosion, and of course the macroeconomic cost pressure accelerates this, makes that we advance by reducing costs through digitalization. But my challenge again is think not about cost reduction, think about engagement, because that's where the real game is going to be played. This all has huge impact on your business models. First of all, we are going to be challenged from the West. Big tech moving into financial services in a completely different way than we are doing. Amazon, for example, is granting loans to the suppliers on their platform. They have so much data from these suppliers that they don't need to do a credit check. They can just invite people, invite companies, and grant them a loan. PayPal is doing the same thing. The others are following. The thing is that because of the data explosion and the data that they can access in the commercial behavior of these companies, they are able to change the processes. They are able to change the customer experiences, making invoice financing as one of the things from reactive into proactive. And the benefit of it is that they are only picking out the best customers in the market, leaving us with the rest. So the value is slowly shifting away to these kind of tech giants. Very targeted. From the east, from Asia, we're going to be challenged by the super apps. Last year, when I was in China, I was very much inspired by Alibaba and what they're doing with their bank and financial. You see a picture on the screen. They integrate all kinds of services in one app, and they call that a super app. Whether you have to book a taxi, do your shopping, want to have a loan, want to have an insurance, want to buy something for your house, it all is the same app. It all is the same data lake that they access to deliver the services in a very micro-personalized way to you. The other interesting thing of these kind of business models is that they are not focusing on financial services only. Especially with the bank and financial, they are so good in credit scoring that they deliver that service to their customers as well. So it's not only delivering finance, no, we are mastering credit decisioning, so we also sell that solution. And of course, they sell more than only loans. They sell credit cards, credit scoring, insurance, wealth management in their financial package. But everything micro-personalized at the moment that you need it. And then from banking, we also see a big shift over here. The outperformers in AI investments today, or actually I must say last year in 2023, got over 20% of their EBIT driven by AI. JP Morgan is one of them. And JP Morgan, the lessons from JP Morgan is that if you want to be such an outperformer in AI, you have to go full in. It's not trying a little bit on the left or trying a little bit on the right. You need to get full in. Last year, JP Morgan invested 12 billion in AI only, and they hired 50,000 AI specialists, driving their transformation. I know for smaller companies, that's impossible to follow, but think about the percentage, again, of your annual investments that you spend in AI and in new technology transformations to engage with these next generations, because that's what they are after. Customer engagement with the young people. And then the third thing, so from the west is the big tech, from the east it's the super apps, from banking it's the big banks who are doing the platform transformations. We have the neobanks and Fintechs, like our company Advicerobo, who build these kind of platforms that enable instant micro-personalized servicing. This is the architecture of the Advicerobo platform, where we connect with over 80 data sources to do credit decisioning, to do targeting, to do customer engagement-like solutions. And this is all instant in automated data pipelines that, that can easily replace traditional ways of working. These kind of things from the industry are now changing the landscape very fast. And I'm presenting them because I hope it inspires you to direct also your investments, not only to invest more, but also to direct in the buckets where you think that you can make the difference. Because this is a graph from the SME Banking Club to the state of digital factoring in CEE. And then you see that we have a long way to go still. And not only in CEE, we see the same kind of percentages in Western Europe, and to be honest, also in the US. But in small business lending over here, there were 76 factoring companies looked at. 27 offered a partially digital process, only partially, but they are the front runners in this market. 17 offered a full digital process, and zero, and I repeat, zero, offering a personalized AI process. So I'm challenging you to go back after this day, back to your boards and rediscuss for the rest of the year your investments, because this needs to change if you want to keep up with your customers and with engaging them in your business. To summarize the second part, after the case for change, we looked at the business model revolution. What we see is that the impact of tech and next gen is on embedded finance, offering financial services on the spot when you need it. Platform banking, fast, cheap, and with many more opportunities and possibilities than in traditional processes. And AI automation platforms that help you transform your customer experiences faster than building them yourselves. And now the topic of this speech is AI leadership. So what is the impact on you as leaders in receivable finance industry? What we see in research. The first thing, there are three things. The first thing is that you need to have vision. And if you don't have vision yourself, surround you with people that do have vision, that do dare to think outside the box, outside the traditional regulation type of thinking that we are very much used to. In the Netherlands, we have a bank called Bank, who's the first AI-powered bank in Europe that scales very fast. It's a unicorn. And the thing they do really well is build the bank of tomorrow. They continuously think about tomorrow and are building that. More in general, McKinsey, of course, does a lot of research to the state of AI and Gen AI. More in general, what we see in these kind of researches is that there are two types of benefits seen by leaders in the world. On the dark blue side, you see the opportunity of cost reduction across many, many drivers in your value process, from service operations to manufacturing to risk, whatever. The outperformers, like JP Morgan and others, they also see on the other side the revenue opportunity in service operations, in marketing and sales, in product and service development, and they are focusing a lot of their investments and efforts on revenue creation and value creation. From the same research, more specifically zooming in on banking, because that's our market, we see four things standing out over here. The first one is investments in marketing and sales when it comes to Gen AI productivity. The second one is in customer operations, which we'll see later. Chatbots are a part of that world. The third one is in software engineering, faster code development, faster documentation development. And the last one, of course, is in risk and legal. There's a lot of things you can benefit from in the AI scene when it comes to risk and legal, not only credit decisioning, but also in AML, cybersecurity. Well, I don't have to mention more, I think. So that's the state of the art in banking. Next to vision, you need to be able to work in ecosystems. Not for your own benefit, but for the benefit of your customers. This is an example from Asia, an insurance company called ZhongAn, which is a joint venture between Alibaba, Tencent, and Ping An. Alibaba and Tencent offer access to a huge group of customers in their apps, in WeChat and in Alibaba. Alibaba delivers the IT system, and Ping An delivers the insurance knowledge. These together form a joint venture that delivers very small micro insurances to the world and do it in a very high speed. They launch a new product every quarter. A last example is, again, from my own business. The first company which I started after I left ING was a robo-mortgage advice platform in London and in Amsterdam, where we worked also in an ecosystem, both for our IT, but also we sold a long tail of insurances, mortgages, based on very niche segments like medics, like plumbers. We have specifically tailored products for these groups, and it was possible because of the ecosystem approach. And then the final thing you have to be able to do is smart risk taking. It needs vision, but it also needs risk to put the money where the mouth is and do the investments. In the larger banks which I was engaged with, they do that in a way that they work in an agile organization. So they changed the complete organization from siloed traditional way of working to tribe-based. In our current company, Advicerobo, where we deliver the platform, but also all kinds of customer touchpoints, interactive customer touchpoints and digital advisors, we also work in an agile way, but we add a lot of research to reduce the risk of the things that we do. Research to customer behavior, research to technology, and research to a lot of privacy tech that's coming to the world. So to summarize, for you as leaders in this world that need to lead the transformation, it takes vision, it needs ecosystem collaboration, and it needs intelligent risk-taking when you look at where you put your investments. So to summarize, I took you on a journey in 3 steps. First, the case for change, driven by next-gen behavior, by technology, and by microeconomics. The impact on business models. Digital business models, of course, are rewriting the playbook at the moment. Don't think only in digital processes, think in digital engagement. And last, but definitely not least, for you in your behavior, it needs vision, it needs collaboration, and it needs smart risk-taking. Because the power of artificial intelligence is not in replacing what we do, so you don't have to be afraid, but in enriching, enhancing what we can achieve together. So let's build this future together and embrace the next generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diederick. Before introducing our second guest, I was instructed to ask you to please prepare your phones, your mobile phones, because they will be needed for the second keynote speech. And I'm pleased to introduce to you my second very special guest, who has more than 25 years of experience in banking, leasing, and factoring, neural network researcher, and currently CEO of PKO Faktoring, Piotr Mierzejewski.
Good morning, thank you very much. May we start with slides? May we start with slides, please? I would like to start with a small quiz. There are only 4 questions that I think it will help us to discuss the things that is connected with the subject. So please scan using your cell phone the barcode, and then you will be connected to the page when you can answer the simple questions. I will switch to the first question now. If somebody is not connected, then the web page Menti.com with the code below will be also shown on each slide. So the question is, what are the top 3 implementation challenges based on your thoughts or experiences? What do you think? So what I observe is budget, cost, time, tools, lack of expertise, structure, it were also regulation, software. But the most important thing is budget and cost. So I switch to the next question. What do you think? Will AI steal people's job? So there we have more no answer. But there is quite large number of those that are thinking that it is some dangerous point here. And the next question is, if AI will steal your job? We are not. Oh, I'm sorry. But just to let you think, it's not important to see that. Probably we will have diversity of answers. And the last question, do you understand how AI tools work, and do you trust it enough to implement at scale at your organization? Also doesn't work. I'm sorry, it happens. But maybe doesn't work. Some problems, I'm sorry. So, but maybe we can vote here. Who is able to trust enough to implement at large scale at your organization? There is no too many votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe half of people, something like that. So half of people, let's say, let's agree. So we can come back to the presentation. What I would like to show, what I would like to let you think, that AI implementation is not only technical thing, not only budget thing, not only money thing, it's connected with people. There is a lot of people that feel threat if implementation will reduce job, if implementation will change their approach to how they work, what they do, what they sell, and it is simply some barrier in road to implementation. It's also some barrier during making decision, during building the team. It's more at the stage that we are today. It's also very important people issue, not only technical, budget, financial, and things like that. So my name is Piotr Mierzejewski. I'm a CEO of PKO Faktoring company, which is part of PKO BP, largest Polish bank. We are offering for factoring products to all customer segments. We have transactions starting from 1,000 zloty up to billion zloty. So we have to be very flexible. We have to prepare solutions for very small customer with very automated digital process. And we have to offer something that is made on the customer demand, that one by one for the largest customers. We are operating on Polish market from 15 years, and we are, over the last 5 years, we are growing rapidly. It is also from the perspective of implementing AI solutions, it's a very important thing because it led us to present such initiatives as something that will support our growth, that will support our efficiency, that will support what we do, and we are able not to talk about cost reduction, but efficiency improvement, because people know that we will grow. We cannot have as much employees as we have. So we have to look for efficiency improvements, and the AI tools may be answer for that need. So, growing so rapidly, we have a lot of operational problems connected with servicing customers, with development of new systems, products. Also, we have a bottleneck in workload. We have not enough people to do everything what is, developed, what is implemented, what is sold. So the efficiency of people's work is the problem in our case. So everyone improvements can be good welcomed in our environment. We also face a large competition from the young fintechs. And we would like, from one perspective, to develop and implement new ideas, a lot of them, but we have to also service what we already solved. So we planned our development, our growth into two steps. First step is to automate everything what is procedural manual work. And we developed a lot of systems that are working in closed domains, and now we are working on integrating those systems to the workflow system using the Power Platform and Power Apps. But this step is on the construction, is work in progress. We also would like to make second step, which is connected with automation of interaction with customer, automation of relationships. So we are developing two streams of solutions, one of which is predictive analytics, and second one, Gen AI. We would like to automate relationships, activities connected with activation customers, targeting customers with predictive analytics, and we would like to communicate with customers or our employees using artificial assistants. So in those both cases, we have a little bit different approach how to start. So I will cover those approaches here. In case of predictive analytics, the vision comes from board. We thought that it is something that is already known, it's nothing new. So it will be enough to tell people what we would like to achieve, what are our goals. We prepare a short list of quick wins. We would like to have feature store and some predictive models based on that features. So we are building the feature store, and that is asset that we already have, and we are also building some predictive models, targeting customers, showing which customer should be activated. But we are not very successful with that because I think the team is not very much thinking that is their task. They don't love to develop it. Maybe some of them also not fully understand the business value that may come in the future from it. And till today, we are not very successful implementing this method. It costs a lot of time. It costs a lot of effort to prepare data, build models, update them, and implement, and things like that. So with that approach, next step for sure will be based on those experiences, knowledge, and team that will be built in that area, we will develop something that will be maybe called strategy, but it will be some more important plan how to develop this area. What I am focused on the first stage, I am focused on picking some experiences. I am focused on letting people understand how it works, what are possible profits. And based on that knowledge, we will do next phase of plans, next developments that will be more serious. But observing that, that start, in case of Gen AI, we try a little bit different approach. We started from training. We organize MBA digital transformation course for all managers, and also we organize digital project management training for all people that are connected with project management and projects delivery, and also for any other person that would like to attend in such course. Based on that, as a final exam in each of this course, we ask teams, all participants were divided into teams, and we ask all those teams to prepare theses, how to improve our company. They had to prepare business case of the projects that will influence our future. And with that approach, we have 8 new projects with teams that are willing to implement that. And also, we have 2 projects connected with AI development, AI implementation. It means, first of which is AI assistant for employees, helping them with intention to build, with intention to help them to find appropriate solution of the procedural problem that is described in our procedures, and assistant for customers that will educate potential customers what the factoring is and how to use it, what is the product, what are the rules. So based on that experience, we formed a team that is building and implementing those 2 assistants. And we already prepared the first one, the assistant dedicated for customers. It's trained, prepared, and today we will show how it works as some kind of test. Probably based on that experience, based on that approach, we will formulate larger team with larger task, with larger strategy of development of that area. But what is the main win in that approach? That it was the team that demanded the implementation of AI. So there is no worry, there is even will, and that is some thinking about the future. This implementation is some people's development tool also. They treat it as a project that can make better future in our company for them also. So that is a very good attitude. Why it is important to teach our customers about factoring? Because looking for the data, only a small fraction of companies working in Poland, around 0.5% is using factoring. They are afraid about the product. They don't understand how it works. They are afraid about consequences, costs, and a lot of operational issues. And they are even sometimes afraid to ask. So we think that this approach with virtual assistant that is not asking stupid questions, is not, making gestures, is not making emotional behavior during such conversation may be helpful. So what we delivered, what we did, because we are a company that is operating fully in Azure cloud, we can use Azure services to develop our solutions, and we built that solution on Azure OpenAI model, using also cognitive search and our external private data just to stop hallucination and stop discussion on subjects that are not willing by us, that are not allowed by us as a subject of discussion. So with that filter, let's call it like that, we can send to the web application, which is a user interface for that tool, we can send only the answers of the AI tool that is acceptable by our rules described in private data. And it built us some level of safety, we hope. Testing is king. We spent a lot of time on testing. the first wave of testing was done by project team. When they told that the product is ready to use, we installed it in our internal network and asked our employees to test, to ask the assistant any question they like. And we also founded the prizes for those who will win with assistant and will lead him to give answers that are not acceptable, are not nice, or are not politically correct, let's say. So at the beginning, we grant a lot of such prizes, in fact, and we will still testing that tool. But the quality of answers is much better. What is important? I would say that as I read in some surveys, that is very popular mistake that the site that is implementing such tool assumes that in real life all circumstances, all behaviors are like in laboratory, are very predictable, very constant, very stable. And it is not, because the creativity of people and the way they can ask several questions and the way they can build the context of the questions is really unlimited. So I think that we are always on the worry that some answer will be not correct and it will give us some problem, PR problem or something like that. Just to show what I mean here, we prepared very short parallel to another very simple task. Let's assume that you have to take the rubbish bin, take it up and throw it to the truck. It's a very simple task. You take rubbish bin, take it up and put it on a truck. It's very repeatable, very simple solution. But in laboratory, what happens in real life? So just to let you imagine, just to remember always that unpredictable things may happen, and that's why we are very much focused on testing. It is our tool that is the front end of the preliminary version that today we will be also able to ask some questions just to try to read the answers and look how it works. What are our outcomes, our achievements? At first, what is the most important thing for me, we collected experiences. We are closer to technology. We activated team and we observe their willingness to implement, to build, to do more, what is very important. We hope to educate customers on Polish market and encourage more companies to use factoring. It is also not profit for us, but maybe it will happen that it will be profit for whole market in Poland. And we also would like to use this tool to generate leads for our company. As the next steps, we will analyze the conversations inside the system, and based on those analyses, we will make improvements of products, of offerings, of communication to the customers. And also we are working in parallel on procedure advisor for our employees. And everything was done by a really team of our people and I would like to take the occasion and to say thank you for them. What is also interesting here, that when I elaborate about trainings, I told that we train all people involved in project management, but also others that would like to participate. And inside this team, we have 2 people that are completely outside the project management and project development infrastructure. We have 1 person that in everyday life it's focused on administrative tasks, and we have PR and marketing manager who is also contributing to that project. That I would say, looking for that example, that maybe the base of people that may contribute for such project is much larger than we think initially. It also is supported, that idea is supported by research or BCG of BCG and McKinsey. They shown that in such initiatives, a lot of other people outside of IT and analytics may take part and have positive impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piotr. Please come back to the stage. Yes, thank you. So thank you for these very interesting keynote speeches. I wanted to kick off this panel with, we hear all sorts of things about AI these days, and I even get confused. So it's all scary or exciting. So I want this panel to focus on more exciting things, which is why I want to show you 3 different perspectives: from a lender, from a receivables finance point of view, a tech provider, and a scientist. And also fun facts about these 2 guests that you might not know. One of them is a former Dutch top field hockey player, judging by your height, I mean Diederick, and also a honey maker, but that's jokes on the side. So, you know, the intersection of these 3 worlds will be coming to life on this panel, and I want this panel to be very practical, so that when you wake up in the morning tomorrow, you still think about the use cases that we will be showing you today. But before we start with the use cases, let's get to the basics. Diederick, we've just seen your very visionary presentation, and I mean, I'd love to be on that beach and working from there. I can already see myself there. But you know, for companies that still have to embark on this journey, where does one start? What's the first step?
It's a good question, because that's what usually comes up. A lot of people believe in the idea, want to change, but then how to start. And I think your story was terrific in that sense. It starts, like I said, with vision. So usually what we do is we take the board on a trip to, that's what you see, maybe the next one already. The board Gen AI Vision Workshop is what we do. Then we take 3 hours with the complete board together and have a discussion about their business, the outside world, what are the opportunities and the possibilities with Gen AI, what are the risks also, and try to entangle that into a vision statement. And some principles for leadership in the company. That's where it usually starts, and that's what I also saw in your presentation. That was the first thing, vision. Then we usually go a bit deeper, because also in your presentations you presented the quick wins, and the quick wins are part of a roadmap, obviously. So you based on the vision, you define steps, very operational, practical steps where you would like to move the organization to. And what we usually do is we try to do it with the roadmap with the complete organization. Based on the board vision, we try to engage the management, the broad management in the roadmap, and in defining the quick wins. And then it's a matter of execution. Indeed, like Piotr also mentioned, it's forming the coalition of the willing, people who really want to make this transformation, who are eager to work hard on it and deliver business value. And what we usually then also bump into is the data question, because it all is driven by data, and usually data is the issue, because often data is hard-coded in systems, or data is very small, available.
I wanted to ask you about that, Diederick, because I mean, these days, you showed us Amazon collecting millions of data. We get new sources of data, alternative data, or being overflown with data. How does one navigate, through this jungle of data? And can Gen AI also help us structure our approach to that?
Yeah, that's part of the roadmap. Also, is a data strategy. You define the quick wins on the data that you currently have available, both internally but perhaps also externally. There's a lot of data outside the company also that can be easily accessed. But then it becomes more and more complex, of course, if you start walking towards the vision in the upcoming years. And the data strategy defines activities to open up the data from your own company, but also to enrich it with external data. And do it in an IT environment that is safe, where the data is protected well. But that's all part of the roadmap. But that's usually the biggest issue to start. And I didn't see it back in your quiz. It was cost and budget, the biggest obstacles. But what we often see is that data availability is the biggest obstacle.
Yeah, exactly. And Piotr, from your perspective, was everyone willing from the very beginning to participate in, the courses that you enrolled your various teams in, or did they need some persuasion?
No, I don't think that persuasion was needed. There were maybe some individuals that for them it was not interesting or it was impossible to participate, and I allow them not to participate, but majority of people would like to learn and would like to participate, and it was really no problem. In our organization we change very rapidly, we really develop a lot of new projects, a lot of new solutions, and those who don't willing to learn, to develop, probably are not fitting to our organization. So it is something like inside our culture, I think.
And if we look at, going back to Diederick, I just want to, could you please explain to us this slide? Because that's what I was trying to talk to you about, the data. We've got open banking, we've got mobile apps. How do we navigate in all that?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned in my presentation with the ecosystem development. So what you see, I'll shortly explain what you see over here. So on the left side, you see customer segments, small business entrepreneurs and next generations. And like I said, 60% of the next generations is starting their own business. So they also kind of overlaps. And they produce a lot of data. They produce data with their mobile phones, by using their computers, by using their smartwatches and apps, by transactions, by paying, and that's where open banking comes in the world, of course. And we try to place that, so we connect all these customer-generated data, and we try to play that in a context of psychometrics, because people are driven by attitudes in their behavior. A lot of behavior is irrational, and that's the behavior that we would like to influence. And what we did over the past decade is connect with these data sources, test what the relevant data points are, build data pipelines to automatically prepare them for modeling. And then modeling can have different objectives like credit decisioning, like marketing, targeting is what Piotr also mentioned. Customer activation is very important. Financial wellness is in the UK. We have big projects going on now on financial wellness development, and you do that, and that's the SDKs. You do that in usually in apps, because these customer segments, their behavior is very much targeted on their mobile phones and in their apps. So that's where you would like to be. Not with your own app necessarily, but in the apps that they use already. And that's why we call it SDK, so we integrate with the places that they operate already in. And that's how we think that then it's kind of a circle, because then you connect, or you connect through the SDKs with the customer segments again, collect new data on their behavior, and enrich the models with that. And that's how it works, and that's how we think we can build micro-personalized use cases towards the future.
Enriching the context. Yeah, exactly. Would you say that Piotr's approach is a common one that you see when working with different companies, or how do companies that you work with usually start their journey? Was it one project, or do they centralize, their approach to Gen AI?
Yeah, that changes a bit. A few years ago, it was very use case driven. So a company picked a use case and they tried to AI enrich that. That's how it works, and to connect the data, and that's how it usually worked. Nowadays, and that's why we also start with vision, and that's also why I think you started with vision, you want to have real business impact. So you want to place it in the context of the wider organization, and therefore it needs to be part of your vision. So these days, nowadays it usually starts with defining the digital vision and the customer engagement vision, and then look at what are the most important use cases underneath that we need to build to drive the transformation and that business value. And I think that's pretty much what you presented and how you also proceed with this.
Yes, if I may add something, may we have this slide with the road? Yeah, so I think that in our case, we are somewhere between point 1 and 2 at the stage that we are today, because we have the vision how we would like to develop that. But our approach to development of strategy is such that we always do it internally, together with our employees, with our managers, with people that are working on issues. So to be able to do it this way, we have to have enough knowledge and some experience to start. So the stage that we are in now is the collecting experiences. We have some vision, we are collecting first experiences, we are building the team from the people that are inside the organization, which is also reducing cost. Of course, we didn't have any AI expert, so we ask one person to enrich our team, but it's only one person. All other participants of initiatives are internal people, and we are doing those things. We are learning how it works, what are the possibilities, what are risks, how to do it. And I hope that thanks to those experiences and knowledge that we'll possess in the process, it will be possible to define more formal strategy, more formal approach to next steps. So, and I think that this part that is between point 1 and 2 here is very important, Because even if we will assume that we would like to make our development together with external consultants, the organization has to be ready for that. We have to know how to talk with consultants, what to expect, what is possible, what is impossible, and things like that. So that is my comment for that.
Yeah, we have the first question from the audience, from Olivier. Nowadays, invoice finance AI is only used by a few pioneers. When do you think it will become a must-have and factoring organizations will be at a disadvantage?
Well, I think it is a must-have already, because, like I said also, and like you also presented, it's about bringing value in engaging your customers, and really understanding what drives their lives and how you can play a role in that. And in traditional way of workings, that's sometimes, most times, very difficult. When you are not having a very extensive relationship management approach, it's very difficult to really, with the siloed IT architectures that are driving this, very difficult to really engage deep with your customers. And we all know that the very traditional relationship management ways of working are too expensive, and are not something that the next generation is waiting for. So I would say the time is now to transform, and take the steps that well, we both presented actually.
So my perspective is a bit different. I think that it's a must for today to be interested in that subject, and to know what it can give to the organization. Maybe the answer is not obvious, so it's important to try to test, to read, to experiment, and in that we are in that area. Of course, there are companies that are much more advanced, but I think that from today's perspective, it is trend, it's global trend that we have to be aware and probably follow. Everything here also depends on costs, because it's not play for play, it's play for money, and the large question is if it may be monetized in our businesses. And to be honest, I don't know question. That's why I'm trying to check.
Yeah. So now I want to move to the use cases, which is a very exciting part, given you will all get a sneak peek into a solution that's not even on the market yet, but will be launched in a few weeks. And while Piotr will be preparing to show you that, I wanted to ask you, Diederick, so we can get connected here to show the solution. I wanted to ask you, Diederick, in one of your academic publications, you talk about the death of a financial advisor. Is that really so, or do you think, as the example will show, that we still need human input and expertise into such a robo-advisor?
Yes, I think you need both humans and technology, but not for all cases. So when it comes to bigger and more heavier financial decisions, like buying a house or having a real big growth capital injection in your company, that's, I think, a lot of people business going on still. But to help you advance your financial wellness in your credit card or debit card spendings can be perfectly automated, driven by AI, and be much smarter based on all the analysis of the transactions than humans can deliver. So I think, in essence, AI is going to strengthen the ability of people. Also, when it comes to more heavier financial decisions, then I think the advisors will be more driven by Gen AI type of solutions, but they will do the advice because they need to investigate the context of the company or the person. And that's, I think, so it's not the death of the advisor, better would have been that of the traditional advisor, because I think tech is going to be a major role in everything.
Just enhance, yeah. Piotr, the stage is yours.
Okay, so we simply can ask the questions. We have some prepared question, so maybe we can start with something that is already prepared.
Yeah, let's start with the basic one.
Maybe those yours questions.
Yeah. What is factoring? Co to jest factoring? Does the bot speak English?
Yes, we tested it in Polish, but in fact it can operate in Polish and English, and the questions may be given in Polish or English, and the answers can be given on Polish and English, but English version was not deeply checked, so we'll see.
Really curious about the answer.
I don't know if you can read the answers from the screens, but maybe we can, is it possible? It's good enough, okay. So maybe we can add the question about the Klarna.
Yeah, but I mean, from someone who's been in the industry for quite some time, the answer seems correct. Financial service designed to improve cash flow for companies. Invoice issuance, factoring agreement, advance payment. His English is is exquisite. Yeah, so the second question is factoring similar to Klarna?
So now he's comparing those two solutions and giving some nice answer. So maybe we can ask something that you would like to ask, just to test. We are trying to treat it as some kind of test. So please not hate us if something will go wrong, but it's also we can use your creativity to ask something.
Maybe someone online? No?
Sorry?
How much does it cost?
What's the cost?
The cost of what? The preparation
of
or
financing, of factoring, of the service.
Okay, what is the cost of the service?
I don't know anything about factoring, so I would like to ask.
How much does it cost? Okay.
How much does it cost? Yeah.
So we are not focused here to make comparison of our service to the other services, but we can give some spread. It's not the offer that is information from the market, what the customer may expect. And we are focused on not giving names of competitors. It was really tough because at the beginning it was possible asking, different questions to force this mechanism to give answer in not pleasant way, to compare some companies or to give information about customers of us or other companies. So we hope that this part is stopped.
But what is good, I think, is you mentioned in your presentation that there is a fear in the market for factoring, and this is the objective of this is to reduce the fear and make people more accompanied to it. And I think that's what it does really well, isn't it?
Yes, it depends from the generation of people, in fact, because coming back to the question about the customer care, there are generations, older ones, that prefer to have contact with person and to chat with person, but some smaller generations, some people from representatives of those generations would like to talk with machine. They don't want to have emotional contact during the conversation. They would like to be able to ask any question without an emotional cost. So maybe it will be something that will support processing knowledge by them.
Have you investigated also what drives the fear of people in the market? And did you use that in your training set?
I think that if the company is smaller, then they have much less time to educate themselves, because the owner or the people that are inside have to spend their time to do everything. They are accountant, lawyers, operation officer, and also customer center. So they simply don't have time very often in the normal operation hour to contact with somebody and to talk. Also, they can feel that it will cost a lot of time. And also using such tool, you can contact with that anytime simply you want, and you can discuss with him anytime you wish and come back when it is comfortable for you. Yes?
So I am a small SME with a revenue of, I don't know, 500,000 euros. I have a lot of small invoices. Can you help me with the financing?
You would like to?
Yes.
To ask such question?
That's the question, yes.
Okay, let's try. With revenue of
5,000 euros approximately.
5,000
you
euro.
Can translate into zloty, I don't know.
Okay, 5,000 euros, all right.
500,000, sorry, 500,000.
500,000 euro.
That's not that small.
What you advise for me, yes? What will be the advice for?
And can you help me with the financing, yes?
But your question is if we can provide the financing, or if...
We'll see.
We'll see what happens, okay? Because our aim here is not to prepare offer to the customer, rather information. But if the discussion will go to that direction, this mechanism will offer contact. So if you would like, we can contact with you, or you can contact us, and then we can talk about, commercial details. But you will not get commercial details here.
Yes, I am just, curious about whether this is a suitable financing option for me.
We'll see. There is the answer.
Yes, because that's I think also an issue in the market. Is there are many financing opportunities. Which one is the best for me? What fits my situation best?
So certainly, with an annual revenue, you fall well within the range of business that can benefit from the factoring services. Factoring can provide you with advanced payments and following. And to better assist you, I will need to ask you questions. And now we start the conversation. So we have to, now the conversation starts. You have to answer the questions. We will ask another questions, and then maybe some product will be give you as some advice.
But I think the potential of this is fantastic. If you move it more to these kind of more generic advice, because it's usually also unclear for small businesses where to go to ask whether factoring or leasing or a cash loan is best fit. So if you could advance this in that direction, then you get a lot of traffic, I think, and help a lot of SMEs.
We feel that there is a lot of ideas and potential how to use it, but we would like at the first stage not be, we would like not to use it as a direct sales force of us, but rather really as an educational initiative that will finally, if the potential customer will be satisfied, we will propose contact. But of course, we can. One of the version of this mechanism was very aggressive seller. So after such question, you have the offer, you know, exact product offer and everything. But we escape from that because we think that it is, you know, narrowing the potential. In fact, we would like to advise, not to sell using that tool. At this stage, maybe it's wrong. We'll see.
I'm glad that the audience really likes it. Unfortunately, we're running a bit out of time.
Last question.
Last question from the audience, please.
Just a general questions from our customers. How factoring can improve our working capital or my working capital?
Okay, we are putting that.
How factoring can improve our working capital?
And in the meantime, Diederick, we've got a question from the audience. Most of the factoring companies are linked to a bank. Do you think new technologies, namely AI, e-commerce, and digitalization, can create space for independent factoring companies?
Yes, that's also what you see happen in many CEE countries, but also in Western European countries. There are new fintechs arising, specifically focusing at factoring and at, like you said, for example, very small ticket factoring. Or, usually the fintechs look at what the bank doesn't finance and take these kind of segments. And with the new technology, your business model is different. You have very low cost operations, so you can move into other segments. So yes, I would fully support that idea.
It looks like your question got answered. So hopefully we can show the questions and answers afterwards. I wanted to ask about the future, but I think we really got a sneak peek into the near future at least. So I hope we're running out of time a little bit, but I really wanted to give you a sneak peek into the art of the possible. So I hope that you will leave this panel with a little bit more excitement, or at least a little bit more consideration towards Gen AI in receivables finance and what it can do, especially in areas such as customer experience, credit risk management, data structure. So I'd like to thank my panelists for today, Piotr and Diederick. It was a pleasure hosting this panel. Thank you to everyone online and here in the room, and enjoy the rest of this conference. Time for coffee. Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo.
All right, yes, so thank you very much for this very first panel, and we are moving to the next one and to the next topic, which will be devoted on how to minimize frauds in digital factoring and invoice finance. We will have two presentations here, and after that we will have a panel discussion. So we are ready to start with the first presentation in that panel. Let me invite the first speaker, Miljan Gudelj, CEO and co-founder of a factoring fintech from Serbia. You're welcome.
Hi everyone, happy to see you here. As Olena mentioned, I'm co-founder and CEO of Finspot. We are a fintech company in SME lending space. And I'd like to say that we are a little bit special fintech company because none of the co-founders and only one team member actually comes from a banking sector. So the way we develop our product, the way we develop our service is really driven on one side from an experience of our average customer, and on the other side from the experience of IT industry. We are very familiar with innovation. When you develop a fintech company in a country like Serbia, you not only develop a financial product, but usually you develop infrastructure that is required to support that financial product as well. We proud ourselves that we obsess about customer experience, and we want to deliver them financing very quickly. We want to deliver them financing reliably. We want to deliver them financing in the amount they actually require it. So we finance invoices that are super small, and we finance invoices that are, let's say, up to 150,000 euros. In order to do so, we need to make financing extremely reliable for us. And we utilize all the tech that we can get our hands on in order to make that happen. Even though we are very tech heavy, very tech focused, things happen. And we need to update our internal procedures all the time in order to evolve with the market. And unfortunately, updating internal procedures, measures, protections, those things usually do not come after a nice team building, after a nice lunch, after on a sunny day when everything is going right. That happens when you have a massive problem and you're about to lose a lot of money. Let me take you 2 years back. So we were financing invoices for, let's say, 2 years. At the time, we have financed around 20 million euros worth of invoices, around 100 customers. We were implementing a lot of tools in the background to help us manage the financing process. At the time, we also had first automatic factoring transactions and so on. We were use machine fingerprinting, IP address checking, like everything that was available to us at the time to implement on our proprietary factoring software. But day has come, we asked a buyer to collect the invoice, and guess what? He was like, okay, we already paid that invoice to a different factoring company. And because we proud ourselves that we are very quick, that I was like, fine, we are probably the first one to finance. But guess what? We were not. And that's where, around 35,000 euro issue arise. Thankfully, we are tough nut to crack, and we really try to find a solution to the problem that we had, because our reasoning was if we don't do it, it is hard for others to do it, at least on our market. And also, that kind of our previous experience in innovation really helped us with this product as well. So we were really thinking hard how to solve the issue of double financing fraud. And it's actually the issue that is not that common. Many factoring players did not encounter it. But I bet you I can do double financing with each and every one of you here. So if I'm going to put myself in the shoes of white hacker, I can really, do such a fraud relatively quickly. And at the end of the presentation, I will show you a couple of use cases. But then we see what is available in the industry, and an amazing idea came to us. It's called actually a hash function. It is an amazing algorithm that basically can create a specific key that is not reversible. So if you're on a local machine, you create a specific signature of your invoice, and you share that signature with other market players without delivering a single business information. You can check is the same invoice that you are about to finance, so that you can finance somewhere else. And that's how our solution came up. We call it a Whisper. Whisper is an amazing product because it is a relatively simple solution that works in the background. And for most of our clients, it works without them even noticing it until it catches a fraud. And the ability of the hash function to actually create multiple signatures per invoice, to also create a signature for variation on your invoice. So it checks for even the similar invoices that might be financed somewhere else. It's something amazing. And this solution is, we are very happy to say that this solution is already in production, because our experience was very motivating, not just to us, but to also other players on our market, to see there's a real potential to such a fraud for them as well. Because previously we were very focused to verify the invoice. If we have a proper invoice that is not fraudulent, we thought we were fine. That is really not the case, because this is a different set of problems. And in October 2022, when our fraud happened, in about a month time, we had a proof of concept ready. We showed it to our partners in our factoring association. We started beta testing a few months later. And really quickly, all of us agreed that is around 11 banks and I think around 10 factoring companies. We all agreed to start using it. At first, contracts were signed in March last year, and from June, we are live. At the moment, only one multinational bank is not integrated. They are going to be integrated by the end of the year. All other financing players on the market are using such a solution. And that was possible because everybody was really reasonable, but also because everybody understood the problem, and we made it super easy to actually integrate with the solution. So we provide people with ability to use APIs. You can upload in TXT file, in Excel. You can even do things manually. And so far we have tested over, I think, 10,000 invoices. We didn't discover so far a single fraud, although we have discovered multiple cases where certain factoring company actually financed some invoices. It was not the case. It was just the fact that somebody managed to provide financing quicker than the others. But overall, this product was really widely marketed, published on the market that it exists, and we believe that it really reduced possibility of fraud by simply being a very good deterrent. Very important information here is that we were quite clever in the way we distributed the product. So we licensed it to our Chamber of Commerce, that is a governmental institution, and then they licensed it back to everybody else. And that also helped build the trust in the product itself. And the fact that it was implemented by 11 banks, it was tested by IT teams, and all gives you a solid sort of track record that the product is secured and it is not sharing any kind of business data. We have also implemented a model pay-as-you-go. It's a very small fee per invoice, and it goes down if your number of invoices that you are financing is massive. And even if you sort of integrate between 5 or 10 factoring companies, not the whole market, you will still deliver a solid value, so to say. Very important thing in light of previous presentations that we had, very important thing that I really want to say. If you automate things and you really want to do that in the future to keep the costs down, to improve your service, if you pursue embedded finance, for example, this product is basically a must. Because if you have a mix of traditional invoice financing companies and you have embedded finance, I bet that there's a lot of possibility for fraudsters to first, let's say, finance through traditional channels, just notify the buyer, and then finance through embedded finance platforms. Buyer will not know it in a short period of time, and because in most countries only notification of factoring is required, somebody is going to lose some money. And if you finance invoices on a larger scale, or if you finance small invoices, you really don't have time to check everything, and you are not going to call customers for €500 invoice or something like that. So in the future, if you want to automate, if you want to improve the service, a product like this might actually be a must, not just a nice additionality. And the technology that is required to solve it is really present. It is not that complicated, and it's very easy to be integrated in your existing operations. That would be it.
Thank you very much. And let me at once invite the second speaker, Matthew Salisbury, CEO and co-founder at Honey Badger from the UK, to share their experience and solutions with us.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm here for a few minutes just to talk about some of the new and alternative data sources that can be used to fight fraud. And these might be some data sources that you haven't thought about before, so hopefully I'll open your eyes to different ways of combating fraud and protecting your organizations. Now, the first question you probably have for me is, why is my company called Honey Badger? I'm not sure if you're familiar with a honey badger, but they're actually very fierce animals. They can fight much larger animals, and they have great stamina. They don't give up, and they keep on fighting until the end, and they usually survive. And as a company, we help people fight against fraud. So we have that ethos. The way we see it, if you're going to have any animal on your side fighting on your behalf to try and stop fraud, then the honey badger is really the animal that you want by your side. So that's why we are called the honey badger. Plus, it's kind of cute as well when it's not in a fight, so we like that about it as well. Now, to help you understand the role of Honey Badger, the technology, in invoice finance, I want to outline some of the challenges that we see today in the invoice finance sector. And the way I'm going to do that is to use an analogy as if we're playing chess. Now, who here knows how to play chess? A few people, lots of people. I thought there'd be a number of people. So you can imagine that as an organization, this is our chessboard, and your business is the king. So you're on the chessboard there, and that, of course, is your company, your business, your money. It's what you're trying to protect, and it's what we care most about. On the other side of that chessboard, we have bad actors. We have somebody who wants to come along and commit fraud and extract money from your organization at your expense. So it's not a good situation to be in. Now, the way we go about traditionally fighting against that, and I'm sure many of you do this today, you have measures and processes in place to protect your business and your money. So in this case, we've got a rook, a knight, a king. They're very high-value pieces. If you're familiar with chess, these are the pieces that you don't want to lose. They're very powerful when used correctly, but actually, they're not that great in terms of flexibility. So what we find when we're using pieces like this to protect our businesses, these are things like credit bureau checks. They're manually speaking to people. They're doing all sorts of manual processes to stop fraud and to do due diligence. And the challenge is that these pieces don't scale. They cost a lot of money, and we don't want to risk using them in every situation. On the other end of the chessboard, we don't just have one bad actor, we have many bad actors. Some are more sophisticated, some are big businesses, some have call centers, some have do this professionally. Others take chances, they're smaller people submitting finances, trying their luck. So you have a situation where you've got your business, some controls, and then bad actors trying to take advantage of you. And this setup here is what most invoice finance organizations have today. And if you play chess, you're probably thinking, well, where are the pawns that protect my back row? And that is the problem. Many organizations don't use pawns to protect their business. They only use expensive, high-value pieces to try and combat fraud. So this is where Honey Badger comes in. We act as that kind of first line of defense. We bring together lots of different new and alternative data sources into your defense line so you can use them very cost effectively, very fast, very flexible. And those of you that play chess, you know that you want to use your pawns first. You want to use to defend. And actually, when you combine pawns together in a row or in a formation, it's actually a very powerful tool. Although those individual pieces alone, one pawn isn't going to change anything, a row of pawns absolutely can. So that's the role Honey Badger plays. Now, you're probably wondering, well, what are these pawns? What are the data sources? What can we actually do with these? And I want to give an example of some of the data sources to consider. Imagine you've got a new customer and you're onboarding that customer. Well, you may think straight away, let's go to the bureau, let's do a credit check, let's look at the business. Well, actually, before we even get to that point, we can actually look at the email address and we can see what's the reputation, what social profiles does that email have? Do they have a LinkedIn? Does that LinkedIn account use stock imagery? Do they have PayPal? Do they have Skype? Do they have Binance? There's hundreds of data points we can look at and give you a score on that email address alone to say, hey, this is a good or a bad person. We can go further and we can go to the mobile networks. So we can take a phone number and we can say, whose identity is this registered against? So we can very quickly do an identity check to see, is this person who we think they are? Is the phone number suspicious? Are they overseas? Is call forwarding set up? These are all kind of tactics and tricks that fraudsters will use to kind of trick you. We may even look at the company website. We'll look and we'll see, are there spelling mistakes? Is it GDPR compliant? Does it have a privacy policy? Sometimes businesses will spoof, or fraudsters will spoof businesses, and they'll set up websites that look similar, but are actually quite different when you inspect manually. So we automate, we look at this type of content, and we use these pawns to actually detect, okay, is there risk? Because what we want to do is find those bad actors before you get to your more expensive, your more traditional defenses that you have available to you. Now, of course, you can bring in with Honey Badger traditional data sources, PEP, sanctions, your credit bureau ratings, your company registers, and your open source intelligence, company reviews and stuff. But these alone are even stronger when you combine it with some of these alternative or new data sources that I've mentioned here. So the benefit of this is when you do onboard somebody, you can instantly get a risk score. So you can tell, is it good, is it kind of medium, or is it high risk? So you know who to flag, who to look into more deeply, and who you can push straight through your platform and onboard more quickly to be more competitive. And we run thousands and thousands of checks per day on behalf of invoice finance companies, and some of the results that we see are a 48% reduction in onboarding costs. Sometimes when you're onboarding people, it can take 25, 30 minutes of investigation. Imagine having that instantly at your fingertips. We see a 30% uplift in the detection of bad actors. That means we detect more bad actors, less kind of get through the net, so we're more effective. And we get more data points. When we talk about machine learning and AI, data is important, and in the fraud space as well, having more data means better decisions. So having 25 times more data points makes us more effective at stopping and decisioning on fraudsters. What we do then as an organization is provide a risk score builder, so a scorecard that you can set and tweak and define different rules. You can have different thresholds depending on the risk tolerance. And then you can also get a report to see levels of compliance, what the outcome was it high, was it medium, which rules were triggered. And that's what we're all about. That's Honey Badger. Hopefully that kind of 10-minute introduction gives you kind of something to think about, and I hope that we can go away from this thinking about new and different data sources that we could all use to help stop fraud.
Yeah, thank you very much. In several seconds we will have the chairs for the panel ready here on the stage, and let me invite Miljan back to the stage, and also two panelists, Mariusz Kurzec, CEO of Polish factoring Fintechs MEO, and Katarzyna Matias, Product Development Director M-Factoring Poland. You're welcome. Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon. No, still good morning. Still good morning. Thank you very much for being here with us, especially guests out of Poland who came here, I hope by train and not by a plane, because we have to think about the ESG. First of all, welcome. I'm happy that we have a lady on stage, because I remember last year we had only some male colleagues on the stage. Second, Mariusz, is probably very cool for you sitting here, because the office of SMEO is just behind these windows and we can see your company. But let's talk about frauds, as this topic is focused on frauds. First of all, this example from Serbia is amazing, and as having here the members of Polish Factoring Association here, as I assume, I'm very happy of that maybe something will happen also on this Polish, and we will take an example, because as you said, it's obvious to have it. It's not a nice to have. It's and this example is amazing. And so let's maybe start to assume what kind of frauds we have in Poland. As we have two examples, we have huge corporate factoring, and we have SMEO, which is like a fintech. Maybe last year, some numbers about frauds, what kind of frauds you deal with last year. Is it like this double financing, invoicing? What kind of frauds we deal with now on this market?
First of all, hello everyone. What I would like to share with you, maybe the numbers comes later, but I would like to share with you the recipes for frauds that we met most often in our business. And the first one is fake invoices fraud. Yep. And there is often a case that we have a long-term stable cooperation with the client. So we know each other, we have a relation built. We also know the ways how we are conducting the business, our weaknesses also. And I think that this is the situation that we may not be vigilant enough, because there is a likelihood that client will submit fake invoices for financing when he faces financial problems. So this is it. And the first, he just want to borrow the money. Yeah? So he just putting fake invoices into the proper ones, and then he's giving the money back on behalf of the buyer. So this is the first case. Or he just corrects the invoices to zero when the payment term is closed. Of course, we will get to know this sooner or later during our monitoring processes. And if there's no collusion between the client and the debtors, because then it's harder. But it's usually too late, because in that case, often clients go bankrupt. Or when it's a non-recourse agreement, we have no coverage because the insurer won't pay the compensation for the invoices that didn't exist in economic transactions. So this is the first one. And the second example that we've met most often is double finance fraud. And I have a very recent one that happened last year on our Polish market. We had a client that had an agreement with a few financial institutions, so they were banks and factoring companies, and he was submitting same invoices to different factoring houses. What's more, there was a collusion between the clients and the debtors. So they all agreed to commit fraudulent activities just to avoid detection. And because
so they work together, like
yes,
the payer and the issuer of the invoice, they work together.
This was completely, and while the few financial institutions were simultaneously involved in that payment rotating scheme procedure, it was practically impossible to detect. So our monitoring processes, anti-fraud processes, covered 100% of invoices, and we had no red flags indicated. So this was completely conscious activity of the client aiming at obtaining financial benefits illegally. Yeah, so he did it by purpose. And this case, I have to say that the amount we've lost together was really substantial. So
what do you mean substantial for such a big institution as you are? You know,
like millions of.
Oh, millions.
Yeah,
hundreds of millions.
Close.
Close to hundreds of millions. So probably how many systems like you build in Serbia we can build for this amount? Probably like about 100 of them, I think.
A lot, I can say, yeah.
Or even more than 100 systems like this. So probably we can build a global system for this amount. So
within 3 months.
Yeah, but I think that in the future, you know, we will have to face more sophisticated fraud attempts. So we should.
Of course. So just to back to the question. So as you said, this double financing is the main issue nowadays, especially when there is.
Big one, yes, yeah.
Okay, it's a one big one. Mariusz, from your perspective, because
in small ticket, because
you have a small ticket. It's a different one. Smell is a fintech up to financing 1-2 million zloty.
But it's rarely, so we very rarely see 2 million. It's rather 100,000 PLN or 400,000 PLN. Average is close to 200,000, like $50,000. It's an average deal. Right, but probably the story is similar in the way the customers behave, because we have, let's say, small company, like let's imagine 2 million yearly turnover, right? So $500,000 yearly, and it cooperates, gets the limits, gets the accept invoices. You know, the debtors are approved, fine, because it's done automatically. So it gets the limit within 10 minutes. Then we check the debtors. It takes another, few minutes and cooperates. It's fine. It's everything fine.
So build like trust.
We work 1 year, 2 years, and suddenly the financial position of the company deteriorates, right? And when it deteriorates, now the game begins. So. And this is a soft one. This one I say soft one example, because he calls then, either he issues these empty invoices, that's a bigger problem, but I will tell you another one, and he calls his debtors and say, I will do this delivery to you, please confirm the invoice, please do it. And they do it. They help him to commit the crime.
So he is able to convince his contractor, the payer of the invoice.
Nobody wants to give me money any longer, but my problems will finish in 1 month's time. And they confirm.
And their colleagues, their friends, they help each other.
They can be somehow related also.
Yeah, so they commit the crime. So for us it's easier because we can go in Poland quite quickly via the bad debt companies to chase the debtor. And then how we collect the money. It takes some time. It takes 6 months, maybe 12 some months sometimes, but we mostly recover the debt. But the second example is that we have 2 crooks, or one very strong crook, and it's a bigger amount, for example, but the company is a little bit bigger. So comes with the problems we cannot discover because we don't see it yet, from different reasons. Divorced the wife, or happened something even more difficult in his life. So, and then he comes with the transaction, company exists, looks nice, and then let's imagine the debtor, or the one who wants to confirm that the invoice is leaving the company. So they, again, 2 are in a crime. So the one confirming the debtor is no longer allowed to confirm the debtor, confirm the debt. They confirm it, and then there's a red light. Many people do not observe, should. So that's a bad lessons for us. We recovered the money, but then the checking and the confirming the receivable, because that's a crucial problem of the fraud. If you confirm the receivable, if you confirm the delivery, you limit your risk. And yeah, if you don't call the proper person, the customer tell you, oh, that's the guy who will confirm everything to you. Never do it. Check this yourself. Yeah, always find the guy being responsibly financial organization to confirm the debt, to confirm the invoice to you, not via your client who say, oh, that's the person he's the manager in this company, very large company, by the way. You approve the debt, you approve the debtor, and then suddenly you are in the trouble. In this specific case, the company was a little bit better. So the company, but they were both crooks, so we chased both. But end of the day, the debtor said, "No, I never confirmed that. That's a criminal thing which happened."
Yeah, and the question is, as we know that this is happening, and we know that even if somebody stole thousands of millions or hundreds of millions zloty from a big Polish bank or institution, what is the penalty for such a person or such a criminal? It's probably nothing. You know, maybe a court case taking years in the Polish courts because we have some issues here, some years, and probably these people do nothing. But this 100 million is somewhere, probably somebody in somebody's garage or somewhere already in Dubai.
Real estate in Dubai. Real estate in Croatia or Dubai or Spain.
Yeah, but like just a question to you. As you hear these examples, what do you think? You know, like you had the same in Serbia and you found the solution.
Yeah, exactly. I can give you a few more, even more sophisticated examples. So in Serbia, invoice verification is now handled by government e-invoicing system, and that help us deal with that. But for example, when you have massive utility company in a country where they need like 3 days to record an email that they get, it's super easy for multiple factoring companies to finance the same invoice, because I mean it's a big utility company. You probably finance 10 million euros with them already, or 50 million euros already, and you know they are not replying on their emails too diligently. And the same company can finance 3 invoices, 3 emails they will receive, but they will reply to you after, let's say, 3 days. Or somebody will notice fraud only after a couple of days while the money is already in a frozen bank account. So it's relatively simple to commit this fraud if you actually know what you are doing. And that's why solution like we have developed is very simple, very effective, easy to implement, and really a lifesaver.
The question is if this solution also causes some problems, because you know probably it's some time when we have to wait to the confirmation from the system. Isn't an extra job for the factoring companies to, I don't know, to upload these invoices and so on? Or maybe there are some also mistakes, because sometimes it could be different invoices but like with some similar numbers. So I can imagine if it is a case?
Mistakes we managed to handle, because each invoice we sign like 5 different times. We do variation of due dates, of numbers of the invoice, and sometimes there are false positives. So sometimes they say, okay, this might be fraudulent, but they provide you contact details of different company. Then you can sort of investigate yourself and really quickly understand if it is the same invoice or not. The problem might arise when they actually collude, where invoices are verified and they actually make fake invoices with completely different numbers, completely different due dates, completely different invoice numbers. Where such thing happens, little you can do. When there's actual full collusion on both sides, the only thing that is a lifesaver there is creditworthiness of the buyer. At least nobody can claim that invoices did not exist. They existed. I mean, the job was not handled, but legally speaking, those are invoices, and the debtor owes to you something.
Okay, thank you very much. Matt, when you hear the stories of Katarzyna and Mariusz, you also have a solution, like how to prevent it, if you can just comment this.
Yeah, I mean, there's different levels you can kind of try and intercept. One is onboarding. You can try and stop the bad actors then, but as you mentioned, they actually were good customers that later became bad. One of the things you can do with technology and part of the automation and insights that we do a lot is actually taking contact information from the invoices and doing checks on them. So you're actually looking into the debtors and looking at the invoices and seeing are there mismatches in that data. So it's not just the direct relationship you have with your customer, but it's actually delving further into the invoices they submit, and often you'll see potential red flags in that data. It won't catch every use case, but it will certainly catch many use cases.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you like to comment? Yeah, of course, maybe the microphone will be busy.
Thank you. I think that's so maybe hopefully we'll soon use AI to do this. Yes.
Exactly. That was my question, because like as you have different approach to probably acquire new customers, as Mariusz, as Smeo, probably you focus mainly on the customers from online. And everything is digitalized, and this onboarding process, you never seen the customer. Maybe you met few customers in your career, but like because I was CEO of this company previously a few years ago, the Polish market knows. So I met just one or two of the customers, and we have thousands of them because everything is online. So it's more difficult to detect this kind of frauds on the onboarding process. But in your case, is it still like that you have this relationship manager who is always meeting a customer? Or, as everything is more and more digital now, you also try to have customers which are only onboarded online?
So we have both. Okay. We have both, yeah. But as I said before, that knowing your customer and have the relation built, it can be just it can be dangerous because we may not be vigilant, maybe in that case. Okay. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yes, please.
If I may, my amazing example of a fraudster, my favorite fraudster so far that we had.
Is he in a prison? He, she?
Dubai.
In Dubai.
Yeah. So you're in prison. Basically, the invoices were fake, but the way they were verified, that was the pre-e-invoicing system in Serbia, the way they were verified is amazing. So the guy targeted multinational companies present in Serbia that do not own local domain. So their domain was .com, but they did not own their own .rs domain. So he would purchase
okay, so the international company which has only international domain, internet domain, but doesn't have the local in Serbia.
Local one. So,
okay, so he bought them.
Yeah, the invoice was fraudulent, but it would be confirmed, let's say, from a purchasing manager, same email, same address. You find him on LinkedIn, everything seems perfect, but only .rs domain, signature perfect, everything great. And at that, there we could not claim against the buyer, even though notification was delivered properly because
the company doesn't exist.
No, company exists.
Exists, but the website.
But .rs, we got confirmation from .rs domain. And not the actual domain of the company
Serbia.
That they are using. And the invoice, even though we notified the company on a proper domain, the notification was not right because underlying invoice was not there.
Smart.
Very smart.
Smart. Mariusz, of course.
One comment, because factoring is all about track record in many cases. So like the whole trade finance area, I used to meet in mBank many years ago, many customers. But if you have the track record there and you have the data, Matt, you are collecting the data, you can do it in Poland within seconds. You see whether the client has ever worked with the debtor. If you see it's a first delivery, first invoice to this client, that's a red flag you can have at once. And the second red flag on the track record is a compensation. If they work together, it's another fraud can happen because they compensate their deliveries. So there are some limits you can put into your red flag, how much compensation you approve. Is it 70%? Is it 80%? Is it 90%?
Because there are segments where the compensations are quite high.
Yes,
levels.
you can do it.
Marketing, for example,
Right,
events.
so, yeah, all these supply chain finance transactions, they run risk of the compensation. If you go to the Carrefour or Auchan, whoever they are, big names, they can always compensate because something is wrong with the delivery. So you take these risks. So it's all about track record. So if your track record is good, there is the 5th or 10th or 100th delivery, your risk is limited. It's not limited to 0, of course, but it gives you a lot of comfort. Sorry.
So the question is, we know that such a system exists in Serbia. 15 institutions, or like even more, agreed to do it. There are solutions, there are software houses, there are companies who can provide it. Why, in the biggest country in the Central and Eastern Europe, where we have these frauds, we don't have such a system? Yeah, it's a question for you. Unfortunately, nobody from the Polish Factoring Association is on the stage, so I couldn't ask this question, but...
I can start, Michał, because I am always not political guy. So I used to help create such a system in the Polish Leasing Association. It was just after crisis, financial crisis, you remember, 2009. So we all were under pressure of the clients everywhere, frauds, all this stuff. And the biggest those days company, which was called EFL, funding SMEs, mostly micro and SMEs, did not want to share the information about their clients and their frauds. So, and after the crisis, they suddenly discovered that they had a lot of frauds, a lot of vendor frauds. So then they opened the door and we said, guys, we lose something like 100 million PLN a year. Let's do it. Don't earn money on that. And that was 2011. We did it within 6 months. You are better, 3 months. But in the leasing industry, 6 months, wow, it's very quick, very agile. And now I think I know that Polish Factoring Association is trying to implement that. But we had first political influence of the large ones. Why to do it? Small ones will benefit. Why? Small ones are agile. We'll let this solve that. We don't need it. And then you say it will take a lot of efforts, time, RODO and this time. Others could have solved it, and it's existing. They don't lose the money. What we are waiting for? Only for that the biggers are not happy about that. Small will find their own way to do it. So somebody has to, say, guys, for the good of the industry, we have to do it. We have to not wait another 10 years.
Maybe it will happen today. As will be a huge success of the conference, I think, as we have the Polish Factoring Association here, we have providers of the IT solutions. We have also a company like KsEF is also with us here. I think like KsEF helps in this solution for leasing companies, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah,
but also the Polish Banking Association, due to the RODO, this GPRD, sorry, RODO Polish, GPRD limitation, Polish Banking Association took over the position, and you can do it via them. That is safe. But now in the Leasing Association, people do not earn the money, and now in the Factoring Association, how we earn money on that? So we sell our information for what? For the sake of the industry. So not because to earn money.
Katarzyna? Based on my experience in Poland, we have a problem of the law we have to comply with, and for years we've been facing with this unsupportive legislation. Because right now existing law doesn't allow us to share the information, to exchange the information about clients, transactions, debtors, unless there is a reasonable suspicion that the crime has been committed. So, together with with the association, Polish Factors Association, we make continuous effort to change it and to be involved in the legislation that will, protect our interests. And right now, the draw of changes is undergoing public consultations. Oh, wow. So it's the step further. And the other one is that we already joined one anti-fraud solution, like the big anti-fraud platform, And there is another one under discussion that Mariusz mentioned. And this gives us the opportunity to check the related entities, to check if any fraud happened in the past, or to check the pairs of debtors and clients, whether they exist in another factoring company. So these are some.
I know you are very supportive, so M-Bank and M-Group is very supportive in that area. You have to convince all the other colleagues in the bigger organization to accept
I'm optimistic, you know.
Yes, no.
Thank you, finger crossed for that. But another segment, payday loans, for example, in Poland, also because of help of KsEF, they built such a platform to exchange informations among them about, let's say, loans, and they do it without any legal changes, just because all customers agreed. Yes. In the agreement, they have to agree to be a part of this, let's say, database. Of course, it needs the change in the agreement, and it's more complex, but sometimes you can, like bypass the regulations. Mats, you like to add something?
Yeah, I think, here we're taking the assumption that the approach is a consortium, data sharing between organizations. Actually, it doesn't have to be that way. So you mentioned there kind of payday loans and buy now, pay later examples. Yeah. We do a lot in that space as well in consumer finance. And one of the data points we use is actually the mobile spending data. So looking at is somebody on a pay-as-you-go, a burner phone, or a pay monthly, how long have they been in contract for, how much do they spend a month, things like that, which you don't have to go to a consortium to get access to. But to your initial question around some of the challenges, I think fraud prevention is seen as a cost, and it's also very hard to measure ROI, because if you've stopped a fraud, well, how do you measure what the impact was, okay? Where we're seeing a lot of change, and we do a lot in the UK and the US, it's actually looking at fraud technologies as a competitive advantage. So you can automate and bring people on much quicker. You don't have to wait days to get access to finance. You can do it instantly, and they can then compete with the buy now, pay laters and other new methods of finance. And so I think we have to have a new mindset around how can we use this technology not just as a cost, but as a way to maximize revenues as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment, please.
Yeah, so we also had the same problems for data sharing in Serbia. But we created a whisper in a way that only metadata is shared. So no GDPR laws are...
This is a solution. Yeah, Kasia, of course.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
As Serbia is not a member of the European Union, so you don't have this GDPR, but probably you have something similar, as I assume.
We need to comply with it, even though it's not part of we are not part of the EU, but application process.
Okay, because you are in this application process. Okay, so something like Georgia, for example. Okay, thank you very much. And as we know that there are some changes in the Polish law happening now, and this KsEF, we call it in Polish, is this e-invoicing system, like a governmental system. It should be now, but like something is postponed. Somehow they postponed it, the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, it was already.
Oh, it's a database. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for adding this information. So, is this a solution? As there will be one database of the invoices run by the Minister of Finance. Is it a solution? Maybe Katarzyna, you have an experience in this field. Like, what are your opinion?
To begin with, I think that first of all, that kind of centralized invoicing system will force the potential fraudster to think twice before cheating. So this is the thing. So probably the fake invoices problem and also this double finance fraud should be limited. We have to remember that uploading your invoices into the system automatically creates the VAT obligations. So this is the first thing. And the other is that your debtor will get to know that the invoice was issued. So without the collusion, it shouldn't happen. Yeah. So this is the first one. I have some doubts about this double finance frauds because right now the client can indicate in the special field in the form he's filling out one factor and two factors or more. But we can, of course, check it and monitor it. But I think that we can also somehow miss it. Till the time we will be uploading these invoices automatically from KsEF system into our operational systems, and I know that all the factors are thinking about this. Not all are prepared, but this is, I think, that part 2 of our adventure with KsEF planned. And what's more, we can also use KsEF now for this random verification of invoices. So you can just, check if the data in the KsEF matches the one that we have in our system. But still, right now we can do it manually. And as we are financing around 26 million invoices yearly in our market, so it can be a hard job. So.
Yeah, it's huge. Mariusz, some comment how the KsEF can change?
I agree.
KsEF goes to the central database of the invoices.
Yes, this KsEF, the structured invoice, because that's the translation of that in Poland, will give some comfort. Kasia, I agree. So that we have done a lot of efforts together. We all of that have done it, but it will limit, in my opinion, only a little bit. Only a little bit. It's now the game of the factors in Poland and other players, not only us, customers, banks, everybody. Also Factoring Association to act with Ministry of Finance. Because the former government, they did not care about this change. The double invoice, they could implement it immediately. It's small, it was not a big change. The new government probably is now also very much busy with other things. So is this common applications, industries, finance, customers, if they apply for the Ministry of Finance to do so, maybe not in the first phase, but in the second, yes, it can work. And that will improve significantly. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and Mariusz, so just to add, I was involved in the dialogue and with some kind of workshops with my Ministry of Finance as a member of Polish Factors Association, and I have to say that we've already some of our ideas were already implemented, and they are open for further discussions. So that's positive, I think.
Second phase, I believe it can help.
Yeah, but it takes time. This is a problem.
Another year or two, maybe.
I remember this first discussion.
These are groups of interest. Everyone are interested to.
Yeah, I'm not in the market of factoring for last. I don't know. I left the board 2 years, more than 2 years. I left the board of Smeo, and I changed my career and I moved to Berlin. But I remember I heard about it years ago. Yeah. Some comment, Mats, please.
Yeah, one of the things that always happens is fraudsters adapt. So no matter what you do, they find ways around it and new methods. And actually, they're very smart, and probably that to adapt, you have to come to conferences like this. There's probably a few watching online right now, listening to what we're saying and figuring out, what can they learn from it? And we kind of laugh at that, but it's true, right? They're actually doing that level of knowledge and due diligence, and people do adapt. So I think no matter what we put in place, we're always going to be having to do something else to try and take it a step further.
So welcome to the fraudster who is somewhere here with us.
I fully agree with that. Yes.
Of course, they're always ahead. It's obvious that we are running behind, of course, but
we can do a lot to prevent it. In Serbia, the same system has been implemented for a year or so now. I'm the biggest fan. It helped our industry a lot. The issue we had is that Ministry of Finance, who is in charge of the system itself, they realized that the economy is extremely complicated. And the way they implemented the system, it was great for base case, but there are so many
corner
cases that had to be dealt with, and dealing with that took 2 years. We as a factoring association, for example, were not able to implement change of creditor on our invoicing system for one simple reason, and most likely it's not going to get implemented at all. System is designed in a way that when invoice is confirmed by the buyer, it's locked and it's set, and you cannot change it any way possible. So there's no change of creditor there, which means you cannot use the same system for double financing fraud, for example. But it is a great system to verify invoice itself.
Okay. Of course, the open topic is still, because we are run of time, but the open topic is still the international invoices. But for that, maybe we need that Serbia will implement it on this European Union level, finger crossed, or somebody else. or we have to use probably the databases or the providers of the system, which are international. Well, maybe this is also the idea. Yeah. Just last word, Katarzyna? Some last comments?
So last word. So I think that it's crucial for us to introduce zero tolerance approach to any kind of fraud together. And it's imperative that we'll have this new technologies just to tackle and trace and tackle fake invoices. And for sure, this we can do this only together. So we should foster a culture of trust and cooperation among factors. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Mariusz, last comment.
Best practicing sharing, then that will help very much. So if we have this cooperation, that we all together can make this solution in Poland, then it's to keep the group working and make the best practice sharing. Because even that what we discover in the small ticket will be useful for you, because they learn to each other very quickly, and the bigger cases also will help us to prevent and to implement these red flags. More these red flags and the information from the databases we collect, less trials of the attempts of those guys will be there, and they will change the industry somewhere else. So of course always will be some cases because the situation of the customers deteriorates, and that's the major incentive why they do it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having this panel together. I think it was very insightful. And finger crossed for the discussion among Polish factors.
If I can make only, because I said about the exports, we did not cover that point.
Yeah, we have no time.
Yeah, I know. It's only my advice from historically, because I used to do what you do. Always check if you have a bigger transaction. Check who is a bigger customers. Check that the customer behind abroad. You have a data. So bigger customers, not sole traders. Prevent the sole traders.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I thought about the same when I was looking this Honey Badger solutions, because to check who is your business partner abroad. Yeah, it's a education for our clients.
You have this now, the database like this SkyMinder. You can use it. I will not mention who is selling this, but you can also automatically within seconds you know who is there. Secondly, use the technology and track record. Is it the first transaction or the track record? Was it in the past? It always gives you the chance to do it. Or you have this factor chain. You can also do it when even the non-recourse finance, of course.
Technology is here. The willingness is here. Let's do it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance.
And now we have a break, and in 20 minutes we are back on stage. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. All right, so we are back on stage. So yeah, it's difficult to grab people after the break, but let's continue the topics. And now will be a great and very important panel during which we would like to discuss how e-invoicing accelerates invoice finance. And we will have 3 presentations before we will have a Q&A session. And after that, let's discuss all the opportunities and challenges that we have right now in the region, because e-invoicing and embedded actually invoice finance seems to be like a perfect solution, especially for SME customers, because it is event-based, because this is the very right moment when the customer issues the invoice, and this is the very right moment to offer to finance this invoice actually. So let's discuss how it works, how it can work, what are the challenges and opportunities. And I invited the first presenter, the first speaker at the stage, Katalin Kauzli, co-founder and business development director at PartnerHUB from Hungary. You're welcome.
Thank you, Olena, and hello everyone. I have been talking quite a while now about the invoicing, but I can't stop talking about invoicing, and the reason is that invoicing is very important because it digitalizes the invoice, which is the underlying asset for invoice finance. So if you have available digital invoice data, then your whole invoice finance process can be digitalized, and it will affect sales, operations, and risk processes. Why are we talking about invoicing? Because 80+ countries either have implemented or discussing to implement invoicing regulations. So this means that invoice data will be there you can use invoice data for your operations. It's basically money lying on the street. You just need to get it up. Digitalization of customer journeys will give you 20-30% operational efficiency gains, which means that you can operate cheaper and you can attract new customer segments to be financed. And the third thing is that data will be available, and as Diederick talked about, economic output and economic performance and business relationships will be formed in a different way. We will serve customers in ecosystems, and the standardization and accessibility of digital data will contribute to this also. As I mentioned, and we also saw a chessboard already today, invoice data will change the whole invoice finance game. It will change the way how you can sell your product, how you can access customers, because invoice data will also enable embedded finance, and sharing of invoice data becomes possible along various participants. Onboarding and operational processes will be also affected, as you have, again, access to digital invoice data. You can digitalize these processes as well. We also saw the presentation of Honey Badger, so invoice data will be such a commodity just like an email address. The accessibility will be different, but it will be there. And in the previous panel, we also heard about the invoice fraud. I'm very happy that it was already mentioned. The tax authority will be on your side with the introduction of e-invoicing. At least part of the fraudulent invoices will not be created for the future. And if you have the structured invoice data, it will be even easier to check the invoice data for double financing. And I'm sorry about those who have seen these slides, but I keep repeating it because this gives you the understanding why e-invoicing is important and how you can use invoice data to digitalize your financing processes. So invoice and invoice data is the deepest and widest data source in the purchase-to-pay process. And e-invoicing gives the structured data and standardized data. So it will be, as I said, a commodity. You can use the supplier, buyer data, invoice amount, payment terms, and payment means in a standardized way in your factoring processes. So it will help you in a lot of ways. And what is an e-invoice? An e-invoice is a structured data source. Up until now, we were used to the paper invoices, the PDF invoices. Now, as it becomes digital, it will become also a structured data type of, it will be structured data as well. So you can work with it as with any other structured data source. How you can get access to invoice data, we've been just discussing it during the break. First, it can be embedded into the invoice document as well. So you can have a so-called hybrid invoice where besides the PDF, you will also have the structured data in the invoice. You can get invoice data right from the issuing system by integrating with the invoicing solutions, and you can also get access to invoice data from tax authorities or account aggregators. So there will be different countries will implement different invoicing regimes, but there is one thing sure, that the invoice data will be somewhere there and you can find it. Obviously, besides the invoice data, another data sources will support the digital factoring journey. I won't go into the details because they were already mentioned, but invoice data and other data together can help you with all the issues that you are facing today. And besides all the checks and back office processes, a very important thing can also be digitalized. Digital customer journey can be built up. The whole factoring experience can be changed and can be made easier for customers to get an invoice finance. So if you just need, I don't know, virtually a couple of clicks on the customer side or the customer user interface, obviously you will do a lot of work in the back end, but it will be a much easier and much more convenient process for your SME customers to have access to factoring and have access to invoice finance. And I think this is also a very important thing, so that it becomes comfortable for customers to get this type of financing. So if you just really ask a couple of questions and the customer just needs to click, next, finish, and you have the invoice financing, then it's much easier. It's much easier to sell. It's much easier to buy basically the service. I would like to show you a couple of examples from Hungary. As in Hungary, not an e-invoicing regime, but a real-time data submission regime was introduced in 2018. And first it was introduced for larger companies, but then the threshold was lowered to all invoices, basically. So this kind of revolution already happened in Hungary, and there are a couple of solutions who integrated the invoicing data and the use of invoicing data into their solutions, and there will be all the accessibility of invoice data, how factoring companies use this. The first example I would like to mention is Babič, which launched a digital factoring solution. And besides launching a digital factoring solution, they also launched their own online invoicing solution. So when the customer logs into their system, they can issue their invoices, but they can also start the factoring process as well. Besides their own invoicing solution, they integrated with the largest Hungarian online invoicing solution for SMEs, and they did an end-to-end integration. I will show the details of this integration as well, but it's the same. The customer issues the invoice, and then it can also start the factoring process as well. There is another digital factoring solution called Fintechs. They integrated with the two most popular online invoicing solutions via their APIs. So it's basically, again, the same. The customer logs into the online invoicing system, and then they can initiate the financing process right from the invoicing system, which is basically the embedded finance. So this is how it works. The company starts issuing an invoice. It will input the customer name. It will also put the due date and the payment method to the invoice. So we have, just we are collecting the necessary data points for the invoice finance. They will also enter into the invoice the item and the price data. So we will have the invoice amount. And finally, if we have all this data, the customer issues the invoice, and in the background, real-time risk assessment is run in the background, and the customer sees also instantly if the invoice can be financed, and if the invoice can be financed, then the SME can have the money instantly within 24 hours. So you can see how easy it can get with the use of invoice data. I won't talk about this example because Boglárka will explain K&H Bank solution and how they use digital invoice data from Hungary. Besides Hungary, I also wanted to mention a couple of other examples from other countries. India also introduced an e-invoicing regulation starting in 2020, and I just would like to introduce the company called Credible. They are a working capital solution company. They also set up their own invoicing solution for the smallest companies. So it's the same thing. You can issue your invoices from their platform. They also did the integration with the one of the most widespread accounting solution called Tally, so they can pull invoice data from a third-party data source. So it's already happening in other countries as well. And another example which I would like to mention, which is not for the smallest companies, but a little bit bigger companies, is the MasterCard SAP Pioneer cooperation for embedded finance. So basically, SAP Pioneer has the invoicing part, and then they can initiate the financing process. Also, again, right from the ERP system. If you ask for this presentation, you will see the link about the webinar when they talk about this. So it's happening all over the world, but what effect does digitalization have on the small company's life? In Hungary, the factoring industry does not have a very high GDP penetration, and it's a highly concentrated market dominated by banking players. And the biggest problem is for the smallest companies that even if they take the factoring, it is likely that the bigger companies are financed this way, so the smaller companies are not financed by factoring. But if we go into a real-life example of the számlás.hu and flexible integration, then you can see that we have an SME with a revenue of approximately 500,000 euros. It's a good company, it's a stable company, being there already with 25 years. And because of the integration of the online invoicing solution, számlás.hu and Flexible, they could start factoring their invoices. This company factored more than 400 invoices. So you can see that the individual invoice amount is not that high, but it means that invoice finance becomes accessible for smaller companies, and as a result, they could decrease their sales outstanding by 74 days, which is life-saving for smaller companies. And if you calculate the costs of this better working capital position, it amounts to 4,000 euros, which is not a small percentage of the profit of 80,000 that they make. So if you see the big picture, I think it is attractive. But if you see the other end, from the small guy's perspective, it is also a very important thing that we start using invoice data for factoring because it makes more accessible and cheaper. And I would like to thank you for this.
Thank you very much. And I will invite at once the next speaker, Boglárka Wanderscheid, Head of Working Capital at the K&H Bank from Hungary. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Here in the conference room and also remote at your home or at your office, who knows. I was invited by Olena to give you our Hungarian use case of Digifactor. Beside presenting you the Digifactor use case, I would like to demystify some misbeliefs. What are those? First of all, I think all of you agree that if all of us go to a company and start to speak about factoring, the first reaction will be too complicated, too document heavy, goes with a lot of hassle. The second thing, I think, on the factoring market is that usually we are competing with a normal working capital loan. Why we are competing with that? Because it's much easier from customer point of view. They don't need to submit any documentation. They only disburse the loan when they want to or when they need to. The third thing, and I think also very important, that on a corporate environmental, having a new innovation, a new digitalization, it always takes years, many years, until we can bring a new solution into operation. However, after my presentation, I really hope that all these misbeliefs will no longer excuse for the customers. So my plan is for today to have all these myths busted. But also next, or beside this busting these myths, I also give you like business-wise the example why the digitalization is also very important for factoring. My name is Boglárka Wanderscheid. I'm heading Working Capital Solution Directorate at K&H Bank, which means I'm also responsible for trade finance factoring product factories. But today I'm going to speak about receivable financing only. My presentation will consist of 2.5 parts. One is about the Digifactor itself, which is the first phase of our development. The second part will be much broader, because it's something like Katalin also mentioned, it's quite more country-specific one for Hungary. The second one will be for a much broader interest, I think an interest for all of you. This is a documentary story, e-invoicing, and half part, the last part, will be a personal story of mine, how within the bank we went through all this digitalization part. Here comes the name, the abbreviation of NAV. This is the Hungarian Tax Authority. As Katalin mentioned, we are in a quite restrictive regulatory environment, which means that all the taxpayers in Hungary has to upload their invoices to the Hungarian Tax Authority. This was the trigger of our development. As us as a factoring company, we also issuing invoices against our services, some of our services to our customers, and we also need to upload our invoices. But the trigger was that once we are uploading the invoices, why not to reverse the traffic and download those invoices and make it available to our customers? So the solution is quite easy. We are downloading the invoices, and these are available to our customers. They can only click which invoices they want to submit to the bank, and we receive it immediately, and we can finance it within 24 hours. But beside the easy solution, I would like to give you some background also. From 2021, yes, I already mentioned that all the taxpayers need to upload the invoices. During when we started to decide to go with this innovation or with this digitalization, we had many dilemmas, because it is not only to uploading the invoices, but all the taxpayers who are uploading those having an XML files, which is like an identity card for a company. This is an XML key. What if we as a bank do not receive the consent of the company using this kind of an XML key? How we can convince our customers to give the consent, or do we can we do that? Does it allowed by GDPR point of view, by compliance point of view, to use the identification key of the customers? So we had many discussion about that, but finally we found a solution which went through all the departments, all the compliance legal point of view. It's acceptable to all the parties. Also some words about the timing, because as I mentioned, it takes many years for us. From the first discussions until we went into production took 1.5 years. It's too long, too fast, you can decide, but within a bank, we believe it's quite short. And it was also a question mark whether go to the market first as a bank, because we had others, but not on the banking competitors, or being a fast follower. We wanted to be the first bank on the Hungarian market to come out with this solution, and finally we did it. And also the vendor who helped us to make this solution go into production gave us exclusivity. So until this year, until the end of this year, we will be the only bank who can give this kind of easy-to-use solution to our customers. And yes, it is very efficient. Why? Also from customer point of view, it's a click solution, so they no longer need to send any Excel sheets, any invoices, or any other documentation to us for factoring. And also efficient from back office point of view. We could significantly decrease the time what our colleagues are spending with the invoice buying with the manual workload at the back office. And here's something about the result. Yes, it is innovative in the sense that all the customers receive by 5 a.m. So every morning by 5 a.m. they receive the invoices what they can send to us for factoring. But not all the invoices, because the customers are uploading all the invoices, but on the front-end face of our online system, our customers only receive those invoices which are able to be financed, and they can decide near the first coffee in the morning which invoices to finance. And we also have another solution beside this kind of a click solution. I would say this is a pro solution. This is the automated financing, because the customer can decide that up to the limit of their factoring facility, they wanted to submit us each and every day all the invoices which are able to be financed. So no longer need to log into the system, no longer need to click, only give us the instruction for automated financing, and we are doing this quite automatically. And it is also important in the sense that this kind of a process is a straight-through process without any human intervention. So with the automated financing, we are also saving even further time for our back office. It's user-friendly. I can recall a client meeting when after production, when we went to a large company, and he told us, "No, guys, I don't believe you. It does not exist. No, with factoring, it's with lot of documentation." We set up the whole system, and next morning at 9 o'clock we received a call. "Wow, guys, you did it. Congratulate, because this is what I really wanted to." So this is how our customers accepted it. And I only want to speak about the last thing, because we have already had a discussion previously about fraud. But we believe that if a customer uploads an invoice to the Hungarian Tax Authority and we are downloading the data from that, it is no longer a fraud transaction. So we no longer ask any invoices from our customers for random check or just check it whether it's valid or not. So I think, or we believe that we can eliminate the risk of fraud. This was the first part of my presentation, the DigiFactor. And after we went for production, we asked the opinion of our customers. We made a deep interview, how they see the new improvement, the new development, but not only the DigiFactor, but also we asked their opinion about factoring, how they see our processes, what they would like to see as a next phase. And we received quite valuable feedbacks from them. we evaluated them, and I only wanted to highlight 2 of them because they referred to the direction we went forward. The one was that they no longer want to receive any documentation either by email nor by envelope by a normal post. And the second was that they want to use factoring as online as they can. So we decided that under the umbrella of the DigiFactor project, we start a second phase, what we call a documentary store. This serves as a library, a storage for our customers, where they can upload their documentation concerning all the factoring processes. Which documentation we are speaking about? These are invoicing, these are notifications, certificates, all kind of documents what we earlier sent it by email or by the envelope. 24 months we are storing this documentation, so the customer can decide when they want to download those documentation and at the time when they have time for doing that and when they have mood for that. So no longer depends on the emails and sorting the emails and so on and so forth. And we also could, with this solution, decrease the workload at back office because my colleagues no longer need to print out the invoicing, no longer needs to put it in the envelope. Also from the customer side, they no need to open the envelope and sort it somewhere else. We also created the invoicing. The customer can download the invoice from this documentary store. And to be honest, there was also hard internal pressure to us because we are no longer allowed to send any banking and business secret documents and bioattachment in an email form because it's no longer a safe channel. Because of phishing, because of fraud transactions, we have faced unfortunately more and more also in the corporate environment. So we had to find a solution how we can make it easier and make it more safer also to our customer and also to ourselves. So we could also did this internal recommendation complete. This was the second story. I think this is not a country-specific one, but I hope may inspire you. And after that, as I promised you, I will give you a personal story. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this chart. In my 20 years of banking background, I faced the chart many years. I can remember one example is the blockchain story, but I really believe that when we have a new innovation, a new digitalization, the movement is always the same. We went for production from Thursday to Friday, and I had a bilateral meeting with my boss, who is a board member, on next Monday. He congratulated, did it very well, 1.5 years. It's a little bit too long, but from his point of view. But does it mean that from tomorrow all your customers will use the DigiFactor solution? No, this is not the reality. I would say that currently we are in the throes of disillusionment and slope of enlightenment. The penetration is not more than 35-40% after 9 months, not more. We really hope that we can improve it, and we believe that we will improve the penetration, but I would say that the productivity won't reach 100% in a midterm. So that was my presentation about the DigiFactor story. It's very well resonated what Kati started about how we can accelerate the financing, receivable financing with the digitalization. I really hope it inspired you. If you have any questions, you can raise it during the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Boglárka. And now let me invite for the next presentation about implementation of the e-invoicing or integration with the e-invoicing solution in PKO Faktoring, Kamila Karaczun-Kuszmar and Maja Żakowiecka. Jeszcze jeden mikrofon.
Halo, halo. Działa? Dobrze. Welcome everyone to today's presentation on exploring the national e-invoicing system KsEF, digitalizing factoring processes. My name is Maja Żakowiecka and I am back office manager in PKO Faktoring, and this is Kamila, and she is a project manager at PKO Faktoring. We divided our 15-minute presentation into two parts. The theoretical part, in which we'll try to go through as quickly as possible, and the practical part, in which we'll try explain how the implementation of such a system looks like in practice. KsEF is a digital platform established by the Polish government to standardize and facilitate the electronic exchange of invoices. When will KsEF be mandatory? Currently, on a voluntary basis, it enables taxpayers to issue, store, and receive structured invoices. The e-invoicing was supposed to be obligatory in July this year, but during a press conference in January, the Minister of Finance announced that the date was postponed. Yes. And that in 2024, the obligatory KsEF is not introduced as a mandatory solution. Now briefly about the key features of KsEF. KsEF defines a uniform data format for ensuring consistency and compatibility with various systems. All invoices must be sent in XML files format. It uses encryption and signatures and digital signatures to secure the transmission of invoice data, protecting it against manipulation. Let's move on to the advantages of KsEF in factoring. Above all, KsEF automates invoicing processing, reducing the need for manual intervention and speeding up approval and payment cycles. Additionally, standardized data format and secure transmission increase the transparency and traceability of factoring transactions. In the long run, KsEF will help minimize administrative costs associated with manual verification of invoices to confirm their existence. The implementation of mandatory KsEF applies only for our invoices. So why do we want to implement KsEF for our clients? There is a number of reasons, but the most important goal is to reduce transaction risk as much as possible. KsEF not only facilitates the electronic exchange of invoices, but also plays an important role in minimizing the risk of financial manipulation, preventing fraud, and human errors. Thanks to KsEF, it's possible to track the history and status of each invoice. How can we achieve this? We can use one of two accesses to KsEF provided by the government. The first access is access as a third entity. In the context of KsEF, the first entity is a seller, the second entity is a buyer, and the third entity is any other unit with rights to download and view view invoice. Yes. The second way to read the data from KsEF is anonymous access. This allows a factor to confirm the existence of invoice without authorizing in KsEF. Anonymous access helps reduce the risk of financing a non-existence invoice. Thank you for your attention. I will give the floor to Kamila, who will tell you more about the practical aspects of implementing KsEF.
Thank you, Maya. Now I will move on to the second part of our presentation, where I will discuss how we implement KsEF solutions in PKO Faktoring. So, as Maya mentioned earlier, the obligatory date for KsEF has been postponed, and we also conducted a survey among our clients, asking them when they plan to start sending their invoices to KsEF. And the response was very consistent. They want to adapt KsEF only once it becomes mandatory, not before and not sooner. And this delay impacted our ongoing project, and the processes I will be describing are not yet available for our clients. So how do we want to do it? We want to simplify and accelerate our processes using two types of access to KsEF. These are the process diagrams. When we are entitled to KsEF as third entity, when we are authorized to KsEF. The one on the left is our existing process. It is some kind of manual. So first, our clients issue invoices in their systems, in their accounting systems or ERP solutions. They send it to the buyer, and when they want to finance these invoices, they have to log into our factoring application and then manually enter invoice data, or they can also upload, import an Excel file. Some of our clients must attach additional documents depending on the type of the business, on the risk assessment, and on the terms of contract. The final step is to click a submit button, and this is when the financing process is initiated. But there is also a verification process. So the documents that were automatically selected by our system's algorithm need to be confirmed by our employees. And how it is with KsEF? With KsEF, the process is much shorter because when our clients send invoices to KsEF and PKO Faktoring is indicated in XML file as third entity, we can download those invoices directly to our systems. So we don't need to confirm if the data is correct. We automate the verification process. We also eliminate the need to attach additional PDF invoice documents. So all the client has to do is just log into the application, verify the downloaded documents, and press the submit button. This is how our application looks like. So when the client logs into this application, he sees his invoices already on the list. So this can speed up the process, this can reduce manual work, and this is how we can finance those invoices faster, and the client can get his payment sooner. But we have encountered some challenges here. This is how the XML file looks like. If our data is in this element, we have access to KsEF, to this invoice. But for now, not many of the ERP systems or not many of the accounting systems can embed factors data in XML files. In many systems, this functionality requires additional customization, leading to extra cost. We think that it may change over the time, but this is how it looks now. Another type of access to KsEF is so-called anonymous access. This is the ability to view an invoice in KsEF without logging in. So the process that exists now is basically the same as I described before, but the process with KsEF, this process will be dedicated to those clients who will not give us access to KsEF, who cannot or do not want to entitle us to KsEF as third entity. So we will require from them an additional parameter. They will have to give us KsEF ID number, and together with other invoice data, we will use it to confirm if this invoice exists in KsEF, if the data is correct. So that is how we want to automate the verification process, and there we can also eliminate the need to attach PDF documentation. But we also encountered another challenge here, because our government is considering changes to the current solution because it may not meet the security standards. So this could impact our ability to automatically confirm invoices in KsEF. And now we are awaiting a new guidance, a new technical solution from our authorities. I will move on to the technological aspects. So to seamlessly integrate with KsEF, we have chosen a hub solution from the same company that offers our core factoring systems. So with using this hub, we will send our sales invoices to KsEF. We will also download clients' receivables from KsEF, and we will use it to confirm the existence of invoices in KsEF via anonymous access. This hub is integrated with KsEF through dedicated API. On the other hand, it is also integrated with our domain systems using microservices. So we can integrate it with our accounting system, with our core factoring system for corporate clients, also with our application for SME clients. And the hub has its own database, so we can store KsEF data there. And thanks to this architecture, the modifications in existing systems were minimized, and what's more, the risks and costs associated with adjusting existing systems to new or changing KsEF requirements are limited. So what are the plans for the future? What are the challenges we are facing now? So now we are basically awaiting our government's announcement of the new obligatory date for KsEF. This date will guide our project timeline, will determine our further decisions about the project. Additionally, we participated in consultations with our Ministry of Finance. We were discussing our suggestions together with other Polish factors. We were giving information about our needs. And our key focus was on enabling automatic confirmation of invoices in KsEF via this anonymous access, because this is the opportunity for us to minimize risk of fraud, to secure our transactions, to minimize risks of financing fake or manipulated invoices. We also want to introduce new functionalities for our clients, including the ability to upload XML invoice files instead of manual data entry or instead of importing Excel files. But we need to ensure that these XML files originate from KsEF and that they were not manipulated. So now we are awaiting availability of technological solutions for these functionalities. And we also want to improve the process for SME clients. We are now exploring the use of our OCR technology. We want to extract KsEF ID number from the PDF document together with other extracted data, use it to confirm the invoice in KsEF through anonymous access. That's all from me for today. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions during our discussion panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please stay here near the stage. Within several seconds, we will have the chairs and we'll have a panel discussion here. And yes, so I will is, I think, very great result. So what's their perception of the process? What is their feedback on that? And what's actually the alternative? Like what the another 55% is doing? I mean, what the process is for their factoring?
We kept the as-is process, what we did before the DigiFactor solution. So we let the customer decide whether they want to use the DigiFactor or not, because we still believe that even we found the compliance-proof solution for the XML keys, how the client only set up and we do not store it. Even this is a sensitive thing, and the customer can decide whether they want to use with this way of the financing solution or not. And what I experienced during these 9 months, that some of our customers who are much more digitally matured, I would say, they can really easily accept the new innovations, but those who are really bit in a conservative way of financing, they prefer to see, to check, to double check, to triple check what they submit to the bank. And sometimes I think this is an obstacle to start using the new innovation.
All right. Is there something that you have been done in another way if you started this project right now?
It's a tricky question because there is always room for improvement. However, I would say that, as I mentioned, 1.5 years, for us, I think it was not too much to come with a new solution to our customers. I think we can also decrease the manual work at the back office, also give a very easy to use customer experience with the click solution. So I would say no at this moment.
Okay, all right. And just to focus on that moment. So you started this development right after, we can say 3 or 4 years after the mandatory invoicing was kind of implemented already in the country. Yeah, and Kamila showed with Maya a great example where we expected the invoicing becoming obligatory. This year you created already the solution ready for the customers, and but this is not on the market yet. What is your main motivation? What was your main motivation when you started doing this?
The most important reason to integrate with KsEF was obviously to meet the regulatory requirements, but when it comes to factoring process, this is how we want to build our competitive advantage. So we want to be one of the first factors on the market who offer this solution, who can download invoices directly from KsEF, and this is what our clients expect, especially our larger clients, our strategic clients. They just want us to offer so modern and simple solutions for them to simplify the process, to reduce manual work. And for our company, security of transactions is very important. So this is our most important goal in this project, and I believe KsEF is a promising opportunity to reduce risks, to reduce risk of fraud, to reduce risks of financing manipulated or fake invoices. So these were our driving forces.
Do you have some targets in your minds, in the sense that when it goes live, which percentage of the customers you would like to have using this solution?
This is a tough question. So we conducted a survey among our clients because we wanted to anticipate their interest in our solutions. So we estimate that in the first period, only big companies, only our larger clients will give us access to KsEF as this third entity, because we asked them the following questions: what software do you use, which accounting system you have, which ERP systems you have, and do they offer the possibility to embed factors data in XML files for free. So now we know that especially the smallest accounting systems do not. So in the first stage, we do not want to force our clients to give us access to KsEF, rather encourage them, so we want to tell them about our solutions, show them our solutions. So, hey, look, this is something we did in PKO Faktoring. This is how it looks like. Now we can download your invoices directly from KsEF. These are the benefits you can achieve. All you have to do is just put our data in XML file, so why not use it? So we will go in encouraging rather not forcing clients to give us this access.
I think at the banking side we have a very tough work to educate our clients, because sometimes what we are facing that they are not financially mature to accept this kind of a digital solution immediately. We also have to encourage what you mentioned and to educate them.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Education, training, showing, encouraging, these are very important aspects of these solutions.
Yeah, just maybe to give the background that here all the representatives of the factoring companies here have the digital process, the standard one when the e-invoicing is not implemented as a regulation or as a mandatory one, when the customer just uploads invoices in PDFs in the application on the websites and can get financed within minutes or within 24 hours purely digitally. So here, and also there is of course a part of the customers offering traditional semi-digital or not digital part of the process, and probably with this we would target this digital customers first and then pursue the other part of the customers. Yeah, Christian, what are your first insights and yeah, what's happening now on the Romanian markets? We just discussed it during the break, and yeah, I know that you are not as much optimistic on that in sense of how it can accelerate the invoice finance.
Like anything that is imposed by the government, it's mandatory. So we expect that there will be a big traction because everybody has to move to this invoice. I don't see it as anything revolutionary. I think it's an evolutionary process. We heard from Katalin how long it took, and from you how long it took to get to 30% acceptance in Hungary, and you were quite happy with 2.5 years. The legislation started there 6 years ago. We are starting now. Like any government project, it will take forever to be functional, and we'll go through this hype curve that you reminded us of. Thank you very much for that. I think if we meet here again in 5 years, 98% of all invoices will be served to factoring around Europe or to the countries that implemented this in this format. It will save some costs. There will be some operational gains. But again, we're not talking something like it will change the landscape of invoice financing. I don't think. This is my personal opinion. It's nice to have. It's great.
It's not to have it's an additional factory companies or for the customers?
Look, we've been doing embedded finance for 5 years now. We are integrated with banks, with EDI platforms. We've done, I think, to date more than 25 integrations. Most recently with our colleagues in Serbia. We are present in several markets now, Romania, Serbia, Spain.
Yes.
All of them have invoice, and we are working with that, okay? The fact that you have that, it does not mean that you will have a great usage. Those that want to use it and they need financing, they will use it. But don't expect that just by having that, we will see a big surge of 300% growth of volumes. No. It will be, instead of getting the PDF, like you said it earlier, you will get it
you just give a consent.
with this.
Yeah.
I would also I'm questioning to myself. I don't know what the colleague, I'm happy to get some feedback from Katalin, he has more experience than me. But I think it will not eliminate fraud. If one wants to use the government portal e-invoice for sending a fake invoice, they will still do it in a collusion with the supplier. What's the problem for me to upload an invoice, send it to the tax office with the other guy on the other side, and to use the process together? Nothing changes, if you ask me. I think maybe the fact that it's also there is an additional proof in court against the fraudster. I can see that some of them will be detracted by this, but it will not completely eliminate the risk for confirmation of delivery of service, etc. I think, but again, anything, it's better than nothing. I agree with you. in that sense. There is progress, and yeah, that's my feedback. I don't think we will see something that will blow us away, but it's a step in the right direction.
If I can comment on that, I completely agree with you. That's why in my presentation, I didn't use the words eliminate risks, but minimize, reduce. Maybe somehow we can reduce the risks because we do not want to finance invoices that are not confirmed in KsEF. But as you said, it will not eliminate fraud at all. It is not the remedy for all of the problems we are facing.
What's the situation in Hungary?
Yeah, so it won't eliminate fraud, but it will decrease significantly. I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but the VAT gap decreased significantly after e-invoicing was introduced. I can send you over the exact numbers. I think it's much more difficult to issue fraudulent invoices in an e-invoicing scheme, and the tax authority has their own algorithms running in the background, so they will track when two parties are collaborating, not from a financing perspective, but from a VAT perspective. And that's also, again, a threshold for the fraudsters to jump over. So it makes fraud definitely much more difficult than it used to be.
Okay, that's a good information. Thank you for sharing.
Do you have some, Boglárka, experience or some comparisons on the frauds that you encounter with this solution and before, for example? Have you analyzed this?
No, we haven't analyzed that.
Okay.
So no experience.
What is if you turn back to the embedded finance? How it can be different? Katalin, mainly I will ask you on that, as you have this great experience in implementations, integrations. How it's different for the SMEs and for the larger companies?
For the small companies, you could see the example that I am issuing an invoice, and right when I issue the invoice, I can click on it. I want the cash now, basically. So I think this is something that we discussed, that finance becomes contextual. So I am thinking about financing the invoice whenever I issue it. I want to cash it out from an SME's perspective. And it is the same for the solution that Boglárka has also showed us, that all the invoices are there. Okay, I want to finance them, or I want to automatically finance them. So that is for, I don't know, one segment. The other segment is where the user uses not an online invoicing solution, but they use their own ERP system. So we are just starting to explore that space. So how larger companies or companies with their own ERP solutions, or those companies who don't want to initiate the process from the bank system but from their own ERP, so it can be also implemented that the company uses their own ERP and they only share the invoice data which they want to finance with the bank. So I fully understand the trust issue that the company doesn't want to share all invoice data, but only that they want to finance. So I think it will be a little bit different word now, and it will be much better for the customers. And it makes, really, as I said, it puts the financing process into a context.
Yes. So this process that you showed on your presentation, on your slides, that's really, being in SME, I can confirm that it really looks like a perfect one. You issue the invoice. This is the very right moment where you actually might need, or might want to get it financed right now, because you know that the term of payment is 2-3 weeks, or counterparty will delay or something else, and you need this money right now. And this a very perfect moment actually get it embedded and finance it in the context of the business moment. Yeah, and we have some examples, of course, on the market. We'll talk a little bit also in the next panels.
One more thing to add. So, and it's also good for the factoring companies because you don't have to sell the factoring product. It's just you want to sell the opportunity to have the cash now. So you don't have to explain what is factoring. You just say, do you want to have the money now? And that's it. And you don't have to put the additional sales effort into the process if you go one step behind.
Do we have some questions from the audience? Does somebody want to ask our panelists on the topic?
Can I answer the question that was not asked yet? I'm joking. I have a comment for you. It sounds all idealistic and beautiful, and I can see, Katalin, that you're extremely strong expert in invoicing and cloud solutions and all this. But it's actually not as simple to sell this idea. You talk about cash. I know, and you, Olena, you are a super educated client, right? So you've been talking about invoice financing for the last few years, and you are the queen of invoice financing conferences in Central and Eastern Europe. So it doesn't work like that, guys. In real world, there's a huge educational process to explain to the, in our case, to the small company, micro company, small companies. We're not dealing with the corporate clients that are sophisticated. They know factoring for tens of years. It takes time. They have a lot of questions to be answered. It's not, you can promote it in any type of shape you want. You say money in your pocket, your money in your pocket today, cash for you. You can remove the word factoring. It's not like that. The guy calls, he's asking a lot of questions, but do I need to disclose this to my client? What happens if my client doesn't pay on time? Do I have to pay you back? What happens if the client rejects this? Will there be additional costs? And all these things, they need to be answered, and it's a learning process for them. It's not the fact that you just put it out there, you find a very nice marketing things, they will use it in droves. It doesn't happen like that in real world. The conversion rates are, we have a lot of players here in the room. If you want, we can do, let's do a show of hands here. How many people work in factoring companies here in the room? Could you please show of hands? So we have like maybe 10 people here. How many of you have reached conversion rates of higher than 20%? When I say 20%, from prospect to becoming a client and living with the money in hand. Can you see a show of hands? Higher than 20%? So one person. Congratulations. It's not, it doesn't happen. You see?
Why?
So this is from the leads. The question was how many ask for money, how many live with the money? There's a lot of questions.
There's a lot of questions. Part of them we'll discuss later because this is also about the acquisition of the customers, right?
We can discuss the next panel by 1 hour just to try to answer this question. It's a lot of hurdles, believe me. It's an education. And the biggest difficulty, based on my experience, is the fact you're dealing with multiple actors, okay? Unlike when you talk to somebody who wants a loan or a financing or they want a credit, you're dealing with the client, right? It's one-to-one. Here, you're dealing with one-to-one, to many. Because your client have other buyers, they have no idea who you are. Maybe when PKO or you call in Hungary, K&H, they know who you are, right? So if you call the buyer, they say, okay, they heard of PKO, they heard of K&H. When Fortrans is calling in Czech Republic, even in Poland, they will say, who are you? Why are you calling me? You want me to do work for you? To confirm you the invoice? What's in it for me as a buyer to confirm this invoice? Very complicated process. Many times the seller doesn't want you to call their client because they say they will be annoyed. I'm a small supplier to this big company. DSV, anybody from DSV in the room? The big logistic company, European-wide. If you call DSV Department of Confirmation of Invoices, they will not be happy to talk to you, believe me.
There are the challenges of the product, not the invoicing, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't want to give names, I don't want to offend anybody here, but I remember 2-3 years ago, a big German international group, German-based but international group, they refused to confirm invoices for transport companies. They refused. They said, we have a policy, we don't confirm invoices. At the same time, they were not paying on time their dues to the transporting companies, right? So what these guys did, they started a forum on a big marketplace of transport, and all it took is one guy, one transport company, they started to complain. This company, I'm not going to give names, not to, maybe somebody's here, but I'm happy, it's not good to disclose names. They said, this company doesn't want to confirm my invoices, but at the same time, they're not paying. Don't work with them anymore. The others joined the conversation.
These are the general
and in about 2 weeks, there were like 100 plus companies complaining about this international group. What do you think it happened? The company started to confirm invoices or to make the payments, yeah, because nobody wanted to work with them anymore. So,
what's your ideal process of the factoring or invoice finance? If there is no limitation, technical ones, regulation is perfect. What's the ideal process?
It's the lack of education, believe me. I mean, we have from the beginning of the longest time we've been in Romania, we register. Listen to this. I think I mentioned this some time ago in one of your conferences, Olena. In Romania, we have registered users in our platform 2 times the whole market volume of clients. In 2022, in Romania, 3,300 companies accessed factoring from all the market.
Which is 1%.
I have 2 times that as users in our account. But many of them have no idea why they came to us. They saw something with money. Yeah. They came, they said, I have an invoice to the telecom company. Can you pay it for me? Or I have an invoice from a client who didn't pay me in 2 years. Can you finance me the invoice? So a lot of examples. I would say 30-40% of all those are people that saw some kind of something with money.
But
even
maybe
individuals.
This is okay, you know. But maybe this is okay because for us,
this is okay.
doesn't
But what
care
I'm saying is,
how the
not,
factoring
it's the
company
education.
calls.
If you ask me, what's the number one?
Yeah.
Can we
educated customers? So the ideal world.
Can we
is
spam the
educated
people's
customers.
brains with a folder that explains what factoring is? What are the advantages? That would be the hyperloop, chip in the brain,
together, Christian,
the
but
information dissemination.
Let's remember that the SMEs, they don't need to know what the factoring is, how in the sense of how the product managers of the factoring companies know the product. This is not that, right? And let's wrap up this panel because we are...
these numbers stand in all Europe. So I checked these numbers in all Europe. So 3,300 companies out of a population of 800,000 companies in Romania is less than 0.5% ever access factoring in a year. But it's the same in Serbia. Our colleague in Serbia is here.
Average is 1%.
It's the same in Italy, it's the same in Spain. So that's actually the problem.
Yeah.
The less than 1% all over Europe is the same in Poland, because I know the numbers in Poland.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, but that's where technology comes in. So it doesn't solve all your problems. It makes easier to, tackle them.
Yeah.
We have one question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Olena. So hi, the room. Hi, everybody online. My name is Eleanor. I'm from the International Chamber of Commerce. One remark, Christian, I'm desperately looking for panelists for my panel at 4 o'clock on the digitization of trade, finance, and factoring. I hope you will join me because I found some of your remarks very interesting, so we can continue our discussion. And I have a question just because I wasn't really sure for Katalin and Bogi. So if I understood that correctly, currently the system you presented is a domestic one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Any plans to evolve that into a cross-border system?
The thing is that so the system that Boglárka explained is connected to the Hungarian Tax Authority system. So that is kind of a domestic scheme and domestic system. However, e-invoicing regulations will be introduced throughout Europe, I think by 2026 or 28. It was kind of delayed. So in the next couple of years, which means that, as I said, invoice data will be accessible in a standardized and structured way. And that will enable the emergence of cross-border solutions too, and cross-border platform systems, cross-border data exchange. And there is another level of, aiming for global e-invoicing interoperability. So it will, eventually come to the cross-border space as well. Now it's more like isolated countries implementing their own solutions, but I think it's already a huge improvement that it can happen within borders, and then it can happen also cross-border in the not that near future, but next couple of years, definitely.
Yeah. All right, and to wrap up the panel, as Katalin mentioned, e-invoicing is becoming obligatory and in several years will be implemented all over the European Union. Just last words from you to wrap up. What do you see the next steps should be done to not only actually implement this project because of the compliance and to have costs, but also try to monetize on that and using this tool to actually acquire more customers and have this percentage of SMEs, especially financed with the invoice finance using the e-invoicing tool? What are your thoughts on that?
I think factoring companies should think about how they can use invoice data, what kind of solutions are there on the market, how they want to become part of the open data ecosystem. So I think this is something that everyone needs to think about and start looking for the technical solutions and technology providers who can help with that journey.
Yeah.
And I think also the data is the new oil, as we know, so we can use it or reuse it for any other purposes, as we are currently already doing on the retail side. Why not on the corporate side, especially in lead management, or just examining the behavior of our customers to have a tailor-made solution for them, and so on and so forth. But I think the data is very important having there in the company.
Yeah, sure. Kamila?
Actually, I was thinking about KsEF and wanted to ask you about your experience, because I was thinking whether KsEF as a method of getting invoices directly from this national platform is competitive to other methods of embedded invoice financing. So like the possibility to send the invoice directly from accounting system to the factor systems. Which method is better? Because I believe KsEF, so all of our clients already have to integrate with KsEF. They have to do this integration. So all they have to do is just put factors data in the XML file. And this other method, it is really fast, it is really quick, it can let the client finance the invoice immediately, but it is maybe not that cost effective because it may be expensive to integrate with dedicated factors API. What do you think? What is more effective for our clients?
It depends on the country's e-invoicing scheme, so how it is built up. For example, in Hungary, some data fields are not mandatory to fill, which is very useful for the factoring process. So I think like the payment deadline is not it's not a mandatory thing. So it depends on what is mandatory, what are the data that you need, and it also depends on the So the tax authority won't become a sales channel for you. An online invoicing solution can become a sales channel for you. So it's not only the data access, but there are other considerations as well. But if you have the tax authority as a data source, then you definitely don't have to do all the integrations.
Yep. And when you have this e-invoicing in the ecosystem for the customer, then it's cool. You can do it embedded finance right now. But then if you don't, then the source of structured e-invoice data is actually the data that you can finance the invoice, not having the e-invoicing ecosystem in the e-invoicing platform in the ecosystem, right? Christian, would you say something positive to wrap up the panel?
No comment.
All right. So we are finishing the panel. Thank you very much, Katalin, Boglárka, Kamila, and Christian. And we have a lunch break, and we are back at 2:00. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think. Alright, so we are back on stage after the lunch. So now we will have two interesting panels and we'll discuss how to sell digital factoring in a digital way. And the first panel will be about partnerships and direct customer acquisition. We will start from one presentation and after that we will have a Q&A session. So, and first presentation will be by Marek Wcisło, Head of Partnership Director at Fortrans Factoring, Poland and Czech Republic. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you hear me correctly. So let me, next 15 minutes, talk about the cooperation fintech and banks. Why the fintechs wants to work with the bank is obvious, so I will not elaborate with this. But the question will be why the banks need fintech actually. So I think good to start always with understanding the perspective of the bank and the later final clients like SMEs, what the SMEs expect, and then we can come to the answer the question why the banks needs the fintech, what they can get, and what I believe makes sense with the cooperation, which kind of business case makes sense, and which will be not work simply. Finally, I will go for the project success factors and barriers, which is also important one. So as you see on the first slide, on the top on the slide, there are three elements which I believe can help cooperation, fintech and the banks, because simple basic goals of the banks like number of acquisition, reduce the churn, customer satisfaction, all these elements could be supported by the fintech, especially if fintechs have like 80% of conversion rate and approval rate versus in many cases of the banks they have a really low or high rejection rate, yeah, oppositely. So this is quite obvious, but also I think another two, digitalization, automation process plus all this API is a heart, let's say, of the fintech, because we are the technology and finance company together. So this is something positive. But what could be challenging here is also I presented on the bottom, yes. So firstly, I think for the banks, this SMEs and micro is really long term. This is very low margin. So if we talk about the deep integration, we need some resources from the bank. So that will be always question if the banks want and have these resources for such projects. So normally, I think you can confirm a lot of discussion with the banks stopping when let's start from the very basic without integration. Does it make sense really in this 21st century when we have the AI technology and all this stuff, all this thousands, you know how many, for example, Santander globally has transactions? They have 25,000 transactions per second. So imagine how this scale, what is potential fintech can get the data to provide very dynamic offer and very dedicated one, precision to the expectation of the bank. So this is one. If the banks have resources to do integration. Number two is obvious, which is the law and customer base protection for the banks. So if we want integration, I will show you on the next slides, other departments will be involved. If we have more departments, that will be more complications. People from the compliance, from the data protection, lawyers, make this process longer and sometimes even stopping. And the last one, I think the problem from the banks, they have several places when they have the data, right? Is sometimes not integrated. Even last my discussion with the global big international bank, and I provided the list of the data I would like to have to present extra offer from our side. And the bank said, okay, but this kind of data we have in another system, this data we have in another system, and this is not connected. So this is rather hard to provide to you. So this is perspective of the bank. If we come to the SMEs, under our research we done for our database, we see that 30% of the small companies resign of the next order simply because of long-term payment they have. So they have cash flow problem, not capacity to do the projects. And it is quite a big number, this 30%, right? In the same time, 25% could accept lower margin. Let's take, for example, logistic companies, they have really low margin. They have 5%, 7% margin. If you ask about the commission, 4% for some finance is quite a big part of this margin. But even if this situation, they have some moments within the year, they have a problem with the cash flow. So they can accept this lower margin and pay this extra commission for the invoice, yes, for the factoring. Also, if we come to the expectation from the bank or the financial institution, they expect something more than just be provider of the service. They expect to be advisor, to help them to understand the situation, how to protect themselves, to not go for the bankruptcy, yes? For the finance, they expect 3 elements under our research we done. Approval rate, which is in the banks, they have like rejection rate 70%, 80% sometimes. So just they need the money. They need easy process and easy understanding pricing, because sometimes complicated pricing, payments for the open account, payments for the subscription, some limits, it's complicated. They assume on the beginning that will be like 1% for the commission, but in fact, in the last moment they calculate all this additional cost they didn't predict, and they are upset. Yeah, and the best customer service, maybe not best, but just customer service, because this really small companies, if they go for the institutions, doesn't matter, telecom or banks, quite often then go for the IVR, they use the chatbots, etc. And they are finally stuck in the middle, they have some more deeply question, and they resign. Yeah. What fintech can deliver? This is our case. So approval rate, we can happy to say that we have 90%, over 90%. Pricing, we ask about the simply paying when they are using, uploading invoice. So they ask, we are asking about the some commission, and they know what is the price, what will be the cost, right? I must tell you this NPS score, I was surprised when I joined the company last year, but this is true. I was calling directly to the customers by myself to check if they are satisfied. They really appreciate if they have someone, if this is process of fully digital, but sometimes they want to have some contacts for the physical person to ask the question, and they are really appreciate if they have some dedicated person who always answer the phone. Simple things, but they like it. So why the banks need fintech? So this is the most crucial question for this presentation. I must tell you, I don't believe the business models when the banks is just provide the leads, they reject it, and the fintech is paying some fee, commission. That will never works for me. So the business case could be based on the to help bank achieve the main objectives, which is higher acquisition rate, reduce the churn, improve NPS score. And the last one, I get this from one of the big banks last week, and they said, listen, we are afraid that this year many of our SMEs and micro will go for the bankruptcy. We are not able to provide the finance for them. And we are afraid that our database will be lower end of the year. So this is something all the managers on the banks have in the mind. All these 4 elements. So how fintech can help? Could be dedicated offer, could be higher approval rate, could be a presentation based on transactions. I mentioned how many Santander have, 25,000 per second. We can do bundling, we can offer customer service which bank, because of cost, cannot do, right? Yeah, so I think let's skip it. For me, if the project cooperation, fintech and banks should be successful, we need to think about 3 elements. One is product attractiveness, so it should be not like this, okay, we have rejected clients, so let's go for the fintech, they have standard offer, we can offer standard pricing for such clients. The product with the cooperation should be better. It should be something, listen, we have partnership, and thanks to this partnership, we have better offer to you. So this is the sense, something which is not available on the market. And we need to sit together and think what kind of segments, what kind of profile of the banks we can work, what kind of data we can get from the bank to reduce our risk on our side. And because we reduce the risk, we reduce our costs, so we can invest this into the better offer. So this is number 1. Number 2, offer awareness. So it should be discussed on the beginning. What is the plan if we implement this? What the bank wants to do? If the bank wants to promote this, where, how long, etc. How will be audience? How big? Is it just a test, etc.? Because we invest in the fintech and we want to understand what is the final stage of this. And the last one is simplicity. Simplicity is the integration, what Olena is mentioning on the beginning of this conference, and World of Open Accounts is just about this. And in case of fintech, it could be just simple, create account, access to the client zone. It's few steps, right? It's here's nice picture because my ID and my face. So in our case, it's a full digital process online. But as I said, we found that it's not enough. Sometimes we need to provide also a physical person to help the really small companies to go for this onboarding, even if they can do it on themselves. But just this simplicity, the seamless digital onboarding, I want to show you this is in our case, very easy. It's take like 10 minutes, something like this. And all this stuff could be on the bank's side, yes, via connectivity. So it really makes sense to use this simple single sign-on, full integration with the bank and provide the service on their side. Otherwise, it will be complicated from the customer point of view. And also, this information about the transaction, about the profile, is necessary to provide better offer to these customers. there is but. What is the but? But there are barriers, right? If you want to go for the full integration, we have a regulatory compliance, we have integration with the legacy system, which is quite old and many places, and also cultural organization resistance. Maybe if we have time on the panel discussion, I can give you some example on this, which is showing how it's working in the practice. But sometimes the managers afraid this process and which stopping all the project. Yeah. Also, if we start from the business departments normally to talk with the banks, so all managers are okay. We like this concept. We want to go for this. But if we go for the more integration, another department we need to involve. It could be information technology department, risk management, operations, and finally marketing, right? So all these departments, imagine, they have their own goal, because risk management is about the protection of the bank. So their target is to not provide the data to the fintech and increase the risk of the bank. And all these elements showing that could be harder if you want to go in the practice, what should be done. I think last slide, because time is finished almost. It could be three kind of options implementation. Basic one, banks have a rejection, provide the leads to the fintechs, quite often popular on the market. Light is the banks have a, I don't know, on the web page some lead template, again, collect the leads and provide it to the fintech. And finally, advanced, which is full via API connectivity. And my private opinion is the only one, the last one makes sense. In the longer perspective, it's really hard to keep attention bank and managers to involve next month, next years in the basic model. What the bank will be motivated by paying leads, like, I don't know, we can pay 100, 150 euro per lead. So what is for the bank? Well, this is nothing. So it's necessary to make something really integrated, smart and intelligent way. So that's why finally, just last slide, I think the project schedule with the bank should be from the beginning, sit together, discuss the concept, define, also invite the project team from the banks to work on daily basis and analyze the result, make some corrections if necessary, and customize in the future. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much, and I hope that will be good intro to make a discussion on the panel. Thank you.
All right, so let's discuss actually how to sell digital factoring product in a digital way, right? So I will start from the question to all of you. Could you please share with us what is the structure of your customer acquisition right now? What comes from the digital channels and what comes from relationship managers, if you have brokers, partners? Yeah, please, Anna.
So last year at PropGo, we had nearly 2,000 active factoring clients from 4 main channels, which are brokers, partners, our website, and sales team. And across all those channels, we had 50% of fully digital clients and 50% of those who came with mixed path, with some help of the traditional methods. But what's important, last year, 82% of new factoring clients are fully digital ones.
Yeah, good results. Tomasz?
At Monevia, we have the same four main channels of acquisition of clients. The first is, of course, each of them divided into many sub-channels and activities. The first is digital marketing, like key search optimization, Google Ads campaign, etc. The second, this channel is most valuable for us, brings huge many leads for us, good leads. The second is brokers. We are preferable brokers with business-related website with ranking of product, financial product, comparison. The third is own activities of our sales team, supported by a loyalty program. The fourth is cooperation and partnership with institution where many potential clients to interested in our services, like bank.
Okay. Marek?
In our case, I think it's changing. On the beginning, when I was not in the company already, but mostly clients came from the marketing, digital marketing. Now we're building the partnerships, so we see this growing. Up to 50% is our ambition plan to have this level. I saw this, that's also offline marketing is working. In our case, conferences. While we are quite strong in the transportation industry, so we have a roadmap to be on the conferences, transport logistic. We have stand there and I have presentation, and we see that a lot of interactions coming, especially if they understand better what factoring is. Yes, what is different than Skonto, which is quite popular on this segment. That's why I think this possibility to explain more deeply on the conference is important one.
Okay. Martins?
Hello. So last year we have had more than 200-300 customers approximately all over the group, so Baltics and Poland. And actually every country is really different in acquisition, right? So in Poland, for us it's mostly like partners, brokers, partners. We have tried some cold calling or something, but it has been really, really bad in terms of conversion, like 1% or something, while other channels like 6-7%, while in Baltic markets, actually it's vice versa. Partners is like nearly zero, not only for us, but for other competitors. And cold calls, for example, are working quite well, like 5-10% conversion rate. Digital, I will talk about that later. I have some thoughts about that, but that's a tricky one. If you talk about like digital, I think ads and stuff like that.
All right. Let's start with the partnership channels, because actually the presentation was about that. And I will ask Tomasz you first, and then Marek. We all know the latest news about your cooperation with here in Poland with BNP Paribas Faktoring, with your micro factoring product. So tell us more about that.
Thank you. At the beginning, I would like to say that mention that the cooperation with BNP Paribas grew because our partner is both BNP Paribas Faktoring company and sub-partner BNP Paribas Bank. The cooperation is not based on digital solution, digital integration. It's more of recommendation program supported by IT solution. This is due to many reasons. First, the main ones is cost of integration. And the second is for both sides, of course. And the second is security of access to bank online system. It's very hard, in my opinion. So the process is going as follows. The factoring needs of clients is identified by branch advisors, bank advisors in the branch. He sent short notes to specialist, BNP Paribas factoring specialist, and the specialist contact with potential clients, and check, verify the real needs and possibilities for factoring. When client meet the criteria of classic factoring, he remain in BNP Paribas factoring. For me, it's end of process. If clients doesn't meet the criteria, like turnover below €1 million, less than 90 months of experience on the market, lack of full accounting, no regular contractors, etc. He sent to clients recommendation of Monavia services. He sent also short application form, electronic application form, with consent to proceed in Monavia. The client fill out the application with basic data, contact-based data, and this application loaded into our CRM, sales CRM. Next comes standard contact with our sales team, independent onboarding on our transaction platform, granted limit. Of course, we do not need any financial statements and other documents except invoice. When client can carry on transaction uploading an invoice. Of course, we have a special value proposition for customer from BNP. This is those are first is just a moment.
Lower fee or lower interest rate?
2 times higher limit, factoring limit.
Okay.
At the start, the client got 100,000 Polish zlotys instead of 50,000 zlotys in the standard. The second is lower fixed price. Lower and fixed price for transaction. So the cooperation has been going for a month. In this time, we acquire about 200 business leads. About 40% of them converted into client with transaction. We financed about 600 single invoices and achieve turnover about 1.5 million
What are
euro.
your expectations? Do you expect more? Is it
Yes,
good or
of course,
bad?
we are still hungry of new leads from this source. I think there was two reasons why bank want to cooperate with digital, with partner in digital factoring. The first was the factoring company BNP Paribas Factoring hasn't offer and process for smallest customer, but in the bank has those type of clients, and the offer could be complete. This is first reason. The second, related to the first, is retention. Bank cannot afford for their clients to look for other financial solution outside the bank and take a risk to leave the client with turnover from bank. This is in my opinion.
Okay. So the reason was not the revenue stream for them, but rather retention, right?
I think so.
For the bank.
I'm sure.
All right. Marek, coming back to your presentation and the line that you said about the integrations with the banks, and Tomasz, also what you mentioned, that here the integration was not possible because of the cost and probably time. We know these challenges, right? We know that these challenges in cooperation, but from the customer perspective, I think it will be ideal if it would be integrated, right? Because this is an easy process, quicker process, less frictions, less manual job, which of course leads to the better everything, better leads, better number of customers. Do you think these challenges could be overcome in some way? Because we know all of them. From the customer perspective, we want this to be. From your perspective, I think you always also prefer,
Very good question. I think this is my role, this is our role as a fintech to come to the bank and discuss very openly from the beginning. So even if they say on the beginning, listen, we don't have resources for this year or next quarter, let's start from the very basic, we'll provide the leads. Okay, but let's agree some KPIs for this. What the success factor is for you? What does it mean? How many clients, etc. you want to achieve to say, yes, this is success, and what is the next step? Because I think as a fintech, if that will be for longer, for the end of the life, that doesn't make sense simply. So let's agree some test. And based on this success factors, we can go for the integration. Maybe not now, but maybe 6 months later. I can give you maybe 2 examples, positive and negative from my previous business life. One was PKO, I think 10 years ago. They opened the service for the exporters and invite the external supplier. And I was invited as a provider of B2B database. And my colleagues from COFAS was invited to provide the financial reports and scoring. And in some moment I asked, okay, what is the plan? What you want to do with this? Do you want to plan of communication? Is it some extra offer, easier pricing, etc.? And they don't have a plan, actually. They cannot promise anything for the promotion, and pricing will be similar what is on the market. So I said, so I don't believe, and resign. And my colleagues join, build the API, invest the time from the COFAS, and imagine how many clients they get from this. 0. Why is that? Because simply exporters will not go for the bank to find the, I don't know, reports, databases. They could go if that will be part of the service, and they see this automatically when they log in. But that was quite separate service out of the main PKO BP web page. Yeah, so that was unsuccessful. Another from my mobile telecom market, I was working 10 years, and it was insurance for the phone and laptops. On the beginning, that was not so popular, but the margin we get was amazing. Yeah, so that was great product. So one day board said, listen, we need to go for the target for the salespeople, not only selling SIM card, but let's make some quality target to sell this insurance for the phone. And that started, that was like,
yeah, so not the
hundreds of time
is such important as common target
internal target for the sales is important.
Martins, what's your experience on partnerships?
I'm thinking now, listening and thinking, actually, do banks really need it? No, what's the point for them? Yeah, retention, la la la. But do they really need it? Isn't it just a hype? Because they have survived without that, and fintech will not take a bank customer. They will not do payments or loans or salaries or whatever. So I think it's just a bit of a hype. I think it's a good example. I hope Monavia will be, and BNB will be a great partnership. But I think that if you think about fintechs and these issues that fintechs, or positive things that fintechs have, like this digital, online, ready to integrate APIs, etc., then I think the ideal partner is similar. And so, for example, last year we also had an awesome experience when we integrated with a platform. It was a logistics platform out of Germany, and that was really great experience because they were so fast that even we thought we are fast, they were 2 times faster in integration, and in like a couple of months we did a full integration where actually customers on their platform could just press a button, finance, and everything is calculated already. They already see a number, like commission rate, everything. They just, when they press finance, actually next step, they get money into the bank account. That's it. So I think that maybe, I'm just provocatively asking, isn't it overrated to think that a non-digital bank should integrate with a digital player, especially, as colleagues said, yeah, if they don't have real targets or clear mindset, sales targets, top management, maybe willingness, etc. And when you think about revenue and commissions, no, you didn't speak about your funds, etc., but no turnover you mentioned. But I assume from 1.5 million zloty turnover, you can do commissions like what, 15,000 zloty? So which bank cares about that? Yeah, in Baltics last year, I think in Lithuania, banks earned 900 million euros per year. So what would be the amount they actually need to get from a partnership so that they actually start to care about it? And do they actually care about these small customers and businesses? Because my experience, maybe it's different in Poland, but the Baltic experience, for the Scandinavian banks, for example, like Swedbank, SEB, etc., it's easier to close down an account of a small and medium company rather to do AML checks on it. So I think that it's a bit provocatively, I'm asking, is this maybe this is an overrated hype, and maybe actually it's, when an elephant is dying, maybe he's just trying to get to catch something, but in reality, it's a maybe non-digital bank fight versus digital banks, and we are just in the middle of it.
So you're saying they just don't see it as a business model, they don't see that this could be a new revenue stream for them or enough revenue stream.
I think it's really personal,
resources.
But I don't see that on majority. I don't see it makes sense on majority.
All right, let's get back to the direct customer acquisition and how to do this, because think this would be the ideal, right? Situation when customers are coming to a website or to a platform directly, and and you can finance them from your platform with all your products. So Anna, first I will ask you first on that. Thanks. Because this is your daily job as a head of marketing.
Yeah.
Please share with us how do you attract digitally and which digital tools work for you?
Thanks for this question. That's true. It's perfect for the marketing director. So first of all, I would like to recall our report we ordered 1 year ago. And it shows that factoring clients like factoring because it enables them to run their business by their own. It makes them feel stronger, self-sufficient, self-confident, and they don't want to be seen as weak, and they hate metaphors like emergency service. So it was after this report we decided to emphasize our archetype as a wise companion. And for example, we run a business blog for entrepreneurs, and last year it attracted 500,000 readers. So those numbers speak to the strength of our brand, of our website, but unfortunately doesn't reflect the number of leads from our website. So here's the second thing. There is the B2B marketing theory, which is more than theory, and is very relevant in terms of factoring and B2B marketing in financial sector, which calls 95-5. And it tells that 95% of B2B clients are out market, so they are not interested in doing anything at the moment. And only 5% of prospects are really in market. So the real role of digital marketer is to build the awareness of your brand. So when they eventually will be in market, your brand, PragmaGo and Monevia brand, can come to the mind at first. So the question is how to build this awareness of your brand. And we, as I said, run a business blog. We also make some webinars. We write some ebooks. But we also run 5 different social media profiles. And we also spend some money on Google Ads. And here's the third thing I would like to share with you, because since January 24, we've been using new AI tool from Google Ads, which calls Google Offline Tracking. And it can really change a lot. So this tool learns the offline path of the converted leads from the Google. So then Google Ads are able to look for similar leads, making this searching on Google. So Google Ads knows thanks to B feeding, what types of leads eventually really were converted into ongoing contracts, ongoing agreements. I think that was the most important.
All right.
Thanks.
Martins, would you share with us your experience?
I'll talk about something else. Positive experience, good. We have similar positive experience.
Tell us the negative one.
Negative one. I think that's where you can learn more, or at least laugh a bit. So we did a campaign on Facebook because on one hand you think like small business, it's one or two maybe main guys, main people. So they use Facebook anyway, so you can kind of try to catch that. And we started the campaign on Facebook. It was actually also with educational material, with success stories, like right away, like, hey, it's possible to get your funding fast, and like examples, proofs, like really, like some USA type of marketing. And in the initial stage, you actually got a lot of people who had no relations to companies. So we thought, okay, let's try something harder, more hardcore. We agreed with Facebook that we can collect a NIP number. It was actually a struggle because it's kind of not allowed in the beginning, but we made through it. We got the NIP numbers. So I think over the period of some 3 months, 2-3 months, we got, with small budgets, we were testing, we got some 400 leads with NIP numbers, so kind of like ready to go. But reality is that it was random companies, similarly as a colleague was saying, like 95% are out of market. So yes, they signed up, they even gave their contacts, they gave their company detail, like NIP number, you could identify the company, but in reality, they were not really willing to have funding given at that stage. And out of this campaign, as I mentioned, some 400 leads, we got actually one active customer. And the funny thing is that the active customer joined on the first day of the campaign. So like one of the first hits on Facebook was really good, but everything else was garbage. So I think when we talk about like ads and social ads, yeah, I would tend really to agree with colleague. I think that for small business, it's quite hard to manually to get the part of the market and to kind of characterize the company, right? To get the actually like the best lead. And yeah, maybe this like AI approach for Google and some new other things and like stalking people kind of things from Google are more effective in that, because you cannot really like deal with that with small companies. With big companies, it's quite easy, right? You can get on LinkedIn and get some like good segmentation and get some good things going. But with small companies, this is really tricky. So I really adore what Pragmago does. It's his blog and ebooks. I think this is kind of it's a good way to do PR rather than try to hope that your ads will give a result to you next day. It will not happen.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the room to the panelists? Do you want to ask something? Yes, Christian, can we have a microphone, please?
I have a question for Pragmago and Monevia. As far as we know, Pragma acquired Monevia this year or last year, I don't remember. But what is the intention to do? Will you intend to combine the brands? Will you operate like two separate brands? What is your strategy for this market? Will you target different market segments with two different brands? That's the question. If you have an answer, of course.
We don't plan to make one company from the two assets. I don't know what I want to say in this area. We are still making own business. We try to attract our products to smallest company on the market, but Pragma targets own offer to higher companies.
Yes, summarizing. Together we are stronger, and Monevia is focusing on smallest micro clients, and at Pragmago we has raised limits up to 15 million this year, so we are looking for bigger targets.
Okay. Yes, Katalin. Just a second.
How much potential do you see in embedded finance, or do you see any potential in it?
What kind of embedded finance?
It's like
invoice finance.
Invoice finance. So when you integrate with others, so you sell through other players.
Because you have some good or bad example. experience.
So I can present you a case study. We have 6 different integrations with e-invoicing platforms, and unfortunately not even single one of them is fully embedded. And the story is similar to others. What's crucial is the engagement of your partner. So in every of those integration, customer has to enable our plugin to see our service. Then after choosing invoices for finance, we take him to our customer panel when the scoring and financing processes proceed. So it's not an example of user experience gem, but with such legal, technical, financial constraints and limits of the partner's engagement and time and money, we made the most possible.
Mm-hmm. This is this is what we discussed some times ago. That's when we have this cooperation or partnership with independent e-invoicing platform or accounting platform and independent factoring company. Then this cooperation, due to reasons actually discussed right now in the panel, are not so successful as all or especially factoring companies are expect to be, right? And when we see the embedded invoice finance, which is integrated within the, let's say, banking groups, when they have banking, we have e-invoicing platform and factoring company in one group, then it works better. Because then probably these business targets are in line and the integration is smoother or easier, and then it works better. Yeah.
I think embedded finance is and should be a big thing, but I think unless those partners will feel that it's to their value, for example, when you talk about e-invoicing platforms, apparently, and I have some other areas similar experience, is that while these platforms don't believe that they compete with each other based on ability to provide finance, they see it as a cost and like, why would we need to do it, right? Like I discussed this on transportation platforms that has a huge amount of trucks and truckloads and like possibility to finance. And they say, but we don't need it. We take recurring monthly revenue on our SaaS kind of type of approach, so huge that we don't really care about minor commission or whatever on the invoicing, on the finance factoring. While there have been other examples, like other similar platforms, that don't even talk about like revenue sharing or whatever. They just say, wow, it's awesome. We want to do it because we will beat our competition and we will grow our core market. So I think unless this area, e-invoicing or whatever else area, will feel competition in between, that they actually have to start to compete hardcore, they will not grow extra services around their core service. But when they will do, that will be a really big thing.
All right, to wrap up the panel, very shortly I would ask you the same question as I asked my previous panel. What is your ideal factoring or invoice finance process? Who will start? Anna.
So ideal factoring would be at hand, and mobile factoring would be primary for all digital factoring applications and methods. And I would love to see everything in one application with e-invoicing platforms. I mean, those applications would have e-invoicing platforms in itself with the financing possibilities, with with the forecasting of my cash flow and my recipient's cash flow. I opened the wish list.
Yeah.
Let's go crazy. I think the ideal factoring use case is that there is no factoring. Because I think at the end of the day, company doesn't care if they use leasing or factoring or loan or credit line or overdraft or mortgage or whatever. They care about what's the product? cash.
Yeah,
so why would they care about factoring? Why would you care where it is born or whatever? You need money, right? The same way when you do anything else like water, you just need water, right? You don't think about this magic, where will you get it, like there or here? You need to drink, right? That's the same. I think factoring will just go a bit away, and I think the next wave, factoring wave is, I think, over in 3 to 5 years. And I think it will be just money wave, cash wave, with all AI, everything. It will be cash wave.
All right, Marek, Tomasz, any
I would
thoughts?
say right time, right place, and right customer.
Yep.
I mean, right time is the moment when they see on the invoice 60 days, so they need some finance. Right place, it could be place where is ERP system or just anywhere where the invoice is presented. And right customer for us, low risk. I mean, this perspective customer, because we don't simply want to have any customer, we want to have good customer, fat one, yeah?
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you for my panel, Anna, Tomasz, Marek, and Martins. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No, second the clicker, yeah.
Hopefully it's working, yeah.
There is the clicker. Yeah, the green is the next slide.
Okay, thanks for seeing this presentation. We're just a new well, this is a new app that we are building. We just had last week had a launch, literally a week ago. It is a mobile application, as the lady before just mentioned. What would her perfect factoring would be? It's on mobile. What we've done in Serbia, because there is a government E-invoicing system, we've connected to the E-invoicing system, and we collect all invoices from the well, actually, I'm going to just change it. The challenge. What was the challenge that we actually came from, myself first, is because there is a lot of companies actually need cash and they go insolvent. Actually, they go insolvent and they fail because of liquidity problems. And most of invoices are paid late. And the very small number of small companies, I'm not talking bigger companies that are using factoring. Throughout this conference, we hear that it's only 1% of companies using factoring, and even less of them, the smallest amount of them is micro companies and small companies. They're mostly big companies. So what we're trying to achieve is actually bring finances closer to the companies that need it the most in that way. So what we made is kind of a solution, which is application for following cash flow for all those small companies, receivable management, cash flow forecast. We're offering them that. And as well as that, we're offering them factoring marketplace, because with one click, they can send their invoices to a couple. At the moment, we have 3 factoring companies that we are integrated with. They can send them their invoices and see what offers do they get from all those, and they can choose the best one that suits them. The thing is, as I mentioned earlier, it's done on mobile, both on Android and iOS, of course. And I shall go just to the invoices. In Serbia, invoices are obligatory. And the good thing for factoring companies is because when invoice is issued to you, you need to accept it. If you don't only accepted invoices, then can be financed, because then you don't have to contact the other company to see if they accept or not the invoice as such. It can be accepted or even rejected if it's a false invoice sent to somebody that is not supposed to receive it. We are the only one at the moment that have it on a mobile phone as such. So we are having all the necessary data to provide a cash flow for the companies, because there is all those due dates, invoice, VAT numbers and everything. So what we've done is made a cash flow part for them, so they can follow their cash flow, so they can have the receivable management, of course, better budget planning and everything. So what it does is, on that, they can have, we integrated with few banks just for their accounts, bank balances at the moment. So they can have their bank balance, they can see what they can expect in next 14 or 30 days, how much money they can accept on there, how much money they're about to receive, how much do they have to pay, what is their VAT expected to pay it for the government, and what is their kind of a balance for that. According to that, they can now go on and ask for the finances if they need some of them, of course. So for that, we have integrated with a couple of factoring companies. One of them is Instant Factoring that are present here, and Finspot as well. So when we send them invoices, our client can choose which factoring companies he wants to send the invoices to. Usually it's all of them. And when he sends those invoices to those companies, he now waits for the offers. Those offers usually come within a couple of hours, and they usually, well, the idea is for them to receive the financing within 24 hours. What is also done over here is they can automate sending all their invoices as soon as they make them and put them on the government platform, so that their invoices are sent automatically to factoring companies, and they can be pre-approved. So at the time they need cash, they can actually ask for that cash to be paid on their account, which saves time for them, and hopefully it will work for most of them. My idea about this thing is factoring was always on the market, but it was never used. So why did we put that? Why did we make this application as such? Because factoring is usually used as a final resource of getting cash, and our take was we should be proactive in offering, telling companies they might need some financial backup for their liquidity problems, and not to wait for them to look around for the financial solutions. And that's the reason why we give them this cash flow forecast for them, so they can see where they stand at any given time regarding their cash. Because if they know in advance, 14 days or 30 days is just good enough time for them to sort out their finances, to sell an invoice if they need to, and to get the best possible offers. One of our clients usually said they usually send you, I'm sorry to say, but the shitty invoices, but in order to get the money for the worst ones, but with these pre-approved invoices, they can actually get better offers from better companies as their buyers. So we are looking forward to see how is this going to work out in the future. And next thing what we're going to try to do is actually tell them this is, at the moment they all have to see it in cash flow thing, but we're going to start with some kind of AI, of course, and try to predict the moment they will need some cash and how much cash they would need for their company, of course. I'm not going to go further into it. I would rather play the video that we've made to show you how the application actually works. Sorry. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. I thought there was the video I've sent. It's just how it works within the app. If it's okay, I'll try to send you, and we can show them just in a few minutes' time. Then I'll just do it now. Sorry?
Let's discuss it in the panel then.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah? All right.
Yeah.
So this is
I'll just show you.
Yeah. All right, so let's then, thank you, Ivan. And yes, let's wait for the chairs and let us discuss the marketplaces. Yes, this is enough. All right, so yeah, we will ask to show the Ivan's video, which he will share right now. And yeah, while we are preparing that, so let me invite at the stage Adam Sokal, representing Invoice Finance Marketplace from Czech Republic, and Cosmin Curtițapian from iFactor, Romania, Marketplace from Romania. And Ivan, please get back at the stage. All right. All right, while we're waiting for the video, so let us discuss all the pros and cons of the marketplaces as a business model, because from the perspective of the SME customer, it looks like a really perfect solution in two situations. For example, here in Poland, we have 12 factoring companies offering fully digital or partially digital factoring process. So when I'm an SME, I don't remember all 12 when I want to finance my invoice. So then the marketplace is the ideal place that I upload my invoice, or if the mandatory invoicing is not here, or just give a consent for the using my invoice data if it's on place. And also could be another situation in the market when there is no digital factoring offers at all, and I'm as SME customer do prefer one, and I can use it in the marketplace. So for SME, it looks like really a good offer. So let's discuss how it's in life, what are the pros and cons. And Ivan, I will start with you. Do you have already your first customers?
Yeah, since our launch last week, we have 50 new customers, not yet factoring, haven't used factoring still. But we didn't start as a factoring marketplace as such, because all those people have cash flow problems. Our customers are actually mostly in transport, and very small companies that don't have financial departments within their companies. They usually an owner and a couple of employees in there, and they are doing everything manually in Excel tables and things like that. So in a way, they are trying to use our app as a tool to help them out in their daily activities to follow the finances, because they're all aware. I think all small business owners are aware of the financial problems that they are in. And we're just offering them factoring marketplace as one of the ways to get out of the liquidity problems.
All right, yeah. Very good example, and also the only example, I guess, that this is a mobile application only, right?
Yes, it's mobile only application. I have just the reason for this is because everybody has their mobile with them all the time, and most of them don't even have time to use their laptops or whatever, and they just need time, especially if they are in tracking business or something like that. They're always on the road.
All right, yes, and you said during the presentation that you're using actually the data from the mandatory invoicing implemented in Serbia already. All right, iFactor, present on the market 5 years already, right? What is your business model? How many invoices you are financing? I know also that you are integrating or onboarding private investors to finance the invoices. The same is in Roger's case. So tell us more about you.
Hello everyone, thanks for having me. Indeed, we started a few years ago, and the model that we thought it was kind of a first stage of the fintech that we've built. And I apologize. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, thank you. So,
just give a second.
Is that video so important? I'm thinking. No. Okay. So, when we started, we thought that we should build a model that will disrupt the market. We are a team that is very much into developing innovation, and we really think that financial inclusion is far from being in fact solved, and in terms of SMEs even further than probably in other sections. So we started as a marketplace. First we looked into a model where we were a white label, following a banker's idea. And then we followed my idea to become a competitor to banks, becoming a peer-to-peer platform where private investors were bidding for these applications for invoice discounting. And then we realized soon that still the trust is in the hands of the banks. So we become the first European hybrid marketplace where banks and private investors could bid for the applications. Therefore, we signed at the time #1 bank in Romania, Banca Transilvania. Later stages, we signed some others. So we started to do so. But we fall into exactly the things that we were talking about. Christian earlier was mentioning how difficult it is to make conversion because of the education, or at least the low financial literacy of the entrepreneurs. Nevertheless, also the high net worth individuals, sometimes they have a low financial literacy, so it's very difficult to keep the balance of the marketplace as long as you have such scattered and very heterogeneous profiles, you know. And then it was mentioned by Pragma that they spend some money in Google AdWords. And that's a linear growth type of, and totally incremental line. So it will not make any disruption. It will not make any, actually, much better improvement in anything. So what we've realized that, actually, years ago, we've realized that people and entrepreneurs, they need money. And they don't have education, but they might need it. So what we've done, we pivoted. So today we are selling a SaaS model. So we've developed a technology, which we called before the generative AI, we were calling a semantic model, where private investors and banks could actually use technology for underwriting and understanding, not alone for factoring, but even further to other lending products, business lending products, to better understand what is the risk and what is the credit worthiness against, or the capability of reimbursement of these companies. So we started to build an intelligence service, developing a lot of technologies to scrape data and capture data from any kind of support. And we ended up winning some contests in Europe with banks and acceleration programs. And we identified an opportunity to pivot and sell this technology to banks to use this, and not only banks actually, any kind of, I don't know, enterprise, large distributor in supply chain or anything, to actually analyze, to do the know your partner, know your customer, and underwriting process, AML, all the process behind. So today we do run the marketplace still, but we are not spending. In 2023, we spend zero money on Facebook ads or Google AdWords or anything else.
What are your channels of acquisition for a marketplace then?
We acquire customers mostly through indeed some search engine optimization, which is quite low in terms of conversion. But in fact, we actually leveraged a lot the partnerships that we have with banks, because even if they have their own factoring departments, for example, or other lending products, with our technology, the cost of underwriting became obsolete, and they managed to go with non-guaranteed loans or even invoice discounting from, I don't know, minimum 20K, like a few years ago. It was Banca Transilvania that was performing. With us, they managed to do 15 days with 1,500 euro, and the cost was still effective. So, in fact, we achieved this new step and this new stage in which the lender could perform the underwriting with a much lower cost by using and leveraging AI and other technologies. So basically, yeah, I don't think that we should still focus on financial products. I think that tomorrow's lending will be, at least in the SME space, it will be technology being able to understand better than the entrepreneur with that low financial literacy. Again, something that I've learned during this path is that banks were trying for ages to educate entrepreneurs, and they couldn't. And we may actually made a test, and at some point we made a Facebook channel for entrepreneurs with the largest billing system in Romania. It's called Smart Bill. And we had there a community of something like 10,000 entrepreneurs. And then with our AI, we tried to actually build up the archetypes. And we identified at least 120 plus. So this means something so heterogeneous that it's very difficult to actually be able to educate them, and how. So that's the point. I don't think we should educate them. We should give them a product that will be so fit to their needs that will be adopted. And that's it.
Easy. Yeah. Adam, what about Roger and Czech Republic?
So first of all, thank you for inviting me. I've enjoyed very much the fraud discussions. I have seen several angles that I haven't seen before, and I am very inspired. So thank you for having me.
Of course.
Briefly about Roger, we are a platform. Around 80% or 75% of our volumes come from supply chain financing. We have 17 supply chain financing programs, mainly with the largest e-commerce businesses in Czech Republic and Slovakia. We present in logistics and also telco. The rest of the 25% is the traditional factoring. So we have started as a peer-to-peer platform back in 2013 because we did not have any money. So we started as a peer-to-peer platform. That got better. As of end of last year, we had about 100 million euros on our books. out of which around 40 million euros are banks, 40 million are funds, and about 20 million are high net worth individuals. Obviously, the group of high net worth individuals is the largest in terms of numbers. It's about 1,500 of them. And the main sources of the receivables coming to our platform is obviously the KsEF programs, which are driven by the buyers. So they are very motivated to send invoices in our way because it's good for their supply chain. We also are partially owned by a company called Grid. Grid is the largest provider of electronic data interchange in Czech Republic. And we have exclusivity deal together, so we kind of have a flow of about 30 million of invoices every year that we can finance on, and they are digital and we can rely on them, so the fraud risk on those is low. And that actually was the game changer for us to create a platform, a marketplace, if you like, where the receivable is a commodity. So we have a receivable that is confirmed by the buyer. We can buy a rating from KsEF or Dun Bradstreet or whoever you like. We put the rating there, and because we are a payment institution, we also do all the clearing. So the investors, the only thing they have to do is put down their offer. And obviously that's simple enough for loads of high net worth individuals or investment funds. It has proven not to be simple enough for a lot of banks. So so that's an ongoing challenge for us.
You mentioned you have one bank boarded.
We have one bank as a shareholder, so Societe Generale has 25% of Roger. And obviously it's good that we cooperate also with Erste. And it's good to have a bank as a shareholder from many perspectives. Also, it's very tricky because the other banks are looking at you as a competitor.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. So it's a tricky position to be in.
But are you searching for another banks to join the platform, or this is not your?
Yeah,
target?
I mean we are probably going to onboard 2 other large banks from Czech within a couple of months. This process has taken over a year for us with both of them. When I was speaking to some of the global market leaders, that's not something unusual. It normally takes between 6 to 18 months to onboard a bank to a platform, to a KsEF platform. And it's not only about onboarding them, but it's also making our systems work in a way that we are going to do everything for them. So they are not going to be accessing our platform. We need to fetch all the data in the formats that they are used to their platforms, and prepare it in a way that it's not going to interfere or design any changes to their internal processes, because once you get into that, it's become impossible to onboard them. So it's actually tricky for us to bend our systems in a way that the invoices are shipped in the right structures to the bank.
And do you plan to integrate some fintechs for factoring, for example, present on Czech market? If it's also a
look, how I look at the marketplace, for me, it is about making the chain as short as possible. So on one side, you have an individual or unit of whoever with excess cash, okay? On the other side, you have someone who needs the cash, usually the entrepreneur, the SME. And I think that the chain should be as short as possible. So I do like to see that there are not a lot of intermediaries. So if you look at the independent factoring platforms or companies, they usually are funded by funds, and those funds are funded by private individuals, and you have a lot of middlemen. So I tend to make the chain as short as possible. It's not a dogma, obviously, but we are not intending to advertise ourselves as a platform for factoring companies. And also the Czech market has been set up in a way that there are 5 factoring companies from a bank that has been there since ever, and 1 independent BB Financial Services, and some startups coming and leaving. So it's specific.
Yeah, Ivan, you integrated with, you showed 4 factoring companies, Fintechs, we call them like that, independent one, not connected with the banks, banking groups. What is your target here? And
well, we're not looking at the banks at the moment, just because the banks don't see those small clients that we are targeting as good enough for them to offer them factoring. Some of you were saying, I think it was actually Adam that mentioned it earlier, that they earn about 3,000 or something like from the small company a year, like in revenue, and it doesn't just it's not good enough for them to offer. But the companies that we are targeting are completely under the radar for the banks in any way. They're small companies, all they can ask for credit, but they're not that, especially if they're young companies, they don't have a credit rating or something like that. So they're the ones that are using our products at the moment, and we are looking forward to actually having integrations with the factoring companies such as Instant Factoring, Finspot, and the likes.
Digital ones.
Yeah, digital ones, because our market is actually their market, the same one.
Do we have this video? What's the latest?
I don't know. We'll see it later on.
Can we show the video? No, there is no. Okay. Are there any questions to the marketplaces? Yes, Martins, and then Diederick, please.
Hello. I wondered how on your marketplaces interest rate, how it compares with a market price, or is banking price? Is it like the lowest on the market, highest in the middle? How it compares? And is cutting out the middlemen, etc. Does it help on the interest rate?
Lower?
So we have a data for last 10 years, okay? And the base rate now in Czech Republic, I think, is 5.25, and investors on the platform are getting somewhere around 9% all in. So before the 2020, when the base rates were 0 or slightly below 0, we were seeing interest rates around 4%, and it's actually the same situation. So we see that the investor on our platform requires around 350 to 450 above the base rate. And when I say base rate, I really don't mean base rate, I mean saving account. Yeah, because there is a certain delay, not going down, but going up, there was a delay. So we actually came to the point where the hikes of the Czech National Bank were so fast, and the money from the bank was so expensive, and the investors were not getting enough money on their saving account. So we were actually cheaper than the banks for some period of the time, but that's not a stable environment. But really, 400 basis over base rate.
In our case, we started being first cheaper in 2019 than the bank, because high net worth individuals were performing lower interest rates on whatever they were buying on the platform. So we tried as much as possible, including the fee that we were perceiving to be under this. But at that time we had more bankable tickets that were coming on the platform. If we take last year, for example, we had 92% of the customers were non-bankable from different perspective, compliance or whatever. And in all honesty, we had 28.2% annualized rate. It was the lending. So basically, they made a lot of money with our platform. And of course, it looks like entrepreneurs are ready to pay those amounts. And I was talking with Adam a bit earlier. We've got in the last few months, I think National Bank of Romania is now opening a new non-banking financial institutions license, and there are at least 20 now that are focusing on factoring, including a lot of investors from Poland or Czech Republic coming to the Romanian market, exactly because it's extremely, the appetite is very high because of the return on investment. So yeah, and from the States, and I wouldn't mention, so we have a lot of, and everybody calls me because we are the only regulated peer-to-peer lending, and we have all the technology in place, and we can, and it's a fast track to start the market, so everybody's looking for that.
Ivan?
Well, we don't have anything yet, because nobody has sent anything, because we just started, so we don't have the info on that.
All right. Can we have a microphone here? Diederick. Not here, there.
Thank you. I've got a question to Adam, and it relates to an earlier experience that I have. Our first company was a robo-mortgage marketplace, you can call it. We called it an advisor, but we sold mortgages from 29 companies across Europe in very niche-based segments. We also had a bank investor, Aegon Bank. I heard you in your story, you have Société Générale. In hindsight, in my entrepreneurial development, I think that was a big mistake, having a bank investor in our company back then, because it challenged our independency. It had a lot of regulations brought into the company that we had to comply with. And well, if you would just have relied on private equity capital, that would have accelerated the growth enormously. So my question to you is, why in your strategy is relying on a bank important in accelerating and achieving your goals?
And you mean my strategy as an equity partner, or my strategy as a marketplace platform?
As a marketplace platform.
It is not a core piece of the strategy. We just opened a Receivable fund, like a SICAF for investors. We have seen that Allianz has Alvoca for supply chain financing fund. Pemberton Capital London has a whole fund. Goldman's have department for it. So somewhere I have read or heard that there is 2.5 trillion gap in SME financing, and it's not going to be filled by banking capital. It's going to be filled by funds, because the banks are not flexible enough to onboard all those SMEs. So it is part of my strategy to have banks on the platform, because they are good in covering the peaks. Because one of the biggest problems of our platform is that the SMEs have fear that they can't rely on it. It's a platform. The lines are uncommitted, right? And if you have more banks on the platform becoming stable and more reliable partner for SMEs, and bigger SMEs want more reliable partners. So yes, the banks are part of my strategy for funding. I am prepared not to have any, right? So it's good to have them on board, but my business is not going to collapse if they go or walk away.
Can I chip in with this? Is Société Générale through their VC arm, or it's the bank itself? Because
it's through VC arm.
Sorry?
Through VC arm.
Okay, so that, yeah, basically we chose in our strategy not to have any banks VCs, so corporate VCs from the banks. So we won, for example, Elevator Lab Grand Finale in Vienna. This is the Elevator Lab, Elevator Ventures is the VC arm of Raiffeisen in Vienna, but we never accepted equity from their side, although we work with Raiffeisen on the marketplace. Banca Transilvania the same. They proposed equity investment and we refused it, but we do work with them in terms of capital. So I guess And at least what I've learned lately, especially if you're a technology company, and now here I'm not talking about a financial institution, literally, but a technology company, fintech, then of course you must be funded by the risk capital. And here, what they say lately is that, and I've seen some success stories, is that VCs can be very neutral from the bank, even if they come and their main LP is the bank. Like you have Portofolion from OTP, you have, for example, Elevator, you have many others, you have ING and others. So if you have two of them, then you become more neutral against the market than traditionally having one. That's what they say.
That's true. Thank you for both your answers. Still, my question remains. I understand that from a commercial point of view, it's good to have market coverage, and banks are doing the majority in the market usually. So that's good to have them on the platform. But like you're saying, the gap that you're trying to fill will come from private equity, from other sources, from funds. So I learned that by participating too much, by engaging too much with the banks, all the regulations and all the nitty-gritty work that we had to do in the processes to connect to them slowed us, I think 3 or 4 years down, versus what we could have done when we would just have been funded by private equity and really were attacking the banks.
I could not agree more. It is it's hugely demanding for fintech to cooperate with a bank as a lender or having them on the platform. It is amazing the amount of work that we have to put in that, and that should be something that everyone should have in mind when they coming into this. That it's obviously giving a lot of credibility and credit and customer base and yada yada, but also it gives you a lot to comply with.
All right, yes, and just to wrap up, a very, very short question and last words from your side. How to make the marketplaces popular in the eyes of the SMEs? Ivan, first to you.
Well, I don't know how to make it popular in the eyes of the SMEs because, as I said, we're not trying to offer them a marketplace. We're trying to offer them a solution for their for them to see that they have a financial problem, and the marketplace is just one place where they can try and solve that liquidity problem. No more than that. So it's as everybody was saying, is that they try to educate them, offer them something, but it just keeps not getting any kind of a feedback from them. It just stays the same and it doesn't change at all. So I don't know if we can change anything. It's just that all they want, as everybody says, is just money. You give them money and that's all they need.
All right.
Actually.
So easy access to money.
Yeah.
Right? Adam?
Well, I subscribe to Ivan. I mean, it's not the marketplace that you have to promote. It's the value proposition that you give to the customer. If that is done through different innovations, including marketplace, other technologies enabling that, embedded options, then open finance or closed banking, not open banking, because everybody's afraid of open banking. Why didn't they call it closed banking? Then probably adoption would be higher.
Yep.
I think what we were focusing on a lot was the origination, how we do it, and needs to be seamless. So I would say that loads of our customers don't even know us. Like they never come across Roger really, because it's called Alza invoice financing. It's labeled like they buyer. They don't actually know that they come into our interface. It's like what you were saying with the water. Yes, there is a packaging to it, but I'm not like massively promoting Roger logo and trying to get it into everyone's mind. I think it's about how we deliver the product, and as seamless as it gets, the more popular the marketplace will be. Like that's our mission.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ivan, Cosmin, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we now have a break, and we are back on the stage 20 minutes. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote.
I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance, and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and I invite you to join World of Open Account Digital Community to drive digitalization in receivable finance. Here in Warsaw, in the tallest skyscraper in the whole European Union, let's talk about modern factoring, trade finance and supply chain finance. Let's look at the best digital use cases from the region and think about the future. Join us on the 23rd of April in Warsaw and remote.
All right, so let's get back at the stage, and now we will be discussing the topic of the digitalization of cross-border factoring, and I invite for the presentation Raško Perić from FCOM to present the cross-border factoring platform, and after that let's have a discussion and Q&A session. Raško, you're welcome.
Hi everybody. So where are the rest of the audience? There was some noise. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, let's start. Hopefully there will be some more people joining our presentation and our following panel discussion. To be honest, I'm a little bit nervous, but not only because of staying here at the stage, because it's not my daily business to be on stage, and maybe of my limited English skills, but I was nervous because we lost one of our panelists, and but I heard from Leo that we have a new one. It's the guy from Romania, so it will be maybe a very interesting discussion later. Yeah, because it's not interesting for you having only one panelist, yeah. Okay, and when I entered the stage, I had the idea to run on the stage, maybe as all the fancy CEOs and managing directors do it all over the world, but I decided to go on the stage because we are not Google, and I'm not a CEO, I'm not a managing director. So let me introduce myself. My name is Raško Perić. I'm from FCOM, FCOM. We are German-based receivable finance and factoring solution provider, founded in 2000. So we are a 25-year-old startup, so to say. And yeah, I'm the marketing responsible, and my colleague Petra is also here. We are together today. So let me emphasize at the very beginning of this presentation that the topic of cross-border factoring, and I will present you a kind of platform, is an initial project. So what we are looking for are new stakeholders, and what all of you are heartily invited to give us your feedback on maybe new ideas how further develop this project or this concept. And the second point is that as I said, I'm not managing director, I'm a marketing manager. I'm not a lawyer, so please excuse me that I'm not maybe able to answer you all the questions and or going into detail. But nevertheless, as I said already, we appreciate your feedback, and either you can ask us in the panel, or maybe come directly to our stand, to our booth, and ask me and my colleague Petra, and we will forward your questions to our experts, and they will answer you as soon as possible. Next one, where I have to show this. Oh yeah. Okay, let's start. Let's have a look on the current situation on the markets. As you might know, or all of you, the development of the markets is enormous in the last years, and there is also enormous potential for especially or particularly in those countries in which the role of factoring is as yet not important as in Europe. You probably know that the GDP, the average GDP ratio in Europe is 12%. In Germany, it is 9.5%. And when we look out of Europe, so there are many countries that are far away from let's say 9%. Yeah, so, okay, what shall we do? Let's do business. Let's do more business. And but it's a very big but. It's easier said than done, especially when you're an SME, and it's no matter if it's an SME maybe in Germany or an SME in Poland, in Serbia, or somewhere else, and pretend you're one of those parties and waving and say, hi, over there, I want to have some business, and the other one says, yeah, it's a good idea, let's do business. And then the next question would be, okay, how we shall do this? I don't know, me neither, okay, bye-bye. And so this is the end of the story at the moment, that is the reality. So they are, I'm sorry, okay. My water is there, but I will later on. So there are many challenges for all those SME companies. And yeah, just to show you, you four of them is the key point, as we heard in the presentation, the access to finance. Then it's about the costs. We know the very high inflation rate. We know about the increasing energy costs. We know about the increasing material costs. The third point would be a rising or increasing complexity of the markets, and maybe the increasing risk. So behind those words or terms, there is also the VUCA ecosystem we are challenging these days. So, what is the possible solution? And that's let's say, the core of my presentation. And again, this is an initial project. Please feel free to ask later on in our panel. The idea is to offer a special platform for cross-border factoring, primarily targeted at SMEs. Okay, this is a mistake, but okay. It's based on an initiative of WOA members. So EFCOM is one of the WOA members, and we are still in the concept phase, so now we are obtaining feedback, and then we will have the full realization. EFCOM, we would be a provider for the technical realization. That's the reason why I'm standing here on the stage. Yeah, there's already a legal framework and workflow developed, so we are not starting from scratch. So we are somewhere in the middle. We are not ready-made, but we are not at point zero. And I think this is the most important point, maybe it's open for everyone. And this is a graphic, and as I said, I don't want to go into the details at this moment, but it shows you this classical factoring triangle, and we call it WOA exchange. And it's a rough overview about the concept and the idea. And later on, we can go into the details, maybe the steps. Yeah, the key points. It will be a selective model of international receivable finance. You can use it as an export or import factor. So both versions are possible. Okay, this is a little mistake, but I will go on. It's based on single invoice purchases, and it's a buyer-centric model. And those 2 points at the end, so this is, let's say, example for how to do it when you go into the detail of using an IPU I don't know if you know a revocable payment undertaking. Yeah. The legal background, as I said, there is already a legal framework, and there should be a legal agreement between import and export factor based on international standards of receivable finance or receivable assignment, and we maybe can use the Untitled model law. Yeah. The choice of law and place of jurisdiction can be used then individually, and the legal framework, by the way, was developed by a legal firm based in Germany called BWB, Bette Westenberger Brink. Yeah, the main point is, what about the costs? So if we talk about the platform, it would be free of charge in the case that you use AFX as a factoring solution. What is AFX? AFX is a factoring solution from FCOM. So this is one possibility. You're one of our clients, and then you can use this platform free of charge. The alternative would be you have to pay a membership fee or a usage-based fee per transaction. Of course, it is not free for the import and export factors, so you have to agree about the finance costs. And there are no further hidden costs or fees. And let me say, just at the end of this quite short presentation, maybe there would be a second phase of, let's say, bit of a bidding process, financing of individual receivables in the form of a bidding process, achieving the best possible margin for all parties involved, and there should be a complete transparency during the whole process. And yeah, I rushed through my slides, and I'm too fast. Am I, Olena? I'm fine? Okay, are you fine? I'm fine too. So, let's discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raško. And yes, let me invite the panel and the moderator first of all, Eleanor Triou, legal at ICC Austria. And yeah, will you invite the panelists?
Hi, everyone. First and foremost, round of applause for the guys, the techies, and everybody helping us put together the conference. Really admire your job. Well done. Thank you very much for your help. Let me get settled in. Hi everyone, and hi online. If you're still joining from 9 to 6 o'clock in the evening, that is a hard ask. I'm very pleased. So hello online, and please get ready, because we are hoping for a little bit of an engagement session here. Couple of words. First and foremost to myself. So my name is Eleanor Troy. I work for the International Chamber of Commerce, actually for ICC Austria. The International Chamber of Commerce, some of you probably have already made acquaintances there or have had to deal with them. So we are the world's biggest business organization, and we are representing 45 million enterprises around the world. And what a lot of people do not know is that we are structured a little bit weirdly, because we are, on one hand, an international organization, but we also have, on the other hand, 90 representations around the globe. And these differ. So ICC Poland differs from ICC Austria, differs from ICC Germany. Some of the countries do not have a national committee just yet. However, if you're interested, I will pass on to Olena some of the materials and links to send around to the attendees. And this will then be one of them. Check out your national committee, because at times they can help you with import-export. So the ICC merely is interested in dispute resolution. We are the oldest arbitration institution in the world. And then we do policy making, advocacy, and rule making. And those of you in the factoring or receivable finance industry that have a background in trade finance obviously will know ICC through the rules for documentary credits or bank guarantees. And one of our most popular product is the Incoterms. These are done by the ICC as well. So that is a little bit of myself, and I will ask the panelists to introduce themselves as well. Raško, would you like to give us a little bit on your background?
Okay, as I said, I'm the marketing guy from EFCOM, working since 5 years for EFCOM, and yeah, we are a team of 5 employees. EFCOM, as I said, German-based, very traditional company, but 2 or 3 years ago we have a bigger strategy change. So we are focusing not anymore on Europe, but on let's say the rest of Europe, of the world. We have our first client in India since 3 months. We are having a new product on Islamic factoring, so we are focusing on the MENA region, on Africa. It's a very interesting part, being part of this, let's say, team, and yeah, we are looking forward for the future.
Thank you, Christian.
Hello, hello to everyone. I'm Cristian Ionescu. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of Instant Factoring. It's a leading fintech in the Central Eastern Europe. I spent my last 22 years working in this industry. I used to be the CEO of COFAS. It's a global credit insurance company for Central Eastern Europe, a few markets in our region, for 10 years. And then after I decided to leave, we set up various organizations in the same space, debt structure finance for mid-large companies, and most recently Instant Factoring, which we launched 6 years ago. And for this time we focus, rather than helping the very big boys of the world, we decided to help the very small guys of the world, where we feel we have a huge impact in their lives. Because as many of you know, when you work for a big group, let's say Siemens, you're not changing anybody's life. If Siemens doesn't buy from me, my service, you will buy from him or from him. So you're not really impacting the world. So we thought with a super digital product, 100% online, digitized, we can democratize a little bit this product, which usually it's targeting the top 1-2% of the market, and make it available for all. With the challenges that were discussed by all our colleagues throughout the day, of education and so on and so forth. But that's it about me. And now we are a little bit international to come to our topic for today, in the sense that we started in Romania, we went to Serbia 2.5 years ago, now we go to Spain, and we do also a lot of cross-border transactions for exporters from our markets. There are challenges, and I think we will have the chance to discuss.
We will talk about the challenges in a second.
International expansion and doing business for many reasons, but I'm sure you will have a question on that.
But thank you for leading the subject. So I think a big part of today was spent on domestic platforms and domestic providers, and we're moving into the cross-border situation and international trade. And digitization of international trade. And of course, ICC has done and is still doing a lot. There are plenty of initiatives, first and foremost, the Digital Standard Initiative, so where we were trying to set standards around the world to help digitization get going. But, and the reason why I invited Christian to the panel, he started before at a different panel. So I wondered what you would consider the biggest obstacles to digitization of international trade. Would you like to start, Christian? I will stop you though if you pass too much time.
So, if your question is extremely good, I think the challenge is a bit hybrid origin.
I would agree, yeah.
Number one, in Europe, unfortunately, as we know in many areas and sectors, we are super regulated compared to the US, to Asian markets. So Europe has a very tough regulation in every single market. Out of, I would say, maybe 27 EU countries, 20 have local laws on factoring, which are not harmonized. That is, I think that's one of the originators of the challenges that I will describe in the digitization that you mentioned. So that is the reason why we had to go market by market and open a local company, because it's actually impossible. We had requests from Switzerland to finance Swiss companies or German companies, because we are an international European platform. We could, through our digital system, our platform could actually finance anyone in the world today. However, from a Romanian jurisdiction perspective, where we are licensed as a non-banking financial institution, then the regulator, the National Bank, says you are free to finance anyone you want around the world. But if I come to Germany and try to finance a local German seller, I will run into the regulatory framework of Germany or Switzerland. And that comes with a huge risk if you try to do something. Many people say, are on the idea, you can do a one client, you don't require a license. We tend to be very conservative on that. That is why we decided to go market by market. Now, when you come to the digitization of that, when you look at the model we have, it's fully digital, instantaneous rating of the seller and of the buyer, like literally in a matter of seconds, 1-2 seconds. If we want to go international, we would have to integrate with public data sources or information providers, aggregators of data, internationally, which is not as easy. My colleague here maybe will say, yeah, if you go through a global credit provider, you could cover some of the requests, right? So there are global companies that can provide data in many 100+ markets. I'm sure ICC would be a solution or some kind of data provider on that. The challenge is that there are a lot of particularities in every market. I can tell you the credit risk model in Serbia is different than the one in Romania and is different from the one in Spain. So localization and understanding, this is not an easy fit. So that is the one particular problem for the digitization of the trade receivables finance. The lack of cohesion and the lack of data providers in a structured format, the same everywhere. And I can tell you, even in very developed markets, let's take Switzerland, where I'm quite familiar with the ecosystem. Because of the legislation of confidentiality on shareholders, credit reform, which is a huge market player, they cannot disclose to you, as a factor in Switzerland, the underlying reason for their scoring. So they will tell you the score, but if you're saying why 5 not 10, they're not able to provide you because they don't have access to financials. They lack so the PLC companies, the stock ownership companies, they are not obliged to submit financials. They are confidential. Shareholding structures is confidential. So I give you one example of things
Well,
that
Switzerland
prevent
is
us.
in particular very well known.
Okay, maybe I chose
for-
an extreme example, but what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say, it's in every single market you go, there are different particularities, and it's super. I mean, you have 27 fragmented markets that you need to understand well for you to have a cross-European solution. I'd be very interested to hear about how you plan to do this pan-European.
So we have legal
exchange.
interoperability. That is one pain point that you mentioned. Raško, do you have any thoughts on the biggest obstacles for cross-border factoring or trade finance in general?
No, nothing more to add what you said, Christian, because we had this discussion with Mark from Lenvi some minutes ago, and I told him it's a ridiculous situation because even in Germany you have 16 entities, the so-called Bundesländer, and even they are not have a common strategy. So the Bavarian guys, they say, okay, we are part of Germany, but not really. We do our own thing. And about the topic of e-invoicing. So it's a mission impossible to have one standard even in Germany. So there are very big obstacles and challenges for the SMEs, but that's the reason why we're sitting here. So there should be an solution, and we are having this idea to launch a new project and enhance, because there is underperformance and there is a finance gap, not even in Germany, for the SMEs, and there should be a solution. So, yeah.
I love to hear that. So, as a representative of ICC, I've been with ICC for the past 12 years. I'm very open to one opening question that I ask all the time. But before I ask that, I would also like to remind the audience, some of you may have noticed that, but Word of Open Account has underwent some changes. So we have a new leadership, and we are also trying to get the community engagement to increase. And we also would like to hear from you guys what you would like us to do. And now here comes the question. So how can we help? We've been talking through the entire day about good examples, but also about obstacles and hurdles that we still have to overcome. So what is your intake on what you would expect a stakeholder, an industry representative to help you with? What would actually help you do business in a better way? So I will pass on the question to my panelists, and then hopefully have somebody from the audience perhaps give us some idea. So Raško, how can we help?
Maybe Christian will start.
Okay,
Christian.
let me get the controversial topic. So I think, coming back to what I was saying earlier, when you try to compare Europe, first of all, despite the fact that 20 markets out of 27 have different legislation, you can't passport. You can only pass many of our constituents, many of our stakeholders were saying, oh, but it's super easy. You're going to passport your license from a EU market in Romania, and you can do cross-border licensing, no problem. It's actually not true. If you don't have a bank in your cap table, you can't do it. So only the banks made it the law or influence the law in such a way that they can do it, but not independent players like us. So therefore, we have to open, if we want to be all across Europe, we need to open 20 companies in Europe with 20 translations of 20 agreements. So basically, you pay again for the cookies policy on our website. For each new market, we need to pay terms and conditions and lawyers and legal advice 20 times. If you're in the US, you have one market, one language, and unless you're going to very sensitive topics to be tackled by the states, by each individual state legislation, but I think, believe me, I don't think terms and cookies and conditions on the website are one of them. you have access to a huge market. By the way, it's unregulated. I don't need a license there. We've been studying this some time ago. So this is a problem that we have, and unification of legislation across Europe, that we claim that we are a unique market and freedom of services and it's not, actually it doesn't work in the case of trade receivables finance. Yeah, not only the reasons that I mentioned earlier, that there's a fragmentation of data sources and very specific things in various places, as well as we hear also within the borders of one country.
I do understand what you're driving at, but we still have to pay attention that the EU structurally is something completely different than the US. And neither you nor I, nor any representative can change the Amsterdam contract or the Maastricht Treaty. So we have to work with some limitations. I admire the ambition, nevertheless, but do you have a positive example as to where stakeholders helped you with doing trade or made trade possible or made factoring possible?
Actually, yeah, I would like to, I was sharing within the coffee break, it's incredible the level of support we received to go to Spain. And it's actually, it's again a little bit particular because the support was received by us, by the Basque government. You know, Basque country within Spain, they're kind of not really an autonomous region, but they have their own tax regimes and etc. The level of service and support we received there, it's incredible. I mean, we could not have paid anyone to do such an amazing job that done by the government. Actually, it's one of the. It's called Seed Capital Biscaya. It's a kind of a family of funds that is financed by the Basque government and all the Spanish banks combined. And their focus is to attract innovative companies to go to the Basque country and from there to Spain and Latin America, etc. So they created this program. And actually, at the beginning, we never understood why they decided to help us. And last year, when we went to Bilbao, where we had set up our offices now, we were super impressed by the social inclusiveness that they really live it. I mean, the Basque and the Basque country government, they are super passionate and super dedicated to create a very inclusive economy. The region is the biggest employers are cooperatives, where these are really the term cooperative that we in the ex-communist countries are a bit scared of. Yes, you put your money together, millions of people. Sounds believe me, when I went there, I said, "Oh my God, what am I hearing here?" It's like a little bit of. I was kind to them. I said it's socialism, but actually I felt it was communism what I heard. But it was actually a communism, if you like, that really works. And so I met one of the biggest cooperatives in the world, Cooperative Mondragon, which manages about 400 billion euro of assets around the world. The CEO of the cooperative cannot have a salary higher than 6 times than the lowest paid worker. That's what I'm talking about, social inclusiveness. And we were amazed. And they actually, because of our mission of supporting underserved, underbanked communities, they saw something in us that could serve them in their own community. They wanted to have this kind of solution. We had no idea why they chose us. But due to their amazing support, they opened the door for us, for banks, for insurance companies, for investors, funds, lawyers, tax advisors, auditors, accounting services, everyone. It would have taken me, believe me, many, many months to access these people. Probably many of them would not have bothered replying to us, just because the government was calling. Of course, they were all there at the very representative level, managing partner. So that's a kind of a support that I would love to hear that ICC could offer when companies look for international expansion to support and go to other jurisdictions.
But from an ICC perspective, we try to deliver that. We have to keep in mind that we are a global organization, not just an European organization. On the European level, we're campaigning hard against the current wording of the EU regulation on late payments, the 30 days, the mandatory 30 days, which neither will work for the factoring industry, nor for the SMEs, nor for anybody. We are not entirely sure who's drafted the regulation. The purpose in itself is good. We all agree that timely payment of invoices is something we should strive for, but still the mandatory 30 days do have a restriction on private autonomy, on contractual freedom, in particular for SMEs. So I think from an organizational level, we're trying to talk to regulators and legislators. We're also talking regularly to the regulators for the Capital Requirements Directive. So this is something we're doing. I would be interested in the audience, going back to my original point, how can World of Open Account help? Any thoughts, any expectations, maybe online?
Maybe I can give a short answer from my perspective. It means PR and marketing. I think what we, and with we, I think of SME companies or smaller companies or the whole ecosystem. So this is maybe a buzzword, but we need more communication. We need to discuss, and what we're doing now, it's very important. Not only discussion, because we have to do things, and this is the reason why WOA or the members are having several initial projects. To be honest, we are not let's say the Ligue 1. We are not the Bundesliga. We are the the major league, but. The second division or the third division maybe, but maybe this is the reason why we have to talk, and we have to have an advocacy on several fields for this problem, because there is a finance gap, and we have to meet, discuss, and we do not have always
we won't always share the same point of view, but at least we talk about it.
So there should be sometimes beef, but it's beef. It's a positive beef, and discuss things. I think this is very important for this project, for this idea.
I agree. I also believe that, and we heard it throughout the day again and again and again, that there is value in education. So from various people, from various panelists, we've heard there's a lack of education. SMEs do not have time to prepare. They don't want to know what factoring is. They want the money. As much as I believe that this is true to a specific extent, I also believe that those SMEs that are strive for success and are at the end of the day sustainably successful understand the mechanism behind what they're doing. So there is a willingness to learn. And I, for example, hope that World of Open Account will bring a different approach to education to the table. So that's what I'm striving for. Anybody else from the audience? Well, in that case, I would like to thank my panelists. Thank you, Christian, for jumping in. I'm really grateful. And Olena, it's back to you.
All right, so we are now will be discussing the topic of the ESG and sustainability in the receivable finance. But before we start, yes, I would like to invite Kamil Gosławski from KsEF Poland to present the results of the survey that we were doing today, and the one that we announced in the morning, that we measure carbon footprint of our events. And yeah, we are eager to know the results. Please.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kamil Gosławski. Thank you, Olena, for the invitation and such great opportunity to present the, let's say, performance of our event. Because during the event, we collect the questionnaires about the, let's say, the impact of that event for the let's say, our environment in case of carbon footprint, and we want to present the values of that. But maybe before I will start, I just want to mention about the solution that we use to measure the carbon footprint and the methodology, because we based on our solution called Synergy. It is a global let's say, platform that can be used to assess sustainability factors, and it based, of course, on let's say, global standards like Global Reporting Initiative, Sustainable Development Goals, Taxonomy, European Union, and SRS. So based on that platform and information from the surveys, we get such information that based on 18 surveys, that is about 38% of all the participants of today's event, the total impact and the information about the let's say total carbon CO2, yeah, carbon dioxide presented is 2.5 tons. So just to imagine that we create something like a big car, like a SUV, such amount of the CO2, and to absorb that amount of the carbon, it took by 362 trees. And just to take a look for the exposure of that total amounts, we can observe that maybe mainly our participants of that event took the several means of transport, like planes, like car, and also train. But let's say the quite big impact was the accommodation in the hotels, because we can see that there is 70 nights for the 11 people. And also we can observe that a couple of persons use also the metro, the subway, the bus, and the taxi. And a couple of people also take a walk to go to that event. So that is the, let's say, main information for you. And in case that anybody will be interested in our platform, Synergy, feel free to ask, because we are here to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I think this is a good base for the next year's measurement and comparison. So I don't know what we should do to make it, better results next time. Yeah. All right. So let's now get back to the panel. First of all, let me invite the moderator of the panel, Sofia Karadima, head of community engagement in Actu Group, and also ESG researcher. Sofia, you are welcome.
Hello, welcome all to the last session of this conference. I would like now to invite the speakers of this panel to join the stage, and we can start without further ado. So, my name is Sofia Karadima. As Olena mentioned, I'm an ESG researcher since 2015, and at my current role, I'm the head of community engagement at Actum Group, which is a private equity news and value creation publication. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Kamil, Tizian, and Mikhail to come to the stage. Thank you very much. Welcome all, and thank you for being here today. So, I would like to start by introducing you to our audience, and I would like to invite each one of you to give a brief introduction about your role and how it's related to ESG. I would like to start with you.
Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Tizian Bielecki. I work as a sustainable finance lead for Santander Bank Polska. So I'm responsible for commercial side of the ESG, if you will, for the SME and retail segment.
Thank you very much. Next to you.
My name is Kamil Karaczun-Kuszmar. I represented KsEF, and I manage the cooperation with the mainly banks, but also with the e-commerce and BNPL players on our Polish market. And in case of, let's say, the ESG area, KsEF, let's say, tried to support all the financial institutions, all the financial markets in case of assessment, score, and let's say providing the data to help that institution, but also the SMEs in case of whole, let's say, area of ESG.
Thank you very much, Kamil. And now let's turn to you, Michał.
Hello, Michał Szalast. I'm representing BNP Paribas Bank Polska. In my organization, I'm responsible for sustainable financing team. So sustainability and ESG connected with corporate clients. My team is responsible for linking ESG components with credit facilities.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you here as well. So our panel today is about how to embrace ESG in receivable finance. And I would like us now to delve into the questions. So the first question is for you. Do you have targets or KPIs on financing customers with good ESG rating or customers with green projects? And how do you distinguish the green projects you finance from the greenwashing projects?
Okay, so I think it's important to mention that the banks are one of the major levers of transposing the European Green Deal onto the real economy. So effectively, the financial sector, if you look at the Sustainable Growth Strategy of EU that was published in 2018, it already included 10 levers, including the banks within the financial sector, how this is going to be transposed onto the real economy. So in that sense, obviously, as a highly regulated industry, we have a number of requirements on regulatory front that are imposed on us, including the green asset ratio, which is the ratio that we need to publish starting this year on the proportion of the sustainable assets vis-à-vis total balance sheet. But obviously, the discussion around the ESG topics is a discussion about the competitive advantages and competitive advancements of our clients. So in that sense, we consider this as part of our obligation to join the clients on that journey, provide financing to help them leverage this trend. And the trend to me is more about economic efficiency rather than just going by the values. I believe that there is a handful of clients that is going to go on that quite expensive journey only based on values, but rather based on a single business case. This is true, especially on the corporate world. It might be slightly different on individuals, but from that perspective, this is something that is a main driver of the clients' motivations to engage with us in these discussions. And obviously, as banks in the privileged positions, we have been the first one to be facing the requirements defined on regulatory level on defining what is sustainable, what is not sustainable, how to deal with greenwashing, etc. So in that sense, from the banking perspective, already in 2020, and the regulator, which is the European Banking Authority, has introduced the EBA guidelines on loan origination and monitoring, which includes 2 sections that are specifically dedicated to managing ESG risk. We have been subject to climate stress tests, etc., etc. So from that perspective, we're arguably ahead of many of our clients in terms of understanding these risks and having capabilities. Now, if you ask about the greenwashing risk, then obviously there is a number of guidelines that can be adjusted based on the specific institution. One of the most obvious one is obviously the EU taxonomy. We need to remember, though, that there is probably over 20 taxonomies globally, so depending on the specificity of the organization, the single taxonomy of EU might not be the only kind of guiding principle that the organization is following. In that context, in case of the organization that I work, we actually have dual guidance. One is EU taxonomy, to which we're aligned, but second one includes the views of all our global footprint, which includes US and includes South America notably. And in that sense, it's a combination of EU taxonomy and those ones. So I think it's not about definition; it's more about specificity of compliance and the strength of processes to guide these. Because obviously, greenwashing is a real risk that some of our peers have already experienced quite heavy fines for not complying with proper risk management on that front.
Great point, Jan, and thank you very much for sharing your opinion with you. What about you, Michał? Do you agree with that? And what is the case from your organization?
I would like to supplement what Jan said, because both we represent international organizations that would like to stick with up-to-date regulations and market demand. Yes, so. What is very important is taxonomy aligned projects, which, to be frank, we don't see a lot at this moment in the market. Yes, so when we talk about sustainability, ESG project and so on, we should think about the process, faster or slower process. Here in Poland, we have a big potential to transform the economy, but still we have a lot of to do. So in general, our goal is to build our internal assets based on taxonomy, but still we have 2 approaches. One is what is taxonomy aligned financing, and the second thing is what is sustainable financing in our eyes, BNP approach. Yes, so we consider for sure renewables, energy efficiency projects, and any other projects that we assess on our internal and international on the group approach. So as Tizian said, there is a deep process of assessment, and every single investments it's considered separately. Yes, so at this moment, greenwashing, ESG, you can check. We've just released our integrated report when a bank shows what are the risk considered by the bank, and one of the risk under credit risk is ESG risk. So under ESG risk, of course, we can put greenwashing. Yes, because some of the investments can be very attractive in terms of potential revenue, but as you build a strong brand, trustful brand, because we finance not only corporate clients, but also the individual ones. Yes, so when individual client would like to put his or her money assets in our banks, he would like to have to be sure that this brand can be trustful and I can have this money on their accounts. Yes, so this reputational risk is also considered in every single transaction. Yes, so we have analysis, ESG analysis department. They talk with our standard credit analysts. So the process is comprehensive. So from one side, we talk about business side and business case, what can be considered as a sustainable asset, and then afterwards we can call it on the market. And the second thing is the whole process of assessing this internally. Yes, so we are very careful on greenwashing topic because when you build the trust, one reputational breakdown can be really costly for the bank.
Definitely, and I agree with you about the reputational risk. Now I would like us to discuss more about the ESG certification, and I would like to turn to Kamil. Do you help your business customers proceed with their ESG certification, and if yes, how?
So basically, from our perspective as a KsEF, because we are a service provider in such area, also with the certification of the ESG, we observe that the main issue on the market is the lack of data and the challenge with the standard of the assessment and the certification. So that's why we decided to, as a service provider for the financial institution, to create solution, to create some unific standard based, of course, on the global standards and the European Union, because that is the most common on the market. And we create, as I mentioned before, the digital platform, which is a web-based solution that can be helpful and useful for both sides, for the financial institution, as for example the bank, and also for the partner of the bank, the entity which is in the chain of value, the value chain or supply chain of that bigger player. So from our perspective, it is crucial to let's say have the as much as possible the good quality of the data to assess entity and to create the certification, because also what is worth to mention that in KsEF Group we have the rating agency and create the methodology with KsEF ratings, because that is the agency authorized by ESMA, so with the European authority in that area. And we create, based on the data that we get from the customer, from the partner, because the solution works in that way that it's like a self-assessment, and entity have to input the data to the platform, and based on that information from entity, so we assume that that is the best way to get all information needs to certify and assess. That is the, let's say, the best way from our perspective to collect data, to assess, because also we create a ESG score, and then after the whole process, the output of our platform is the certification. So to make a long story short, from our perspective, the certificate from the let's say authorized entity is crucial, also for let's say us as a service provider, but I assume that for entities like banks, which are the head of supply chains, the value chains. It's also important. But at the end of the day, for the SMEs, for the entities that took part in that whole chain, it's also very important to have a trusted partner that can help and assess that area and support them in that very, let's say, complicated process.
Definitely, and it's clear that you mentioned that the data are important for the certification. Now, back to you, Tizian. What is your view on that? And is your organization helping your customers with the ESG certification?
I think it depends on the segment, essentially. So the scope of this conference is with SME. So typically we rely on our own assessment, partially because of the data unavailability, which means that majority of the models and assessment is done by a combination of, I would think, heavily skewed qualitative and quantitative models. So that means that there is a lot of expert judgment in it, and as long as it is internal and we understand how it works, I think we have a comfort in that. Otherwise, reaching to third party is more relevant for us in fixed income issuances that we do on sustainable assets, or for the work with sustainability linked longs, CIB clients, etc. So large transactions. There's typically this second party opinion element, which includes one of the third party agencies. But I think that this market is still in development, and I think the ESMA call for comment on regulating the ESG scoring agencies is something that is pending. So we expect this to be still work in progress in a sense. It's not to say that there is anything wrong with the entities that are providing the services. It's more to emphasize that we've seen a number of scientific papers that look at the convergence ratio, and the outcomes are showing that there is very strong differentiation between the outcomes for the same company from different entities. So I think it is important for the institution that chooses to use this type of services to be consistent in picking single partner using the criteria that are aligned with the appetite and definition that the institution is using for internal purposes. So I think it's not very different to using credit rating agencies, so the traditional CRAs as defined by ESMA, because therein still the organization is at least encouraged, if not obliged, to perform own analysis on top of the third-party assessment, and that this is what provides a complete picture.
Definitely. And now, from your side, what do you think and how?
Yes, so in BNP as well, we develop our own ESG assessment. So ESG analysis is now an integral part of maintaining clients' portfolio and integral part of standard credit process. So in every single case, there are questions about the financial part, yes, the risk part of the financing, and the part of that is also a set of questions about ESG performance. Yes, so we analyze client in all three aspects, E, S, and governance. But what is important, we are doing our best to do it by our own. Yes, there are a lot of analyses like ESG ratings and so on, and of course we don't underestimate them because we think that this is important part of the market, of the ESG development, because when you think about, for example, the biggest companies, yes, stock exchange companies, it's easier for them because there are a lot of services of consultants, consulting companies and so on, who can support the biggest names in sustainability. Yes, when we talk about companies located deeper in a supply chain, mostly there are no resources in these companies, human resources, financial resources, to have a deep dive into ESG, and that is why ESG is set lower on the priorities agenda. Yes, so from our perspective, for example, ESG rating, it's not must-have in the ESG analysis, but we always check whether this company have, I don't know, EcoVadis rating or other rating, because it's important information whether the first step into sustainability is done. Yes, so for us, maybe the score is not the most important thing at this moment, because when we think about Polish market, we started talking seriously about sustainability 2, 3, 4 years ago, and on the SME level, I think now. So this is not the case to see where a company stands at this moment, but ask, okay, so you have this kind of score, or you received any other rating. What is the plan? What you would like to do with that? This is the base for improvement path. This is the base. It was the self-assessment for you, and you checked where are the gaps that you would like to fulfill. So this is important for us, and of course maybe not change the financial rating at this moment, but this is information that this client can be trusted in terms of ESG. Because when we talk about the bank strategy and the credit portfolio, you think about not this year and 2-year perspective, but long term. And if you would like to transform or decarbonize all the credit portfolio, you have to be the partner to the clients, but also receive information from the clients, what they would like to do and what you could expect in the mid or longer term.
That's a great point. And on that, I would like to ask you a follow-up question. So what is the best way to integrate ESG in the factoring product channel? And more specifically, because you mentioned about the ESG scores, how in practice can customers with better ESG scores can get better offers? And what do we mean by better offers exactly? Is it like more loyal credit criteria, or is it like ESG score pricing?
When we talk about factoring, we talk about supply chain. So when we think about sustainability, decarbonization, last years we talk mainly with the biggest companies, so Scope 1, Scope 2, for them, they focused on themselves. So what to do at first to improve themselves. But now the market is more and more demanding, and when we talk about multinational corporates, we say, okay, the first and the second scope you manage, there are targets, there are specific plan you would like to chase. But now what is very important is how to manage the scope 3. Yes, the third scope, when there are the most CO2 emission is hidden. Yes, so of course there are some sectors where first and the second scope is more important, but basically on the market the scope 3 is this on which we would like to focus. So when we think about that, we think about me as a big company and my supply chain. And if I'm the client of the factoring company or a bank that provides factoring solutions, I should think about what kind of supply chain I have, what is the most important and the most difficult for my counterparties in this chain, and where the focus should be put. Yes, so if there is a transportation company or agro or food chain, so we think about waste management, we think about decarbonization of the trucks or other kind of fleet. Yes, so when we talk with our clients, we are trying to develop solutions to have the most impactful solution. Yes, so you ask how to do it and what is the price, the better price. Yes? So we strongly think about solutions when you put some kind of additional covenants for your supply chain, and if they improve it, it can be the decarbonization, decrease of the CO2 emissions. When we talk about transport and logistics, can be choosing the trucks with the Euro 5 or 6 best market standard trucks. Yes, so when your supplier achieve these small goals on the annual time, yes. So you, we as a bank can offer the better conditions, for example. Yes. So this is benefit not only for our client but also for us, because our scope free, because this is a bank's scope free as well. This CO2 emission is lower.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Kamila, I would like to ask you. So from your side, how do you think that the adoption, integration of ESG will be affected by the pressure of regulators, activists, banks themselves and customers?
So I think that the main force driven will be, of course, the regulation, because as always, as we can, for example, observe in case of data protection, like in GDPR area, it was I assume that the same as a current situation with ESG. So that is the main point. And also I think that the customers at the end of the day will be also the second wave of push the financial institutions and the whole market to ESG area. Because I think that it's very important what Michał mentioned, that it's not only, let's say, important to get the current information about the current status of the institution, like, for example, bank, like the service provider of the bank, and even the product that is offering for each of the entity, but maybe even more important is what will be the change, what will be the performance in time of that entity, of that product, and what we also observe and what is the, let's say, recommendation from our customers is fact that we should also share some kind of recommendation, what we can or what should we do to improve our score, to improve our assessment. And based on that, we also have some kind of add-on in our platform, because we have, beside of the ESG score, we have also the part of action plan, that we can recommend some steps that should be followed by the entity to improve the current status. Yeah, yes, and I think that it's very important to pay attention, not only focus to get the report, get the certification, but we have to measure and we have to pay attention to performance in time. What is important to improve, and maybe let's say in what point we want to be in 1 year, on next 2 years. So I think that it will be also important for the customers to make sure that there is, let's say, no only let's say important information that you are with good score, ESG score, you are in a good position, but I want to observe that you will still improve it.
Definitely, and it's a good point that you mentioned about the forward-looking and looking ahead of the next 1 or 2 years. And now, Tizian, back to you. So my question for you is, what are your tips, recommendations to the banks and factoring companies on what they should do in order to succeed in embracing ESG in their organizations, but also in helping their customers in this?
So I think that this is a mega trend that is going to impact everyone, and I'm not referring really about the values, because the values may or may not be shared by individuals, but about the economic effects of the efficiency and how the regulation was structured. The structure of the regulation, both in Europe and elsewhere, is essentially to force the change of the entire capex of the economy, very simplistically put. So in that sense, we are going to see impact on this across the board, on all the industries, all the clients, and everywhere else. So in that sense, I think that, first of all, admitting this fact is a nice way to start, and this is happening, and I think it is forced to some industries, and it's going to come to the other as well, because if, as a financial industry, we are forced to be looking at these factors, and we recognize additional risks of transition risk, physical risks that are impacting financial risk, then obviously these are going to impact the financial risk, be it credit risk, financial risk of various sorts, etc. So in that sense, this is going to be a dimension by which we are going to be assessing the clients, and we are doing this already. So in that sense, I think first of all, admiring the opportunities that this creates, because obviously there is a huge push that is coming from regulatory perspective, but also large pull in the form of next generation funds in Europe and all the subsidies and other funds in other parts of the world. So in that sense, there are many opportunities that exist for the companies that are our clients, but also to ourselves, to join the transition journey, because majority of the market in any industry is actually sitting somewhere in between the so-called brown industries and the green industry. So the game is not about creating the infinite number of the green companies, because the marginal effects of this are going to be insignificant to the economy, but rather to pull everyone that is somewhere in between to that gray area. So the journey on the improvement that was mentioned by my colleagues before is exactly what is happening. Now, the difficulty that we're facing, both in Poland but also in other countries, is that effectively this is a new dimension which is going to impact the supply chain dynamics, which means that it's not only about competing on the price, but also competing on the carbon footprint that is going to impact the shape of relationships and also composition of the suppliers. So we might end up in a situation whereby some of the companies that are providing nominally cheaper products are still not going to be part of those supply chains that exist today. This is especially true for our economy. In Poland, majority of the economy is driven by the export to European Union. So let's not hope that this is going to fade away. It's not going to fade away. Even if we have any political debates, the economic ties are far stronger than any political debates that we might be having. So this is going to be happening quicker than we anticipate. So in that sense, I think recognizing that fact and trying to understand what are the key drivers, but also looking for the opportunities this creates on the efficiency perspective, so the P&L, business case, etc., it's very feasible, and it just requires effort. Now, the only aspect that is quite heavy cost-bearing is exactly managing the regulatory tsunami, as we call it, because especially for SMEs, this is quite a big challenge, which might be just beyond abilities to do it on a single company level, but this is where industry associations and other groups are coming to help.
Thank you very much, and it was crucial that you mentioned the transition journey and from the brown to the green industries. We have 1 minute and a half, so I would like now to open the questions to the audience. Maybe we can accept 1 question from the audience for our speakers today. Is there anyone that would like to ask a question? If not, then in the last minute that we have, I would like all of you to summarize or mention something that you haven't mentioned so far. I would like to start with you, Tizian.
Okay, so I'll only start with one, which is the regulatory landscape is being shaped as we speak, and it's a process. So being part of that process, meaning taking part of the public consultation and providing your opinion, is going to shape it. If not, it's going to be shaped by your peers, potentially with other countries with different challenges.
Thank you very much. Kamil, how about you?
So maybe because of the fact that I'm more connected with the risk area, I would say that ESG can be the risk, but also the opportunity for whole the market. And I think that we can, let's say, turn that risk to opportunity to achieve, let's say, the market competitiveness. And I think that maybe from my personal perspective, the crucial is also connection between the regulatory, technology, and financial, let's say, area to collect all of that factors. And I think that it could be a good idea to manage ESG topic.
Definitely, it's the silver lining between the risk and the opportunity. And what about you, Michał?
Maybe in 1 or 2 sentences, from my perspective, the business should think about sustainability and sustainable transformation as a big shift that cannot be omitted. And I always think about digitalization, for example. So we have, we know big brands like Nokia or Kodak that were used in almost every household, and today they are not considered as ones that we choose on the shelf. So I think that with sustainability can be the same. So everyone who run its business, his or her business, should think that if my product so far were efficient, cheap, with the good quality, now should add also the sustainability part and create the additional value with the service or with the product, also with the sustainable part.
Definitely. Thank you all of you for sharing your thoughts today. It has been really interesting. Thank you very much for the audience for staying until our panel today. Many thanks to Olena for organizing such an interesting event. The stage is yours for the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the end of the conference, and some few words from us from World of Open Account Digital, and yeah, what is next after the conference. So first of all, of course, we invite you to participate and to join our webinars, which we are organizing on a monthly basis. And we are announcing the topics on our LinkedIn, on our websites. So please subscribe and join the webinars, but also give us your feedback, which topics you are interested in the most, so we could also take it into consideration and in the planning of our webinars. And of course, this year this is the awards events and party, which will be on December 5th here in Warsaw as well. So please save the date. But also we invite you to nominate your solutions for the best digital factoring and invoice finance solutions in the region and in Europe. So we will be starting the nomination procedure, I would say, now from May, and will end December 4th. So on December 5th we will be announcing the results, and you're welcome to join in person here in Warsaw, and also we will be streaming it live. So if I would like also to thank you, our partners and members, and invites you to join the community So we are the community aimed to promote and develop the digitalization of factoring and receivable finance. And if you see the value in that for you, you are welcome to join as members or as partners. And engage in the community and the topics we discuss. And also, we will be glad to receive your feedback on the conference, on some future activities, and on the topics that you are interested in the most. And I would like to invite right now at the stage our WOA.digital Programs Committee, Katalin Kauzli, Kasia, Rytelewska, and Raško Perić, on behalf of Federico Borgmeier and AFCOM. Well, first of all, please. First of all, I would like to thank you for your engagement in the community, in the topics, in this conference. And this is our joint invitation to join our community, and maybe some closing remarks, some last words from your side as well.
Yeah. So I have two hats today. One of them is that I was invited to be a member of the committee, WOA.digital committee, and the other one that PartnerHUB is a member. Why should you join the community that promotes and develops the digitalization of receivables finance? I think that you can treat WOA.digital as a shortcut to digitalization. So as a company, PartnerHUB, we accompany financial institutions on the bumpy road of digitalization. I think the knowledge and the knowledge exchange that can happen in such a community could create really a shortcut for digitalization. So I think that's a reason to join the community. And the other thing is the community part, that the more the merrier. The more exchanges that we have will make everyone better off and richer. So I think that's the other part. And from my PartnerHUB hat, I think e-invoicing will really pave the way for the digitalization of receivables finance. So on that part, we are also interested to be here and work with all the community members and partners. So come and join the community.
Olena, first of all, thank you very much for the trust put in us. I have to say, for me, this has been an amazing experience and something that's very important to me, to basically, I've been in receivables finance for the last 12 years and I'm still very passionate about it, and I really want to spread that passion and increase awareness across Europe and build kind of a bridge between this region and the Western region, and basically promote digital solutions that are, because innovation can happen anywhere in Europe and you can easily repurpose it to other regions. But I guess what's the most interesting part of this association is building a community and really having a chat on various topics and learn and show the use cases, be very practical. So I guess that's it, and hopefully also inspire next gen to continue the journey, because it's not over yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's all about synergy. I think this is the topic. And it's like in private life, so there are many obstacles and barriers you can manage by yourself, only being a solo project, a one-man army. But it's better to have a family, to have a community, and then you have, because we heard of a lot of let's say digitalization, sustainability, risks, and so on. So there are a lot of challenges, and we have our know-how, and there are so many people here today and maybe online, that they have their special know-how, maybe 10, 20 years going back, and why not gathering, why not doing some synergy, and so we are looking forward from our perspective from AFCOM, and yeah, I think this is a big reason to join this, let's say, family, and yeah, doing this job in the upcoming years. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much all for participation, yeah, for coming here, for watching us online, and for your support. Thank you. So now we can have wine.